Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was the Secret Unsung Hero and Most Powerful One Part 2. Before we start, please go support cismomusic for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Season 2 Chapter 01, A Promise of the Past. My past, I honestly don't remember it. Nothing, I don't know if I have parents or not. In my mind everything is blurry. My emotions had faded, or so I thought, until long time ago. We can see how Izuku carried Komosuke in his box since he had just found him. This covered him from the light drizzle that had fallen. Izuku, and we arrived. It may not be a great luxury, but this small apartment is where I live. I don't have everything, but I will make sure you never lack anything, he said as he placed Komosuke on his futon. He went to get a towel to dry him a little and cover him so he could warm up a little. Komosuke just stared at him. Izuku came back with the towel and dried him carefully, since Komosuke was a bit skittish and tried to scratch him. Izuku, I think there's some milk left in the fridge. He went to look at this and luckily he had some, so he served it on a plate for Komosuke to take. Izuku, let's see what name I can give you. Oliver. Komosuke shook his head. Izuku, Destroyer? Komosuke shook his head again. Izuku, I'm bad at naming things. Komosuke, do you like it? Komosuke stared at him for a few seconds, and then nodded his head. Izuku, then you will be Komosuke. I hope you and I get along, buddy. The freckled boy extended his fist. Komosuke just stared at him, and then bumped his paw into the freckled boy's fist. Izuku sat looking out the window saying, "It looks like it will rain all day today. Well, I guess I'll have to go out tomorrow to look for a job. After all the money I have now, it will only last me for 1 more month. Well, I'll leave my problems of today for myself of tomorrow," he said while trying to touch Komosuke, who dodged him. The next day Izuku put on his classic Ape sweatshirt and went out to look for work. He spent most of the day outside without any luck. He was sitting on a bench in a small square. It was almost nightfall. Izuku, well, I'll keep trying tomorrow. At that, an elderly gentleman sat down next to him, saying, "Oh, we meet again, Izuku." Izuku looked to his side, meeting that man who always talked to him when he went to that square. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Masashi. How have you been?" Masashi, well, I've been fine. I have my granddaughter by my side, so I'm happy. And your boy? How have you been? Izuku looked at the sky saying, "Well, I don't know, I guess fine." Masashi, how come you don't know? If only you know your body. I think you should know how you feel. Izuku, well, the truth is I feel a little down, you know. Today I was looking for a job and I had no luck. I'll try again tomorrow, I guess. Masashi was about to speak, but Izuku closed his eyes saying, "You already know that my answer will be no." That man just gave a slight smile saying, "Well, at least I had to try. Hope is the last thing to be lost. Don't you think so?" Izuku, hope, huh? I guess you're right. But my answer will still be no. I'm not into living with a lot of people, you know. I'm not good at that stuff. Masashi, I see. But life always surprises us in the end. You don't plan anything and still end up surrounded by people who appreciate us very much. At that, small breeze of fresh air blew through the place. Masashi, it's cold. At my age, I guess. Izuku took off his hoodie and made himself understood, saying, "Please put it on, it's getting chilly. If something happens to you, your granddaughter will be sad." He left his sweatshirt aside to say, "Please don't stay up late, okay? Take care of yourself, Mr. Masashi," she said as she said goodbye to him, turning her back, while walking away little by little. That man just gave a slight smile saying, "There are so many heroes in this world and you are an unknown hero. You have a big heart, boy. I'm sure someday there will be people in your life who will bring back all your emotions." Izuku arrived at his apartment seeing how Komosuke was sleeping on his futon. He gave a slight smile saying, At least I'm not home alone anymore. After saying that, he went to take a bath because he was tired. A week had passed since that day. Izuku had gone out to look for a job but had no luck. As usual, he went to sit on the same bench in that same square, but he didn't see Mr. Masashi that whole week. Izuku, I just hope he's okay. He was about to leave when an elderly lady saw him in the park. She recognized him because she always saw him talking to Mr. Masashi. The lady approached Izuku saying, "Hey, your little boy. You must be waiting for Masashi, right?" Izuku, "Oh no, I'm the only one." The lady looked sad and told him everything and then said goodbye to Izuku, who stared at the sky for a while longer. The next day we can see how Izuku entered the hospital. A nurse guided him to a certain room. "Nurse, Mr. Masashi has visitors," he said as he let the green-haired man into the room. "Izuku, I brought a bag of bananas," he said while looking at the man who was lying on the bed, who gave a slight smile as he could and said, "I'm glad to see you, boy." The nurse simply closed the door, leaving them alone. 20 minutes later, we can see how Izuku left that room with his head down, saying, "See you later, Mr. Masashi." Well, that man had finally closed his eyes to rest in peace, because he had terminal cancer and nothing could be done to save him. 3 days later we can see how Izuku was standing in front of a small restaurant. He gave a slight sigh and said, "Well, here we go." He opened the door, which rang a little bell. The first thing he could see was a girl at the reception desk, who could be seen having been crying. She gave him a slight smile, saying, Welcome to our restaurant. Would you like a table to sit down and eat?" Izuku, seeing the albino, only remembered the words he had exchanged with Masashi the last time. "Izuku, well, to tell the truth, I'm just looking for a job. I was wondering if I needed any extra work." That girl looked at the freckled man, saying, "Well, we need a waiter. I don't know if that seems okay to you." Izuku, "Perfect then, boss. If it's okay with you, I can start today." "Lisha, okay, by the way, my name is Lisha. I hope we can get along." "Izuku, I'm Izuku, same as I said, boss." Lisha could feel as if his grandfather had sent him to that place just by looking at him, because the moment the freckled man entered the place he could feel his grandfather. Izuku, while looking at the place, thought, "I will keep my promise until the end." The days passed, and without realizing it I always had to see you before leaving work. I guess your personality, and your way of being. I started liking them without realizing it. Izuku was brought out of his memories as he saw several attacks heading towards him. Large explosions could be seen in a place quite far from the city. Such explosions made much of the area rumble. In the sky was Katsuma with both of his arms outstretched, pointing at a certain person. "Katsuma, now I have it. Incinerate yourself." The sky lit up in an orange hue to blind everything and detonate in a huge explosion. "Katsuma, did I really hit him?" He slightly opened his eyes wide when he saw his target standing in the huge crater that his attack had created. He barely had a few tiny scratches. "Izuku, is that all you have?" "Hey! And where is the boy?" Beneath the ground something came out unexpectedly. Izuku slightly opened his eyes, and in a matter of seconds he had 2 katanas about to touch his neck. "Inosuke, the great Inosuke already has you where he wanted you. This time he does it." He could see how the 2 blades of the katanas broke into 1,000 pieces. Each fragment was suspended in the air. In the sales chamber everything happened before Inosuke's eyes. "Izuku, this is over," he said while clenching his fist. But when he was about to hit Inosuke, he disappeared from the place. Inosuke was now on the back of a large beast. "Inosuke, haha, you won't beat us that easily," he said while standing on Komosuke's back. Inosuke caressed Komosuke's ear, saying, "Thanks, mate." At that, a red flash passed in the direction of Izuku, who put on a serious look and disappeared from the place, colliding in different directions with that flash. Loud explosions were heard as if they were fireworks, and then something fell to the ground at high speed, until it hit suddenly, raising a curtain of dust. Swords spun at high speed, dispersing dust. Yuzui had blood dripping from his mouth and several wounds. He was breathing heavily as he said, "I can go on. We have the score, we can win. Believe." Inosuke in his chibi version would say, "Believe?" Izuku being on top would say, "Hmm." And she, "Where is?" He received a strong blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Izuku stood up, dusting himself off, saying, "So there you were." Next to Yuzui fell a certain rabbit. Komosuke stood next to them. Lishti was in her teenage version behind Yuzui. Katsuma fell to the side, saying, "This time we'll take off that ribbon, sensei," he said as he pointed to the ribbon Izuku had on his forehead. Paragraph. "Mirko, hello everyone, I'm Mirko," she said while pointing at herself in her chibi version. "I'm here to give you more context on how it all ended like this." After Komosuke was bribed with cat food, Izuku accepted Inosuke as a disciple. But Izuku set a condition that whoever removed the ribbon from his head could ask him for anything they wanted for a whole day. And of course I want to win to spend the whole day with him. The others have their own reasons. I hope you enjoyed the explanation, he said while winking his right eye and sticking out the tip of his tongue, looking cute. End of section. Izuku just gave a slight smile to say, "I'm sorry, but..." At that point Izuku's phone rang, indicating that training time was over. Inosuke, oh damn. I was so close, he said, quite frustrated. Mirko, hey, please for the time again, darling. Izuku, I'm sorry, but you already know what the rules are. Besides, Yuzui, you and I should be at WWA in an hour. Yuzui in his chibi version would say, "It's the UA, mate." Izuku, yeah, well, where did Yuzui say? Mirko sighed resignedly. Katsuma bowed, saying, "Thanks for today's training, Izuku-sensei." Yuzui, it was a good fight. I must admit that blow you left me quite hurt. But I still see myself as extravagant, he said while striking a pose. Listy turned back to her little self, saying, "Any Uncle Yuzui, can you carry me on your shoulders? Yuzui, can't you walk on your own?" Lishti, I just want to look extravagant like your Uncle Yuzui. Yuzui carried her on his shoulders, saying, "Haha, we're both quirky. Let's go, buddy," he said as he walked with a big smile. Izuku and the others started walking. Katsuma, Izuku-sensei, is something wrong with you? Today I noticed things were a little different. Izuku, it's nothing, just. I was remembering the past, he responded with a slight smile. Chapter 02, In Search of Someone Strong. We can see how Izuku and the others had arrived at the UA. Komosuke was on top of Inosuke's head as he slept peacefully. Lisha was sitting on Yuzui's shoulders while resting her head on her hair. Izuku, Mirko and Yuzui were sitting in the UA faculty meeting room. Katsuma, for his part, had gone to the Hero Association because he was still an S-class hero, and he couldn't quit his job, even more so when Izuku had told him that he had to work hard to be among the best in the top 10. So Katsuma was more than motivated to do his best not to disappoint his master. The rabbit was sitting with her legs on the table, looking at the ceiling of the place while sighing, quite bored. That day none of the boys at the academy had classes, so Inosuke was with his teacher. Izuku just had his poker face on as he thought about how nice Lisha was to let him stay at her house. Well, after the fight against Leviathan, the freckled man's apartment had been destroyed, and with nowhere to go, Lisha told him he could stay and live with her. After a long discussion between her and Mirko, the rabbit was opposed to the idea. Izuku, how much longer will they be gone? He asked, quite bored. At that the door of the room opened wide, revealing Nizu. Behind him were the UA teachers. Nizu, I apologize for the delay. Aizawa, seeing Inosuke, asked, "What are you doing here, Hashibura?" Inosuke, it's my day off and I was training with my teacher, he said while releasing air through the nose of his mask. Aizawa approached him, saying, "Since you have so much free time, I hope you have done the homework I asked you for tomorrow." Inosuke had a drop of sweat on his head from nerves. Oh, of course I did. Aizawa, perfect because you will be the first to come and exhibit your work, he said as he turned his back to sit in one of the chairs. Mirko approached Inosuke and whispered in his ear. Good luck, boy, hee. The rabbit said it in a mocking tone. Midnight, Cementos, President Mike and the other teachers sat down. Nizu, well, it's time to start this meeting, he said while looking sideways at the other teachers. Izuku and Mirko now stared at the ceiling of the room without paying attention. All Might was the only teacher who was not present. On the other hand, in the association we can see how Lisbeth was talking to All Might and Katsuma in private. Lisbeth, it's been a week since Leviathan's attack. Fortunately they were able to defeat him, but that did not prevent part of the city from being damaged. I thank you for saving people minutes before the destruction, he said while bowing slightly. I know I can't thank you in person, but tell Hero Izuku that I thank him from the bottom of my heart for defeating that creature. He was a demigod threat after all. As you may know, the answer given to the public was that all the S-class and A-class heroes defeated that creature, but only we know the truth. If it were up to me I would tell the truth, but you already know what Izuku said after the fight against the Marine generals. Because of that he gained a very bad reputation, and we had to fire him. Also to the hero Daigoro. Katsuma, okay, Yuzui. Lisbeth, oh yeah, of course, him too. All Might, I feel frustrated for not being able to do anything. That young man was the one who saved us all, but no one but us knows it. Katsuma, I know how All Might feels, but to be honest, Izuku-sensei doesn't care about being known. He's fine the way he is, that's why I admire him so much. Since he doesn't seek fame or anything like that, he simply saves others because he wants to. Lisbeth, that's him. That's why, Katsuma, I want you to give this to him, he said while giving him a briefcase. I know your apartment was completely destroyed. If I give it to him he won't accept it, but if you give it to him I know he will. Katsuma grabbed that briefcase saying, Understood, you can trust me. Lisbeth, thank you. I really don't know how to thank you for everything you've done. Now, as you know, we are rebuilding the affected area. All Might, please miss, don't apologize for anything, this is our duty as heroes. We will fight as many times as necessary. Lisbeth, by the way, about that. Will you do it in the end? All Might, yes, I will ask young Eri to use her gift on me. Now that she controls it more perfectly. Lisbeth, that's good news, I hope everything goes well. All Might, thank you. Lisbeth, well, that's all I had to talk to you about. Now I have to head to the meeting room to talk to the rest of the S-class heroes. All Might, I know you have to go to UA. Go calmly since nothing very important will be discussed at the meeting. All Might, I understand, then with your permission I will withdraw. He looked at Katsuma saying, Take care, Shonen. Katsuma, likewise, All Might. All Might smiled slightly and left the room. Katsuma, well, if you don't need me then. Lisbeth, Hero Katsuma, I want you to go to a certain place. When you get to that place a certain person will be waiting for you. I think you got his attention. Answered with a slight smile. Katsuma just looked at her seriously to say, Understood, I need the location so I can leave immediately. After several minutes we can see how Lisbeth left that room to go to where the other S-class heroes were. Meanwhile we can see how Stain was in that abandoned cabin where he and his mother had hidden in the past. He was sitting outside this one while remembering the beating that the Marine general had given him. Stain, so many strong and unknown guys in this world. If I want to change it I must become stronger than them. But I wonder if I can wake up what I saw that time again. It seemed like if the world was transparent. I'll have to get back to training, he said as he stood up with a serious and determined look. Returning to Izuku and the others we can see how Izuku was standing on the UA field. In front of him were the teachers who had been present in the meeting room. Izuku with a serious look said, So the reason for this meeting was for this? Nizu, who was on the side of the field with Yuzui, Inosuke and Mirko, would say, This is something that teachers were able to do, as you know, their reputation is. Izuku, it's okay, I have no problem. Aizawa with a serious look would say. I'm sorry, but I want to know that my children will be safe. So we want to see your strength since the rumors about you are not good at all. Izuku sighed resignedly saying. Well, but let me tell you something. Aizawa say it. Izuku, you guys are at a disadvantage. Aizawa, in case you didn't notice, there are more than 6 of us and you're alone. Izuku, well then call the big 3 to the top 10 heroes so it's a more fair match. He said with a poker face while pointing at them with his finger. Mirko and Yuzi just laughed as his answer had been quite good. Inosuke, well said, master. Izuku put on a serious look as he disappeared from everyone's sight and stood behind all the heroes in front of him. They quickly turned around only to see a rather imposing Izuku as if he were a giant. His fist was centimeters away from touching Cementos. Everyone could see how on his fist he said death. The blow stopped abruptly, releasing a large amount of air that sent all the teachers flying, and the entire academy was hit by the air pressure generated by that blow. The wall surrounding the UA had been completely destroyed. A large amount of dust covered the entire place. Komusuke, being on Inosuke's head, woke up and seeing everything he just gave a big yawn, then licked his right paw. Inosuke, no matter how many times I see him in action, the master will always be amazing. The dust slowly dispersed, revealing the heroes beneath the rubble of what remained of the UA wall. Izuku with a drop of sweat would say, I think I went a little overboard. Midnight stood up quite shaken, blood dripping from her forehead from being hit by the rubble. What an overwhelming force, who the hell are you? Izuku at that question just remained silent before turning around and saying, I ask myself the same question. I guess with this you will no longer have any doubts about me. Aizawa emerging from the rubble would say, Why don't you tell the truth about the rumors about you? He asked seriously. Izuku stopped dead in his walk to say, I became a hero to save people, not to receive praise or honors. Those things don't interest me. As long as I can save a life, then that will be my reward. Let others say what they want. He summarized his walk while looking at Mirko, who gave him a slight smile, saying, I chose the right person to fall in love with, she said as she walked over and lunged at him to give him a warm hug. Yuzu patted him on the back, saying, What extravagant words, my friend. This one had a big smile. Aizawa looked at Izuku as he slightly opened his eyes at the light of hope he could see in him in a brief second. While in another part of the universe, we can see a large ship of a peculiar shape traveling at high speed. Inside there were 8 people who, just by their presence, demonstrated that they imposed pressure due to their power. In the center was a huge throne, on which someone was sitting. This one in a low voice would say, We're almost there before we reach planet Geoterra 057. Could what I heard a long time ago be true? 2 legends so strong, Leviathan. And his younger brother, I honestly don't remember his name. We'll see if they are as strong as the rumors say. I hope to find someone strong who is capable of giving me the fight I have longed for. Meanwhile, Katsuma had arrived at the place that Lisbeth had indicated to him. Upon arriving, he met a certain black-haired girl. Katsuma, heroine Nana Shimura, were you the one who called me? Nana turned around with a slight smile, saying, Yes, Katsuma Shimano, you will be. You will be my successor. If something happens to me in the future, you will carry the part of one for all that is inside me, he said as he extended his palm, from which a purple energy sphere emerged. Nana just had a slight smile. Chapter 03, The New Mission. Katsuma stared at Nana, who was waiting for an answer. I'm sorry, but I want to become strong on my own merits. Nana let out a little laugh, saying, I was expecting an answer like that. But how will you do it? You are not human. The only way you could become stronger is by upgrading your cyborg parts. Katsuma, I know, but still my answer is no, better find someone else. Nana, you are stubborn, you know. She turned her back, making the sphere disappear. She crossed her hands behind her back, saying, I will still be waiting for you, Kastama Shimano. Well, I won't change my mind about what I told you. I know very well that of all the wielders, I am not the strongest. One for all only enhances my strength to the maximum depending on the power I have in my base state. Yuzui, Daigoro and all might surpass me, they are simply exceptional. No matter how much I train, I will never be able to match them. And much less of the others, he said, remembering the other bearers. Katsuma, then they. Nana looked at him and kindly replied. Yes, those three are carriers of One for All. Of course, each of them has a quirk, and One for All is an extra plus to their power, enhancing their power to the maximum. But none of them even come close to the power of the first wielder. He is simply at a much higher rank than All Might himself. Katsuma, I'm not surprised. In this short time I've had quite a few surprises, he said while remembering Izuku, Komosuk, the marine generals, Lishti. There are people who simply surpass me in power. If I want to walk side by side with Izuku-sensei, I must become stronger and stronger. Nana just looked at him and understood how Katsuma felt. I know you'll make it, boy. I believe in you, hero Katsuma Shimano. Katsuma could see how that brunette showed him a sincere and kind smile, while a breeze of air blew through the place, shaking her hair. Nana, the future is uncertain, who knows, maybe you'll end up being one of the legend rank heroes. Katsuma looked surprised at those words. Returning to Izuku and the others, they were already returning home, since they had already left the UA. Lishti stood on Yuzui's shoulders as she said, Any Uncle Yuzui, Izuku Onaikan, I'm hungry. Izuku and Yuzui would say, I see then. Let's go eat, they said as everyone raised their fists in the air. Komosuk, who was standing on Inasuk's head, also raised his right paw. After a few minutes they had arrived at a place quite familiar to Izuku. Izuku boss, we're back, I would say in its chibi version. Lisha was at the reception and became happy when she saw the freckled boy, and in front of Rumi she threw herself at him and gave him a big hug. Lisha, I miss you already, silly. Mirko, quite irritated, tried to separate her from the freckled man. Asumi, who was serving the other customers, looked away upon seeing this scene, showing a somewhat cold expression. Izuku, seeing her, raised his hand saying, Hello Roast, how long has it been since I last saw you? He couldn't finish speaking when he saw how she ignored him and continued with her work. Inasuk looked at the place quite surprised because it was a luxurious place. Lisha, seeing him, approached him and gave him a motherly hug, saying, I'm also happy to see you, Inasuk. I'm glad you came to my restaurant. Inasuk, hey, what are you doing to the great god Inosu? He felt how warm that hug was, feeling a strange and warm sensation in his chest. So he remained silent, letting himself be hugged. Lisha, Yuzui-san, welcome. You too, little Lishti. Lishti in her chibi version would say, I still won't give you my own icon. Lisha blushed deeply and felt embarrassed upon hearing this. Well, I imagine you've come to eat. Yuzui, that's right, Miss Lisha. Lisha with a big smile said, I see, please follow me, I'll take you to your table. Inasuk just looked at Lisha while still feeling the warmth of that hug. Lisha led them to their table saying, Please sit down and one of our waiters will take your order immediately. She lightly glanced at Mirko, making their gazes meet slightly. For that second the atmosphere became quite heavy. The others could feel that atmosphere except Izuku and Komosuk, who were looking at the ceiling of the place. On the other hand, while Lisbeth walked through the halls of the association, on her way to meet the S-class heroes, she was remembering what she had dreamed that same morning. Memories of the dream. She could see how much of the city was destroyed and burning in fire. Looking around, he could see a boar's head mask lying there covered in blood, one side completely destroyed. Several meters away from the mask were two swords linked by a chain. These would be embedded in the ground while a silhouette lay beside them. The person was kneeling in a pool of blood. She couldn't see people well because they all looked blurry. No matter how much she wanted to see them clearly, she couldn't. Taking several steps back, he could feel a drizzle that had fallen in that place. With a trembling voice he said, What deed does all this mean? Where are you, Izuku? And the other heroes? What happened to them? As he walked backwards, he collided with something behind him. Quite scared, he turned around, seeing the worst scene he could imagine. Well, in front of her were piled up the bodies of several heroes, including some S-class heroes, all dead and stacked into a small mountain. Their blood was still dripping from their arms. Several meters away from her was the person responsible for that atrocious scene. Lisbeth covered her mouth as she watched that person approach her. At that, she woke up abruptly while breathing heavily, feeling her pulse accelerate more and more. His body trembled with fear. What does this mean? He said while touching his head. End of memory. Lisbeth was still afraid, remembering all that. She had finally arrived at the room where the other S-class heroes were waiting for her. When he opened the doors, he could see that the heroes were completely serious, except for Nijire, who was smiling as always. Izumi was just thinking. Nijire, seeing Lisbeth, waved happily to her. In the room, besides the S-class heroes, there was also the special hero group Jima. This consisted of Lady Nagant, Shinso, Kyukajiro, Himiko Toga, Twice, Psycho Intelli. Lisbeth, good morning everyone, I apologize for the delay. Twice, moving his hands quickly, would say. You don't have to apologize, Madam President. There are no problems for us. Toga looked at Twice, who upon noticing his partner's gaze would say. That? Toga, why are you acting like this? She asked somewhat seriously. Twice, quite nervous, would say. It's not what you think, my sweet Toga. It's just that I respect the president, and that. Toga, yes, whatever you say. Psycho, drinking a cup of tea, asked. Well? What do you have for us, Madam President? Please be direct. Kyuka just sat there playing with her jacks. Lisbeth, I had a vision. At those words, Izumi opened her eyes slightly. Very seriously, she asked. What did you dream about this time? Lisbeth closed her eyes to say. The death of the entire S-class, and the destruction of the entire city. Mirio, I see. So the threat is out of our reach this time. Do you at least know what day it will all begin? Lisbeth shook her head, saying. No, unfortunately my visions are not so precise in terms of time. So there is no way to know the day, the hour, or the exact place where they will appear. But Lisbeth, there are 8 opponents who will cause such a massacre. Gang Orca S rank 10, I see. So that's the situation. Lisbeth, yes, so I ask you to try to get stronger and stronger, to be ready. Since this new threat can appear at any moment, and as heroes we have to act immediately. Endeavor, I see, if that's all then. I am proceeding to retire, Madam President. He said as he left the room with a rather serious look. Lisbeth, the others can leave, now I have to talk to the Jima group. The other heroes stood up and left the place, except for a certain green-haired girl. Izumi, I know you will give them a mission, so I want to be part of that mission, President. Lisbeth, okay. In her hand she had a huge ancient scroll, and with great care she unrolled it onto the large table in the room. Izumi and the others opened their eyes slightly as they saw a large map. Lady Nagant, this is? Lisbeth with a serious look would say. We will look for legend rank heroes. Toga closed her eyes, saying. So you're asking us to look for heroes who are just myths? Lisbeth, so you too heard the legend of some of those heroes some time ago? Toga, yes, my sister always used to tell me the legend of the hero of the flame, or of fire, rather. I was always fascinated by that story, but that's all it is. Simple stories of myths. There is no proof that such heroes ever existed. Lisbeth, I used to think that too, but I've been finding out everything I could, and it is said that in these places with red dots that are indicated on the map, we can find clues of some of those heroes. Izumi looked closely, and for a second she could see how a specific place glowed in a green hue. I will go to this place, he said, pointing to that part. Lisbeth, but that place doesn't have any red dots. Izumi, I know, but it's a hunch I have. I know I might find something there. Lisbeth, well, that's fine. Meanwhile, Izuku looked out the restaurant window at the sky, while thinking. What am I having for dinner tonight? Well, that doesn't matter. I guess I'll go sit with the others. Chapter 04, Top Rank 3? Yuzui and Izuku would say. Oh my. While eating the delicious food, Inosuke ate as if there was no tomorrow, he would say. I want more, please. Lisha, of course, but I already told you how you can tell me. Inosuke boss? Lisha, no. Inosuke boss Lisha? Lisha, no. Come on her. Inosuke her. Lisha ma? Inosuke boss. Lisha only had a twitch on her left eyebrow. Inosuke just laughed, but he saw how Lisha took the plates and turned around. I want more, Lisha Wani-san. I have whispered softly. Mirko's ears pricked up as she could hear the boy's words. Lisha turned around and with a slight smile replied. Thank you? Inosuke felt that warm and strange sensation again, but he could notice how Mirko looked at him with a mocking smile. Inosuke, what? Mirko, nothing, Wani-san boy. Fufufu. Inosuke, I don't know what you're talking about. He replied, quite embarrassed as he looked away. Mirko just patted him on the back while saying, It was so cute, Fufufu. Lishti was just eating with Komosuke, who was on her lap. Both of them had a slight smile on their mouths as they chewed their food. This gave a cute image of the two of them. Yuzui took a sip from his mug of beer as he said, Buddy. Izuku, what's wrong? He asked as he continued eating. Yuzui, you know, I feel like I'll be giving my last fight very soon. Izuku, what do you mean by that? Are you planning to retire from fighting villains and monsters? Yuzui just remained silent and gave a slight smile saying, Haha, maybe that's it. Izuku, well, I see, if that's your decision then I'm no one to judge you. I guess I'll have to look for my successor. Izuku didn't understand what she wanted to tell him, so he asked. Successor? Do you mean a disciple? Yuzui, haha, let's say something like that. But I have to choose someone who is as quirky as I am, he said while striking a pose. Izuku in his chibi version would say, Good luck with that. Yuzui, thanks mate. By the way, do you know anything about Daigoro? Izuku, if I remember correctly, I had to go see an old friend, or something like that was what he told me. Yuzui, I see. Well, you don't know what you're missing, he said as he took a big gulp of his drink. On the other hand, All Might had arrived at the UA Academy. He was watching as much of the training yard was destroyed. So, Nizu, yes, that's what happened. All Might, I see, he said with a drop of sweat. Nizu, but I must say it was quite impressive, the power of that young man is. All Might, I know, honestly I don't fully understand it either, but it's a miracle that it's one of the good guys and not the bad guys, otherwise we'd be in serious trouble. Nizu, and to think he's gone unnoticed all this time. All Might, yeah, the world is very small, you know. So many strong people must be hiding out there. Nizu, but that makes things more exciting, doesn't it? All Might, yes, you're right. By the way, she... Nizu, yes, I already asked Miss Yayorozu to go get her. We must get you back on your feet as soon as possible. While in space, more exactly in that enormous ship, we can see how in front of the leader of these there was a girl kneeling. Boros-sama, I regret to tell you that the third commander has deserted the ship. He made his own way to the agreed destination, saying he was bored and didn't want to wait any longer. His estimated arrival time is 6 hours, which is what we estimate it will take him to arrive. He will surely go at maximum speed so as not to waste time. Boros, I see, that boy is too reckless. Well, we don't have to worry about anything, since he's not the third commander for anything. It certainly has overwhelming force. Girl, so? Are you not going to punish him? Boros, When we get there, I'll give him what he deserves. For now, just let him have some fun. If the others want to leave immediately, do so. I will take my time to arrive. After all, we have plenty of time. Girl, as Boros-sama says. Boros grabbed him by the chin, saying, There's nothing to worry about, except if I wanted to, I would send you to rule that world. You are more than up to the task. Hemily, rank 5/power, 227,890. Boros, when our time comes, let us show our power to everyone. Hemily, at your command, Boros-sama. Returning to Izuku and the others, they would have paid everything even though Lisha had told them it wasn't necessary. The friends were now walking through the streets. Yuzui, with his hands behind his head, would say, And now what are we going to do? Inosuke, let's go fight. Yuzui, you only think about fighting, he said while hitting him on the head. Inosuke, why are you hitting me, old man? He said while letting air out through his nose. Lisha walked side by side with Izuku. Murko was on his other side and Lishti was on the green-haired man's shoulders. Above her head was Komosuke. Behind these were Yuzui and Inosuke fighting. Lishti, any Onaikan Lishti is bored. Lishti wants to do something fun. Then she saw a sign stuck to a light pole. Her little lock of hair stood up as she read what it said. Lishti wants to go to that place, Izuku Onaikan. Izuku and the other two girls looked at that sign and said in unison, Amusement park. Izuku, do you want to go? Lishti nodded her head repeatedly in a tender manner. Izuku, then let's go. Lishti raised her fist, saying, Yeah. And so the friends headed towards their new destination. In another part of the city, we can see how a hero was disintegrating giant rubble from a building, as it had collapsed, and there were people trapped underneath it. With great precision, it disintegrated all the debris, allowing rescuers to remove the trapped people in seconds. Tamura, Professional Hero Class S/rank 11. Tamura just sighed, saying, Thank goodness I was nearby, otherwise these people would have suffered for longer. The people around him applauded the hero's feat, who gave a slight smile for having been able to be of help. Inosuke, great. She was shouting with her arms raised as they sped down the roller coaster. Murko was sitting next to her. Yuzui was behind them along with Lishti, and Izuku and Lisha were in the back car. Izuku didn't show any expression, but Lisha only had her eyes closed, because she was afraid of heights. Chomsuk was hiding under Izuku's sweatshirt, barely sticking his little head out. After getting off, they went to another attraction in the park. While they were walking, each one was eating cotton candy. Lishti, yum yum, very tasty. Murko, not darling. Izuku, what the? He couldn't finish speaking because Murko had placed a piece of cotton candy in his mouth, and looking away he would say, I love you very much, you know. Lisha was annoyed by that action and hugged the freckled boy from behind, saying, I love you, Izuku. Murko's face turned red at those words. Lisha looked at the rabbit with a mocking smile because she knew that the latter would not be able to tell her something like that. Izuku, not knowing what was happening, asked, What got into you? Yuzui just looked at his chibi version, saying, Ha, and I'm the womanizer. Without realizing it, Inosuke was at his side eating Yuzui's cotton candy. Hey, that's mine, he said as he grabbed Inosuke by his mask and threw him several meters away from where he was. Then Lishti saw a beautiful, giant teddy bear standing in one of the stalls. Lishti, I want that stuffed animal, he said as he pointed cutely while looking at Izuku and Yuzui. Can you win it for me? Izuku and Yuzui just stared at the bear. Lishti, I will love you very much if you win it for me. Izuku and Yuzui took out their wallets and paid to play. Izuku, what are you doing, buddy? He asked as he looked at Yuzui. Yuzui, I ask you the same. Izuku, well, I'm his brother and I'll win that stuffed animal from him. Yuzui, well, she calls me Tio, so I'll win that bear for her. Izuku, are you doing this so I'll love you more than myself, right? Yuzui, of course not. An overwhelming aura could be felt in the air. The man at the stand was trying to calm things down. He went on to explain to them that they had to hit the target on the circular boards which moved from one side to the other. Each board had a different score. Some had scores of 40, 60, 90, 100, 250, 380, 500. To win that bear they had to get 2,500 points, which consisted of 6 balls to throw. These boards rotated, interposing themselves on the boards with the highest point. Sir, are you ready? The game starts in 3, 2, 1. Now. After saying that, he pressed the button so that the boards began to spin. Izuku and Yuzui grabbed a ball and their veins were visible on their arms. Lisha and Mirko walked far away from the place with Lishti in their arms because they knew what was going to happen. Inosuke just watched intently, not knowing what was happening. Izuku and Yuzui threw the balls that broke 2 boards together, coming out to the other side of the stand. The owner's eyes popped out at the sight. Wait, no. He watched as Izuku and Yuzui took the rest of the balls and threw them with everything they had. The man's stand collapsed, raising a large curtain of dust. The people around him watched what was happening with considerable astonishment. That man just cried when he saw how his gaming stand had collapsed. From the curtain of dust, Izuku and Yuzui could be seen emerging while fighting over who would give the bear to Lishti. Izuku, are you blind? I clearly won the bear before you. Yuzui, what a good joke, but I was the one who won, my friend. Lishti got out of Lisha's arms to walk up to them and grab the bear. Lisha tenderly hugged the bear, saying, Thanks for winning this bear for me. Lishti feels very happy to have them in her life. I love you all very much. After saying that, she hugged Izuku and Yuzui, who only opened their eyes slightly and gave a slight smile when they saw her happy. Yuzui, you're welcome. At that, Komosuke looked into the distance. Izuku and Yuzui became serious and looked towards that place, managing to see how in the distance a purple light fell at high speed, impacting in a certain place. Such a noise reached where they were. Nijire and Mirio were looking seriously in front of them, seeing a large amount of dust as they wanted to know what had fallen from the sky. The blue-haired girl had a bad feeling, just like the blonde boy. The dust slowly dispersed, revealing a young man wearing white pants and a light purple vest. His skin was almost gray, with lines on it, and his eyelashes and hair were a rather peculiar color. Nijire could see that there were some kanji in his pupils. Nijire, upper rank 3? Yuzui looked at Izuku, saying, I'll go see what's going on, buddy. Izuku just nodded his head. Yuzui disappeared in a red flash at high speed as he was very far from the city center. Chapter 05, Mirio's Will to Give Their Lives for Their Friends. Nijire and Mirio could feel how fear had paralyzed every muscle in their bodies, because the person in front of them emanated an overwhelming and intimidating aura. Nana and the rest of the One for All wielders could feel the power of this individual, even though they were all in different places, and some were very far away. Nana with a serious look would say, This aura and pressure. In a matter of seconds, Katsuma detected on his radar the high amount of energy that the person was emanating. That's a lot of energy. My sensors are going crazy, I have to go. This was stopped by the brunette's right hand. Katsuma turned to look at her, noticing the great seriousness she had. Nana, don't go, our mission will be to evacuate the area closest to that place. Katsuma, but... Nana, but nothing. You may not be able to feel it well, but it won't take more than 10 seconds for whatever is over there to kill us. His power easily surpasses All Might's space state. We'll just be a hindrance if we go to the battlefield. I can feel Yuzui's energy approaching at high speed. She took out the One for All that was in her body, which shot out at high speed towards a certain place. Nana, let's leave the rest in the hands of Yuzui and All Might. If the two of them fight together, they can buy time until the other stronger heroes can arrive. Katsuma in his thoughts would say, No, we must leave this to the sensei. After all, there is no one stronger than him. Akaza, high rank 3/power 149,500. He was crouching but stood up, looking at the two heroes in front of him. Nijire, noticing his gaze, felt like their death was inevitable. Akaza heroes? In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from both of their sights. Nijire felt immense terror that ran through every part of her being when she heard the voice of that person who whispered in her ear. So we have one of 20,010 and the other of 20,100. Their level is not bad. I assume they are in the S-class range. Nijire and Mirio quickly turned around, but their rival was no longer there. The blonde's body trembled excessively when he felt that guy's fist resting on the side of his face. My name is Akaza. It will be a pleasure to play with you for a while, he said with a slight smile. Fear paralyzed the entire body of the blue-haired girl and the blonde, because no matter how much they wanted to react, they couldn't. The people nearby saw all this with terror, so they began to run away in terror from the scene. Akaza could see that there was some concern in the blue-haired girl's eyes, so he looked around, noticing that people were already moving away. He pulled his fist away from Mirio's face and walked to a light pole. He then jumped to the top of it. Standing up, he looked at the area carefully and said, I'll wait for the humans to completely leave, so we can play without any worries. I don't want them to be aware of them in our game. At those words, both heroes felt a little relief seeing that the people could escape without any harm, but on the other hand they knew that that guy wanted to torture them without anyone else bothering them. Akaza looked around saying, I let them escape because I don't want the weaklings to interrupt our game. He smiled slightly, terrifying the light blue-haired girl. I must say this planet looks pretty nice and a bit more advanced than my planet. It's a shame it has to be destroyed. Well, it's not like I care that much. After saying that, he made a great leap, easily passing a large building. While in the air, he looked around and said, Well, I think we can start our game now. He couldn't finish speaking because Mirio's fist was just a few centimeters away from his face. Akaza gave an amused smile, putting his arms in an X shape to receive that impact. To be thrown downwards by the impact. Mirio, Phantom Menace. That blow had been given with all the blonde's strength. Akaza was falling quite fast, and I could see out of the corner of my eye an intense light shining behind him. Nijire had her gloves spread out like waves. They were shining brightly. Nijire, Green Flood 150%. After saying that, he fired a powerful attack that sent her several meters back. Akaza, while in the air, turned around to receive the blow head-on. This one would say, You are amazing. After saying that, he received that powerful attack. Great tastes of wind hit the place. Nijire was a little worn out because that attack consumed a lot of her energy. Mirio fell to the ground looking up, hoping that that attack had done some damage to her. Great was the surprise of both when they saw that Akaza only had his vest turned. Nijire, how is it possible that he doesn't even have a scratch? Akaza landed on the roof of one of the buildings. He looked at his vest quite sadly and said, It was my favorite, well since. He looked at Mirio saying, You're not hitting anything wrong, hero. But they'll need more than that to beat me. Well, let's continue with our fight. He said while colliding his two fists. He looked at Nijire, giving a slight smile. Mirio, get out of there, Nijire. Nijire reacted to her friend's words, but it was too late, since Akaza had disappeared from that place. The blue-haired girl felt tremendous pain and spit out a large amount of blood, as she received a brutal kick in the pit of her stomach. She flew out at high speed, hitting the huge window of a building. What stopped her were several office tables that were in the building. Nijire's eyes were blank while a lot of blood was falling from her mouth. Akaza, he was knocked unconscious by that blow? How little resistance it has. Anyway, you and I will continue, he said, standing behind Mirio, who hadn't seen him move. Akaza was about to hit the blonde but watched in astonishment as he sank to the ground. Akaza, amazing, I've never seen anything like that, he said as he moved his head to the side, dodging a punch from Mirio, who had come out from behind him. Mirio was surprised to see that he dodged it because he wanted to take him by surprise. Akaza, with his back turned, would say, Nice try. Mirio quickly spun around, throwing a kick to the head. Akaza put his forearm out to stop it, but saw how that kick went through his forearm and hit him square in the face. That kick had dragged him a couple of meters to his side. Akaza was about to flip him over, but Mirio came out from under the ground and hit him in the chin, lifting him off the ground. Akaza kept a mocking smile on his face at all times. Mirio got on top of him to give him another punch in the face. The fury he felt at seeing how he had hit his friend could be seen on his face. Akaza simply took that blow, which sent him back several steps. Mirio hoped to have at least drawn blood from his nose, but that hope vanished when he saw Akaza look at him, revealing that he only had simple scratches. Akaza, okay, we're done warming up. Now let's start the real game. Mirio in his thoughts would say. Heating? After all we did, it was just a warm-up for him. Akaza got into a peculiar, fighting pose. Deployment of techniques. Destructive death, compass needle. Now it's my turn to attack. After saying that, he disappeared in a fraction of a second, appearing in front of Mirio and hitting him in the face. The blonde flew at high speed until he brutally crashed into a building. He spat out a lot of blood and fell to his knees. His entire vision was blurry, and he moved as if he were dizzy. Mirio, what strength! He barely stood up only to receive a knee to the chin, causing his eyes to turn white. Then he received an elbow to the back of his head and fell to the ground, his body bouncing off the pavement. Akaza looked at him on the ground saying, "Come on, don't close your eyes yet." After saying that, he kicked him in the left side, sending him flying a little more than 40 meters. Mirio's body turned sideways until it slowly came to a stop. The blonde was on the verge of losing consciousness, not to mention that kick had broken about 3 of his ribs. Blood was falling from Mirio's forehead from the first blow he had received, covering part of the vision in his left eye. The blonde could see how Akaza walked slowly towards him. He would say in his thoughts, "He hits me so fast that I don't have time to use my gift. I don't have time to react to his blows. His speed exceeds my reaction time. I have to get up and keep fighting. I can't die here. I still haven't saved the amount of people I said I was going to save." Akaza stopped dead in his tracks as the blonde struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his face. Akaza, that's the hero spirit. Destructive death, empty style. He sent his fist back to throw a punch into the air. Mirio, what's? He spat out a lot of blood when he felt like something had hit him in the stomach. Akaza began to throw several punches into the air and Mirio's body was hit multiple times. The scene was brutal seeing how those vacuum blows hit the blonde's body. He stopped when he saw how the blonde's body was about to collapse. Akaza, well, at least you entertained me a little. Mirio's eyes were dull, all the memories of his life passing through his head. The reason why he had become a hero, how his dream had begun. The memories of Tamaki and Nijire were the last memories he saw. "I'm sorry guys, They really were my best friends. Thank you for everything, Nijire, Tamaki, Mom, Dad. Goodbye, sir." He slowly closed his eyes as he was about to collapse. "Mother. Where did you go, Mommy? I'm very scared." That cry was heard between tears. Akaza could see that about 10 meters away from Mirio there was a little girl of 5 years old. In her arms she had a stuffed animal of the heroine Mirko. He could see how on the side of the street an old 3-story building was about to collapse. If it did, it would fall on top of the little girl who was crying. As little Akaza cried, she could see Mirio's body remain firm. With astonishment he could see how the blonde slowly turned around and began to walk towards the little girl who was crying. But how can he still be standing? If a few seconds ago he was about to collapse. Mirio clutched his side as he barely breathed, and his breath reached the little girl. The girl looked into his eyes, noticing how he had a slight smile on his face. As best he could, he knelt down to the little girl, and with his right hand he dried her tears, saying, "Don't cry, please. I promise I'll take you to your mommy. Don't be afraid, I will protect you, I promise." "Girl, do you promise me?" Mirio, yes. At that point, that building began to fall. Akaza watched as it was only a matter of seconds before that building crushed both of their bodies. Mirio hugged her tightly, saying, "Everything will be okay, I promise. I will never let you go. Those words brought a small memory back to Akaza. For a second, instead of seeing Mirio and the girl, he was seen being hugged by his older sister saying those same words to him. Akaza, Ne-chan. Save it twice. Akaza could see how a lot of clones arrived from all places and quickly gathered around Mirio. The number of clones was immense. They began to climb among themselves, saying, Human shield. Everyone stopped the building as they struggled. We won't let our friend die here. Those clones joined together to form a single giant clone. Mega Twice, said a gigantic Twice who held up that building as if it were nothing. Akaza could see that next to Mirio was a light blonde girl, and Twice. Toga would say through tears, Please resist Mirio-senpai. Twice, if you see a light, don't go towards it. Toga, create more clones and get them out of here quickly. Twice began to create more clones which carefully carried Mirio and the little girl. Mirio, Toga. Twice. Toga, don't talk anymore, please take him quickly. Toga and Twice looked at Akaza saying, We won't let you kill our friend. If necessary, we will give our lives for his. Mega Twice, without thinking twice, swung his fist down at Akaza. Chapter 06, Memories of the Past. Akaza vs. Izuku. A huge air wave spread over 100 meters throughout the area, raising a large amount of dust. Toga and Twice were covered by the shockwave. The glass of the buildings broke into 1,000 pieces. A large part of the pavement had cracked in an enormous way. Mega Twice slightly opened his eyes as he saw how his enormous fist was being stopped by Akaza's forearm. Akaza had a nostalgic look, as he just repeated, Sister. At that point his head began to hurt quite a bit, as certain painful memories from his past suddenly came to him. Flashback. 17 years ago. Any Ijirin Ne-san, I already know what name I will use when I am a catch. A small boy with black hair and blue eyes, who was wearing a somewhat worn haori, was saying to a beautiful young woman of about 17 years old. She had long hair the same color as her eyes. His gaze conveyed a unique tranquility and purity. She, with a beautiful smile and full of curiosity, asked, Really? Tell me what name you chose, I'm dying of curiosity. She told him while taking him by both hands and looking at him full of intrigue. Hakuji, well, my name will be Akaza. Why you like Ijirin Ne-san? His sister hugged him tightly as she said, I like it. That name is great. Akaza, the Pillar of Light, sounds great. I can't wait to see you being caught. Hakuji, I will become a pill to protect you, Ijirin Ne-san. His sister only opened her eyes slightly. They were greatly crystallized by the words of her younger brother. Hakuji greatly admired his sister because she was the only family he had. He was everything to her, and she was everything to him in life. The reason he tried harder and harder every day was for his sister. He wanted to get her out of the poverty-stricken life they had been forced to live in. He wanted to give his sister everything. He wanted her to live like a queen. What he wanted most was for his sister to never have to worry about anything again, to be able to dress elegantly like the other upper-class girls. Well, as a child, he was aware of how his sister sacrificed many things for him. There were times when I would lie to him and say I wasn't hungry so I could give him a little more food. But despite that, he always found a good reason for her to eat a little. End of flashback. You always gave everything for me, Ijirin Ne-san. He could feel several tears falling from his cheeks. Taking his hand in surprise, he touched her tears, saying, How strange, I thought, that I had lost my emotions since I acquired this power. At that, the image of his sister came to his mind, so he opened his eyes slightly. Twice, that guy is intact despite Mega Twice blow. Toga, really is a monster. Mega Twice, power 42,600. Akaza spun around, kicking his opponent's arm from the front, creating a huge gust of wind. Twice and Toga were paralyzed with fear as they saw Mega Twice's right arm suspended in the air. With just one kick, that part had been separated from his body. Akaza had a serious look, and the whole atmosphere became quite heavy. Toga, I can barely breathe. The air. Twice fell to his knees saying, "There's something in the air that's affecting my airways." Akaza disappeared from the place, standing next to Mega. Twice had to stop it and tear it off. The head rolled until it reached Toga, and then it began to disintegrate into a kind of black mud along with its enormous body. Akaza stood in front of Toga and Twice, who were struggling to breathe. Akaza's gaze had a rather noticeable hatred, saying, "You." His hand reached out to Toga, who closed her eyes thinking that something bad was going to happen to her, but she could feel Akaza's hand touching her head. His voice would say, "They are good people, I can see it in their eyes, knowing that they can't win, they are still here in front of me, giving their lives to protect their hero friend." He removed his hand from Toga's head to turn around and say in a low voice, "I wish Idrin Ne-san had friends like you. I'm leaving, the blonde boy is gone, so I have no one to play with anymore. But before that," he looked at a specific building and said, "I almost forgot about her." Akaza disappeared from the place, appearing where Nijire was unconscious. He knelt until he was face to face with her. A lot of blood was falling from his fist as he clenched it, hurting himself. "Forgive me, Idrin Ne-san." He touched Nijire's hand and then saw her wounds disappear in seconds. Akaza began to spit blood because he had absorbed that damage into his body, thus healing the light blue-haired girl. Nijire slowly began to open her eyes. Her vision was blurry, but little by little her eyes began to adjust to the light of the place. The light blue-haired girl could see that there was no one in the place. She quickly remembered who they were fighting with, so she touched her body, noticing that she had no wounds, much less did she feel any pain. "Nijire, but what happened? I was supposed to be." On the roof of the building was Akaza, who looked at the sky saying, "Why is all this happening to me so suddenly? Maybe I..." He watched as Twice below helped Toga stand up. Akaza just closed his eyes saying, "Sometimes I don't even know what I want." After closing his eyes, he disappeared from the place just as he had arrived and left. Nana, who was still with Katsuma, slightly opened her eyes to say, "He went away?" Katsuma, that high energy just disappeared from 1 second to the next. Meanwhile, Yuzi fell to his feet in a building. He had a serious look. His sight began to analyze the entire place. "It seems that the person with that intense aura has left." He put his katanas back on his back, while a small breeze of air blew through the place, shaking his hair. On the other hand, we can see how Izuku walked with the others. Lishti was on his shoulders hugging the stuffed animal that he and Yuzi had given him. On Lishti's head was Komosuke sleeping. Inosuke was next to Izuku while eating cotton candy. "Master, do you think the old man will be okay?" Izuku, to tell the truth, I don't know. In a battle anything can happen. But if it's Yuzi, maybe it's okay. Mirko, I hope they give that extravagant idiot a good beating," he said with a 20 standing out on his forehead. "Izuku, by the way, why are both of you holding my hands?" he asked with his poker face as Mirko grabbed Izuku's left hand, and Lisha grabbed the other hand. Both girls would say, "Because you are mine." Mirko and Lisha looked at each other with hatred, sparks flying. Izuku in his thoughts would say, "That great presence disappeared out of nowhere. I hope Yuzi is okay." The pair of friends were walking through the streets, almost reaching Lisha's apartment, since Izuku and Katsuma were staying there, since previously their apartment had been destroyed. At that, Izuku and a young man who passed by him exchanged glances. His hair was black and his eyes were blue. The young man, seeing Izuku, opened his eyes slightly, saying, "Why your energy? I still remember your damn energy. I can't make a mistake now. You will pay for having taken Idrin Ne-san from me." At that, the young man's hair, eyes and skin changed. Akaza disappeared to hit Izuku in the face. All of this happened in slow motion. Izuku tilted his head back slightly, closed his eyes, and sneezed. With a huge taste of air hit the entire place, Akaza flew at high speed in a straight line, until he reached the outskirts of the city, crashing into a huge rock. "Lishti, cheers Onaikan." "Izuku, thanks," he said while scratching his nose. He went down to Lishti and with a look he would say, "I'll be right back." After saying that, he disappeared from the place, appearing outside the city. Izuku, hey, attacking people like that out of nowhere is disrespectful. By the way, why did you attack me? He asked as he looked at the rock Akaza was embedded in. This one came out of the rock saying to himself, "He felt me flying so far with just one sneeze." He clenched his fist saying, "You'll pay for this." In front of Akaza's eyes was the silhouette of a person from his memories. Izuku just tilted his head saying, "How strange you are." Akaza gave a loud shout as he went into a fighting stance. Akaza high rank 3/power, 249,500. The ground of the place split abruptly, raising several rubble. Izuku had a carefree look as he had Akaza's fist centimeters from his face. Alza launched a flurry of punches which Izuku happily dodged, while saying, "Aren't you going to tell me the reason why you're attacking me?" Akaza in his thoughts would say, "How can I dodge all my punches?" He spun around and kicked him in the head. Izuku took the blow head on. A powerful amount of air and several pieces of debris came out of his side and flew out at high speed. The whole place was covered in a huge amount of dust. Akaza opened his eyes slightly as he saw Izuku standing without a scratch. The worst thing of all was that he hadn't moved him an inch. Izuku looked at Akaza's foot on his neck, he would say. "Did he have a mosquito on his neck?" "Ah, thanks for killing him for me," he said as he removed Akaza's foot, revealing a squashed mosquito. "Izuku, I actually hadn't seen it." Akaza felt his body boil with anger as that guy continued to show an emotionless face. "Don't buck with me. Fight for real." Destructive death, chaos style. Several shock waves shot out at high speed towards Izuku, who slightly opened his eyes to give himself a powerful explosion. Such an explosion rumbled several kilometers away. Yuzi could still hear the sound of the explosion even though he was in that building. Akaza was still standing in his fighting stance. He took several steps back when he saw the large amount of dust. Izuku walked out with his suit torn apart. Izuku's hair covered his eyes. He looked up saying, "This suit was my favorite. If you wanted to get my attention, you did. You wanted me to be serious, right?" An immense pressure was felt throughout the place, so much that Akaza fell to his knees on the ground. Izuku stood in front of Akaza, his emerald eyes shining brightly. Izuku base power 1,980,000. Well, my time to attack has come, get ready. Chapter 07, A Second Chance. Akaza barely stood up, saying with considerable terror, "Why, your P power is 1,980,000. After saying that, he received a blow to the face and was sent flying about 7 kilometers away, crashing into the same rock that Katsuma had crashed into that time he faced his master. That huge mountain had been completely destroyed. Under the rubble, Akaza had his face stained with his own blood. His eyes were blank, but little by little his pupils became visible again. He regained consciousness as his body regenerated, as his skull had suffered multiple serious fractures. A unique fear ran through his entire being when he heard a voice above the rubble. "What time will you leave from there? You wanted me to fight, right?" Akaza in his thoughts would say. "He's a bucking monster. This monster shouldn't be roaming free in the world." Izuku saw how all the rubble came out with great pressure in all directions. Akaza moved far away from Izuku while his body trembled with fear. "Izuku, by the way, your fighting style is a martial art, right?" he asked as he held his chin in thought. Akaza didn't respond as he was on alert. "Izuku, honestly, it looked cool. I think I'll try it." At those words, Akaza feared the worst when he saw how that guy performed the same fighting pose as him, only to say the following words. "Izuku, destructive death, chaos style." In seconds, Akaza's body was massacred by endless shock waves. His eyes were completely white, while the color of his skin was purple due to the multiple waves that hit the flesh of his body. His body was swaying to stay upright. My regeneration stopped. My body reached its limit? Even though I received the power from him, I was not able to accomplish my goal. The memory of his sister passed through his mind for one last time. Forgive me, Ijiran Nei-san, I did bad things. After my death I will not be able to see you again. You were an angel and I. His body was about to fall when a hand stopped him. He could feel his body healing at a great speed. Opening his eyes, he could see Izuku, who removed his hand from him, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't measure my power and I almost killed you. He said, a little worried. Akaza, how? Izuku, like what? He asked as he tilted his head. Akaza, how could you cure me? You also copied my technique to absorb wounds? Izuku, no, of course not. I didn't copy anything from you. Akaza, so how did you heal me? Izuku looked at the sky and with a slight smile would say, Who knows? I don't know either, he said as he turned around to start walking. Akaza, wait, who are you really? Are you D? The green-haired man stopped dead only to respond as follows. I'm just a hero without being known. He summarized his path. Akaza only fell to his knees while clenching his fists helplessly to ask, Why didn't you let me die? If you could kill me from the first moment, why didn't you do it? Izuku turned to look at him to answer. Because you are a human, I only kill kaijin monsters. Akaza, but I. Izuku, now you have a second chance to make things right. You are human, so you can redeem yourself. You can redeem yourself for all the bad things you did. Also, we all have a star of light in our dark sky, and I know that just like me, you must also have a star of light in your dark sky, so just make sure you let yourself be guided by it. Akaza's eyes opened slightly upon hearing those words, as they were the same ones his sister had once told him. Akaza, those words. Izuku gave a nostalgic smile to say, Those words were spoken to me by a very kind person years ago. There is not a day that goes by that I don't think of that person. He turned around to continue on his way. Akaza, hey. In 7 days others stronger than me will come to this planet. I am rank 3, there are 2 more above me. Izuku, I understand, I'll be waiting for you. See you, boy, rank 3. The freckled man disappeared from the place at high speed. Akaza just looked at the sky as he said, His power exceeds 1,000,000. I can't imagine someone with power at his level. On the other hand, Izuku had arrived at Lisha's apartment. He knocked on the door and after a few seconds it opened, revealing Lishti, who hugged him and said, Welcome home, Monaiken. Izuku put his hand on his head saying, I can't deny that I got used to your hugs. And the boss? Lishti, she's in her room, she went to change. Izuku, I see, in the rabbit girl? Lishti, he left with a red-winged chicken. He came to look for her. Izuku, I see. He could see how Inosuke was sleeping on the sofa in the living room. On his chest was Komosuke sleeping peacefully. Izuku in his chibi version would say, Those two became inseparable. Lishti, and how was the fight? Izuku, well, I won. Lishti, as always. Both in their chibi versions would say, I'm hungry. On the other hand, we can see how Toga and Twice were waiting outside a room. They were both worried. Aizawa left the room accompanied by an albino girl. Toga, how is he? Aizawa, luckily they brought him in time, he was really hurt. But thanks to Eri's quirk we were able to cure him completely, for now he is sleeping. Toga sighed in relief upon hearing that. Twice took Eri's hand and shook it quickly, saying, Thank you very much, Eri-sama. Aizawa and Toga looked at him with a drop of sweat. Eri, you're welcome. I'm a hero aspiring, so I'm happy to be of help to you. Aizawa, well, we leave, he said as he said goodbye. Eri with a big smile said, See you, Miss Toga, and Mr. Twice. By the way, I like your suit. Twice could see Eri walking away with tears in her eyes. She would say, She's the purest and kindest person I've ever met, okay. Toga looked at the floor, remembering the past. Twice. Do you still remember it? Twice. Remember, my dear Toga? Toga, when did we decide to do good? Twice. Sometimes I can't sleep because I remember that. Flashback. Lisbeth looked at Toga and Twice, who were looking at the ground. Well, welcome to the team. Plus, they have amazing quirks. I don't understand how society could reject them. I don't care about their past or what they've done. What matters to me is that they are here and they want to change for the better. But they will have to provide it to others with their actions. I know it won't be easy because everyone knows their pasts, but that's part of life. You showed that you really changed. And welcome to the Gemma team, he said with a slight smile. Toga and Twice just looked at their boss because they thought she was going to reject them. End of flashback. Toga, our first days everyone talked about us being murderers and all that. Nobody talked to us, we only had each other, but then he approached us. His peculiar way of introducing himself was what marked our days. Mirio always smiled at us, he didn't avoid us like the others. He was always attentive to us, he invited us to eat even when we didn't have money. Twice. He is a great friend for whom I would risk my life, and I would die happy knowing that I was able to protect someone by doing good. Toga put his hand on his back to say, well, if you go, I would go with you. She smiled kindly at him. Twice. I still haven't had any information about that hero who saved us that time. On the other hand, we can see how Mirko walked with a slight smile. In his hand he had 2 tickets. Mirko, I hope Darling accepts. Chapter 08. My heart is all yours. Lishti, Oni-chan, where are you going? Izuku, turning his back, would say. I remembered that I left something pending. I'll be back in an hour, maybe it'll take me longer. Please don't cause any disaster or give the boss any trouble. He said specifically for Lishti, Komosuke, and Inosuke. Inosuke, don't worry about anything, master. We will do nothing wrong. Izuku, okay, I'll trust you. I'll be back in a while, boss. Lisha poked her head out of the kitchen, saying, aren't you staying for lunch? Izuku, I'll eat when I get back. After saying that, he left that apartment, beginning to walk through the streets while his white cape fluttered in the wind. Several minutes later, we can see how Izuku was kneeling, with a bouquet of beautiful light blue roses. In front of him was the grave of a person he had known a long time ago. Around the grave there were several wreaths of flowers. The place was very pretty and well kept. A beautiful tombstone bore the name of that person. Ijurin. Izuku placed that bouquet of blue roses on the grave, saying, hi, sorry I couldn't come visit you during this time, girl. You know now I have officially become a hero. I have 2 disciples, a faithful companion who always accompanies me. I met some really good people, you really helped me a lot that time. Your words gave me a reason to keep going, you were the first light in my dark sky, thank you for guiding me that time. I will always be grateful to you, Ijurin. Today I faced your brother, he has grown a lot, I hope he can redeem himself and do the right thing. He stood up looking at the starry sky of that place. A beautiful aurora borealis could be seen all over that beautiful sky. 2 beautiful moons, one blue and the other purple, illuminated the place. Izuku, now in my sky there are more than 1 star for which I must continue fighting. He said, remembering Lisha, Asumi, Lishti, Katsuma, Inosuke, Mirko, Daigoro, Yuzui, Komosuke and their comrades who work at Lisha's restaurant. I feel as if my memories have been blocked or erased, since to tell the truth I don't remember anything exactly from my childhood. I never knew anything about my parents. I don't know if they exist or not. And if they exist, I would like to know why they never came looking for me. My feelings were consumed after I broke my limit in that multiversal battle or whatever. But now they are coming back to me slowly, but I feel like soon I will forget everything again. That feeling now causes me fear. Why would that be? That's what I always wonder. But now I have a family that I wish to protect with all my might, a sister who is not my blood sister, but I will still protect her with my own life if necessary. Flashback. Izuku stood with his body full of wounds. In front of him was a great deity in the form of a shining light. Izuku, well, I guess I'm last. Please return me to the place where I belong, since that girl was the one who brought me. he said, remembering the face of Eli who had disappeared along with the izuku of that timeline. Although I must admit that this was complete madness, fighting alongside so many versions of myself. It will certainly be something I will never forget. That light would say. Thank you for fighting until the end, risking your own life. If you wish, you can take a place in heaven. Izuku, I refuse. I'm a human and I just want to live my life as I have lived it until now. All I want is to go home. I've left Komosuke alone for too long. That light only made Izuku's body shine, making him disappear from that place. That green-haired man could simply see how everything turned dark until he became completely unconscious. When he opened his eyes, he could see a blue-haired girl standing in front of him. In her hand she had a white cloth which had been dyed red. The beautiful girl smiled kindly, saying, "Until you finally wake up, I was just finishing cleaning your body, since you had removed a bit of blood. Although it shouldn't be your blood since you don't have any wounds." Izuku sat up slightly, looking around, noticing how he was in a small house. Next to him there was another bed where a small boy of only 10 years old was sleeping. The girl would say, "I found you several hours ago lying in the forest. I couldn't leave you alone, so I brought you to my house to help you. My name is Idrin." Izuku looked at her, saying, "Thanks for everything. My name is Izuku and I'm a hero for fun." "Idrin, hero? So you're like Hashira? Or something like that?" she asked, tilting her head somewhat intrigued. "Izuku, Hashira? What's that?" Idrin went on to explain to him that he was a Hashira, while his eyes shone with a unique emotion. "Izuku, I see. Well, I guess I am something like that." "Idrin, I see. You must be very strong," he responded with a slight smile. "Izuku, I guess." He stood up and walked out of the house, looking at the sky, noticing how there were 2 huge moons in the sky. This one with a poker face would say, "I already knew this was not my planet." Idrin came out behind him asking, "What's happening?" "Izuku, nothing, it's just that I have to find a way to get home. Or rather, to my planet." "Idrin, planet? Are you from another world?" she asked, very intrigued. "Izuku, yes, even if you don't believe it, Idrin came quite close to him, saying, "Could you tell me what your world is like? Please." "Izuku, well, my world is." Izuku spent a great time telling the light blue-haired girl everything about his world, who marveled at every word. "Idrin, your world sounds like a very beautiful place. I would like to meet him sometime. I always wanted to know what is beyond this planet. Izuku, if you want, I'll take you, once I find a way to do it." "Idrin, you promise?" he asked, extending his little finger. Izuku put his pinky together in a promise shape, saying, "I promise, Elise. After all, you helped me a lot." Idrin smiled kindly, saying, "Thank you, I'll be waiting for you." They talked for a while longer until dawn almost arrived. After that, the freckled man said goodbye to her while thinking of a way to get home. End of flashback. Izuku with a sad voice said, "You waited for me so long, and I arrived too late. I couldn't keep my promise. I'm so sorry, Idrin." Without Izuku being able to see him, at his side hugging him was the soul of Idrin, which told him, "Thank you for coming to visit me. Don't worry about the promise you made me. With what you told me about your world, you made me happy. Please take care of my brother." Words that for a second made Izuku turn back, but there was no one. That feeling of a warm hug was still in his body. He knew that Idrin had somehow forgiven him. "Izuku, I'll come back to visit you, Idrin." He turned around and walked away from that place. Once he was far away, he inhaled enough air to make a great leap and leave the planet at high speed. On Earth, Mirko had his ears drooping because when he arrived at the apartment, Inosuke had informed him that the teacher had left 2 hours ago and had not returned yet. The rabbit thanked him and turned around, walking away from the place. She was now walking through the place where she had met the green-haired boy. "I guess that will be for another day," he said as he looked at those 2 entrances. She gave a somewhat sad smile, and when she was about to put away the heaven tickets, something fell. This had created a tremor several kilometers away. A strong wave of wind shook the place, causing the 2 tickets to fly away. A large amount of dust rose all over the place. Mirko had been dragged several meters backwards, his arms covering his face with dust. As Dust apologized, she slightly opened her eyes upon seeing that disheveled green hair. Izuku caught those 2 entrances in his hands. Izuku, wow, I didn't calculate the speed well. He turned around and saw the rabbit, who was looking at him with small tears in her eyes. Izuku, it's you, girl ko. He couldn't finish speaking as Mirko approached him and hugged him tightly, burying his head in his chest. Mirko, I miss you so much. I hate this feeling that's in my chest. I was looking for you. I wanted us to go out together and... Izuku, while being hugged, remembered the words that Katsuma had told him on that occasion. Sensei, I recommend that you be careful with your words, since accepting you created an emotional bond between you and her. And at this moment, Miss Mirko is sensitive to any word that could harm her happiness and emotional state. So much so that they can be depressed for several days. So be careful what you say. He remembered how the rabbit always smiled with happiness every time she saw him, and how she hugged him lovingly without hesitation. She had once been willing to break that bond regardless of her own happiness. The freckled boy simply gave a slight smile, and then gently stroked his hair and ears. Mirko looked up with his tears about to come out. Izuku, sorry for walking away and leaving you alone and sad. Sorry for not hugging you, sorry for hurting you. The last thing I want is to see you cry. I guess you made yourself loved after all, girl ko, I mean Rumi. At the end of the day you are my most annoying and favorite rabbit. Come on, let's get out of here, let's not waste these 2 tickets. He looked into her eyes to wipe away those tears and give her a sincere smile, letting her know that she was also very special and important in his life. Mirko simply put his hand on the freckled boy's and with a beautiful smile accompanied by a slight blush said, I love you without a doubt for the rest of my life, my heart is all yours. After saying that, she stood on tiptoe to steal a kiss on the lips from the freckled boy, who was simply surprised by the rabbit's action. Chapter 09. I really fell in love with you. The rabbit separated from the kiss, resting his head on the green-haired boy's chest, saying, I'm so happy, you can't imagine how much. Rumi's face had a slight tender blush. Come on, I want to spend the rest of the day by your side, darling. She smiled at him in a different way than before. The couple began to walk without saying anything. Izuku glanced at Rumi, noticing the happy look she had, so he just looked at the sky for a second, saying, Did they save food for me at home? That question was the one that had the green-haired boy worried. After 20 minutes they had arrived at the cinema, because those 2 tickets were to see an action movie. Izuku bought a bowl of popcorn and some drinks, and together they entered the room where the movie would be shown. While they watched the movie, Rumi rested her head on the green-haired man's shoulder. She behaved just as Katsuma had told her, because she was affectionate and tender with him, but her personality with others was the typical one that characterized her. He just showed that cute and kawaii side with the green hair. After finishing the movie, the couple left the place. Mirko stretched out his arms, saying, I must say that I expected more action. Honestly, I was a little disappointed. What did you think of the movie, darling? Izuku hadn't understood anything about the movie, so in his chibi version he would say, I think the same as you. Mirko, next time let's watch a more fun one. The couple left the cinema. After they went to the arcade, since Mirko liked that kind of things, they spent 2 hours trying out the games. The last game consisted of taking a mallet and hitting the mole that came out of the holes. The others looked on in amazement as they saw how the green-haired man had destroyed the machine. Mirko had a big smile, saying, That's a darling, you showed him who's boss. The machine threw out an endless number of tickets. The rabbit in her arms had a large number of tickets from the games they had won. They headed to the main booth to exchange them for some prize. In total they had obtained 9,500 tickets. After leaving the arcade, the bunny came out carrying a huge stuffed animal of a cute rabbit. The stuffed animal was bigger than her. Izuku was standing next to her with 2 bags full of candy. both in their chibi versions would say, "We have to come back another day." Rumi had had fun like never before. She would certainly never forget that beautiful day she had spent with that green-haired boy. They were walking back home when they saw a pamphlet saying that there would be a fireworks festival on the outskirts of the city that night. Izuku stared at this to look at the rabbit and ask, "Do you want to go?" Mirko nodded his head quite happily. Izuku, "Well then I'll pick you up later." After that they resumed their journey until they reached the rabbit's apartment. Mirko gave him a kiss on the cheek saying, "Thanks for making me happy today, darling." Rumi entered her apartment with that huge stuffed animal and a bag of candy. Then he went out and gave her a hug saying, "I'll be waiting for you, darling." Izuku, okay. After that little moment, the green-haired boy left the place and headed home. As he walked he passed through a lonely street and from one of the sewers a monster came out. This one had limbs like algae. Seeing the green-haired man from behind he thought, "If I eat that human it will be perfect to evolve my body to the maximum." In his thoughts he would say, "Die Huma." A loud bang was heard all over the place. All over the street were the remains of that monster. Izuku, wow, my day was going so well, one less monster. He summarized his way home as the sun was almost lost on the horizon. When he arrived at the apartment, he could see Yuzui fighting with Inosuke. Komosuke was sleeping peacefully on the couch. Katsuma, seeing his teacher, gave a slight smile saying, "Welcome home, sensei." Lishti jumped into Izuku's arms saying, "Liar, it took you more than an hour," he said with a few small tears in his eyes. "Izuku, I'm sorry, I'm always late for everything." Lisha walked up to him and hugged him as well, saying, "You finally arrived, Izuku." Izuku looked at her for a moment and saw Rumi. The freckled man gave a slight laugh saying, "How about we all go out for a walk for a while? There will be a fireworks festival today." Lishti at those words moved her lock of hair that was raised on top of her head. "Lisha, that sounds nice, let's go." "Yuzui, it sounds extravagant, let's go." "Inosuke, ah, that sounds boring, I'll pass." "Izuku, there will be food." He could see how Inosuke was already at the door saying, "Let's go, teacher." "Izuku, I'll take a bath and we'll go." After 20 minutes everyone was ready to leave. Lisha and Lishti were wearing beautiful kimonos. Yuzui was dressed as usual just like Inosuke. Chomsuke was on top of Inosuke's head. Izuku was dressed in his typical sweatshirt that said Ipei, black pants, and red sneakers. Katsuma was wearing a black leather jacket, black jeans, and shoes. The group left with a desire to have fun. As they walked, Lishti asked, "Onaikin, is the festival in this direction?" Izuku, "No, but you have to go through someone else first." They were able to see how a certain rabbit was waiting outside their apartment. Mirko gave a slight smile when she saw Izuku. She was also dressed in a kimono. Although it was not her style, she still dressed that way for the occasion. She really looked beautiful. The rabbit looked at the others and said, "I see that you are also going with us." Mirko looked at Lisha, who looked at her with rivalry. That feeling was mutual on both parts. Izuku, saying, "Well, now that we are all ready, let's go." Everyone would say with great emotion, "Yes." The group of friends summarized their journey towards the festival. In the middle of the road they saw a young man already quite familiar to Izuku, Lisha, Lishti, Mirko, and Inosuke. "Izuku, ah, it's your apple. What's wrong?" "Akaza, my name is Akaza." He bowed slightly and said, "I'm sorry I attacked you today." Katsuma in his thoughts would say, "Did he attack the teacher?" But seeing him alive means that the master had mercy on him. Izuku, "Oh, it's okay, everything's fine." Akaza, "I've been thinking about it all day and I want to redeem myself, to do things right. So please, accept me as your disciple." Izuku with a serious look did not let him finish speaking as he said, "No way." Katsuma and Inosuke said, "Do not disturb the master, we are his disciples." Akaza, "I see, I understand. Sorry if I bothered you, I will proceed to leave. He walked past the group of friends, but Yuzui's hand grabbed him by the torn vest he was wearing. Yuzui was turning his back on him, he would say. You're coming with us, brat. After saying that, he began to walk, dragging Akaza, who looked at Izuku, who had his back turned to him. Lisha looked at Akaza and gave him a slight smile, whispering in his ear. He never said no. Akaza opened his eyes slightly at those words. When they arrived, they could see a large number of people. In much of the outskirts of the city there were several food and game stands. The place was illuminated in a beautiful way. Lishti's little eyes were full of excitement. For Akaza, it was the first time I had seen something like that. Yuzui patted him on the back, saying, Come on, brat, let's have fun, he said as he walked down a small hill with the others. Yuzui had already realized that the young man was the one with the energy he had felt several hours ago. But he didn't say anything after knowing that Izuku had faced him. Everyone was having a good time as they bought food from each stall. Listy had 2 chicken and vegetable skewers. She approached Akaza and gave him one, saying, Try them, they are very tasty. Akaza received that, saying, Thank you. Yuzui ruffled her hair, saying, You still have to try a lot more, brat. The group of friends went to participate in the games. Akaza slowly began to have fun with the others. Among the crowd of people they came across a certain bald ex-hero with a serious look. Izuku, you finally appeared empty. Daigoro burst out laughing, saying, I knew I could find them in this place. He saw Akaza, saying, Oh, a new face in the group, welcome rookie, I'm Daigoro Banjo, I hope we get along. Yuzui, where did you get lost? Daigoro, I went to see an old comrade. By the way, the fox sends you greetings. Yuzui, hey, I haven't seen that stupid fox in a while, he said with a slight smile. Izuku, well, let's continue enjoying the rest of the festival. Lishti and Inosuke went from game to game while laughing. Mirko was walking side by side with Izuku, as was Lisha. At that point, people began to head towards a specific place because the fireworks were about to begin. Akaza, what's going on? Why is everyone going in that direction? Yuzui, the most extravagant thing you will see tonight is about to begin. Since so many people were colliding with the green-haired group, Yuzui carried Lishti on her shoulders since she was small. Komosuke was on top of this one now. Mirko was briefly separated from the others, as it was difficult to get through so many people. The others came to a small hill where they sat down. Lisha looked to her side and didn't find Izuku. The rabbit was also missing. Akaza was sitting next to Lisha without knowing what was happening. Then a voice at his side would say, Hi, I see we're sitting in the same place. Akaza turned his gaze to his side, finding a certain light blue-haired girl. She also had a beautiful kimono. Being in his human form, Nijire did not recognize him. Akaza just opened his eyes slightly upon seeing her. At that, the sky lit up in several beautiful colors, making several explosion-like noises. Akaza looked at the beautiful sky in wonder, saying, "Are Nijire?" At the same time he would say, "Fireworks." Nijire simply let out a small laugh, saying, "It's funny we both said the same thing at the same time." She smiled kindly at him, being the same Nijire Hado as always. Akaza couldn't help but see his sister Idrin reflected in her. On the other hand, Mirko was on the side of everything, because he had separated from the others and could not find them. She looked at the sky that was illuminated by fireworks and said to herself in a sad voice, "I wanted to see them by your side. But I guess not everything is possible. You already did a lot for me today." She felt like someone had grabbed her hand. She slightly raised her gaze, seeing those emerald eyes that she liked to see so much. "Izuku, I found you. I said we'd all watch the fireworks together, and I'm not letting you go. It won't be the same without you. Let's go with the others." After saying that, he intertwined his hand with the rabbit's, saying, "This way I won't lose you, Rumi." Rumi was completely blushing, but at the same time very happy to see that he had come to look for her. At that, the sky lit up in a pink hue, and the rabbit's voice was heard as she said, I really fell in love with you. I'm not lying when I say that you stole my heart, Izuku. I really love you with all my being. Izuku turned around looking at Rumi, who for the first time had been honest with her own feelings. The rabbit looked away to the side, blushing deeply, saying, So you already know that my feelings for you are real, sincere, and no one and nothing, not even time, is going to change them. Chapter 10, Symphony of the Heart. Izuku simply gave a slight smile to continue walking while holding Rumi's hand. Finally they arrived where the others were and sat next to them. Lisha with a little jealousy asked, Why were you holding her hand? Izuku with a poker face replied, There were a lot of people and it was so we wouldn't get separated, that's all. Lisha just sat down closer to him and took his right arm, resting her head on his shoulder. She would say, Okay, I'll forgive you just this once. This one had a pout that made her look more kawaii. Mirko noticed how Lisha became more attached to Izuku, and without thinking she did the same while being on her right side. Neither girl wanted to lose the other. Izuku only had a drop of sweat on his head. He looked sideways at Katsuma, who simply gave him a thumbs up, saying in his thoughts, You can, Izuku-sensei. Nijire, all this really is beautiful, don't you think so? He asked, looking at the sky illuminated by an infinite number of colors. Akaza, you're right, it's a unique image. He responded with quite a bit of nostalgia. Yuzui and Daigoro were in total silence. Inosuke had Lishti on his shoulders, who was in her chibi version. Komosuke was on top of the freckled boy's green hair, while he slept, emitting his characteristic purr. After about 10 minutes the fireworks had come to an end, but the food and game stands were still quite busy. Izuku, well, I guess it's time to go home. Yuzui, let's buy more food so we can all eat together there. Lisha, that's a good idea, Yuzui-san. Izuku watched as Nijire greeted him from afar with a slight smile. 20 minutes later. We can see how everyone was gathered in Lisha's large apartment, as it was quite large and spacious. Everyone was eating. Nijire was talking quietly with Akaza. Izuku looked at them all, ending with Lisha and Mirko, to give a slight smile and say to himself, This family is the one I want to protect with all my might. The next day we can see how Class 1A, in which Inosuke was, were doing push-ups all over the field. A certain rabbit was in charge of training them in the physical and endurance part, because that day Izuku, Yuzui and Mirko were already officially teachers at the UA. Several students were exhausted because they did not have good stamina. Mirko, come on, my group can't be weak. After an hour of suffering with the heroine Mirko, the class moved on to practice with the extravagant professor of festivities, self-proclaimed god of them. On the floor there was a black cloth, on which were several edged weapons, katanas, axes that instead of a handle were attached to chains, among others. Yuzui, choose one of these weapons, you won't always be able to depend on your quirk. So I will teach you to fight with these weapons, only then will you be almost as good as me, only almost, I am unique. He said, striking an extravagant pose. All the students had a drop of sweat. Mirko was under the shade of a tree with Izuku. She gave a mocking smile, saying, That it is unique it is. Because who else could be rejected more than 80 times by the same person? Fufufu. The rabbit was laughing her head off. Yuzui shouted from afar. I heard you, you damn rabbit. This one in his thoughts would say. Because you had to tell her that, Daigoro. Yuzui, well, pay attention because these weapons have an amazing edge, they are not a toy. If you don't understand a movement, tell me. I will have no problem explaining it to you over and over again until you learn it by heart. I am your teacher and I am here to correct you and make you better than you already are. Okay, now we'll start with the basic movements. Yuzui went on to demonstrate the correct way to hold each weapon, and how to use it while moving. Mirko looked at this, giving a slight smile, saying, Despite being a fool, he is very good at explaining and teaching. It's the only good thing I can rescue from it. Yuzui could hear her even though he was far away. He had a tick in his left eye. The other boys were each practicing with their respective weapons. Yuzui stood in front of Inosuke, who had his usual 2 katanas. Inosuke blew air through his mask, saying, "Why do you look at me so much, old man?" "Yuzui, I will teach you something special and different. Pay attention and notice even the smallest details." Inosuke nodded his head. Yuzui stood about 5 meters away from Inosuke to get serious, who grabbed his two katanas linked by a chain. Inosuke could see how Yuzui inhaled a small amount of air, noticing how the veins in his arms were quite noticeable. This one saw him move his katanas quite skillfully, releasing several waves of air that almost swept the students away. "Eri, amazing. Yuzui-sensei is great." Yuzui looked at Cementos, who was several meters away. He attacked him with a large pillar of pure cement. Inosuke could see how Yuzui began to take a stance. Yuzui, sound breathing Oto no Kokyu. 6th posture, Symphony of the Heart. Everyone could see how the swords began to glow a deep red hue, and with a beautiful and extravagant movement Yuzui stopped his two twin swords. That pillar fragmented into thousands and thousands of pieces. Mirko had been amazed by that beautiful demonstration. Yuzui looked at Inosuke, saying, "The Symphony of the Heart is the most beautiful of all, but it is the one that hurts and destroys the most." All the students began to applaud for such a demonstration. "Inosuke, what the hell? I want to do that too." Yuzui hit him on the head, saying, "Don't be silly. You have to find your own style, create your own breathing. If you master your breathing, then you can be stronger than you are now. Be consistent and you will achieve it in no time." Inosuke looked at him, saying, "Old. You created the Symphony of the Heart thinking of someone you loved very much, right?" At that a small breeze of air blew all over the place. Yuzui gave a somewhat sad smile to answer, "I loved her more than anyone. Now I will teach you the basic fundamentals so that you can achieve total concentration breathing." Izuku watched the others in silence. Nizu watched the training from the huge window of his office. The rodent had a slight smile on his face. While in Lisha's restaurant we can see how Akaza was wearing a tuxedo. He was carrying 2 huge boxes with vegetables among other things. "Akaza, Lisha-sama, where do I leave these boxes?" he asked with a kind but serious look. Lisha-sama? Don't call me that, just call me Lisha Akaza-kun." "Akaza, understood Lisha-sama." Lisha's sweat dropped as she realized that Akaza, Inosuke, and Izuku were all the same in that aspect. "Lisha, go through the back door and leave them in the storage room. Asumi will take you," he said, pointing at Asumi. "Asumi, please follow me." "Akaza, understood, miss," he said, following her without much detour. On the other side, Katsuma was walking with a serious look. Behind him there was a powerful explosion. I touched his intercom, saying, "Target removed completely. I need to know the following position in order to do my job. I would say to fly away at high speed." In the Hero Association, those who were communicating with Katsuma were surprised, since he had only 15 seconds to defeat his enemy, who had defeated several A-class heroes from rank 35 and below. "Assistant, he is unstoppable today." "Okay, Demon Cyborg, this is the next position." In the area where Izuki used to live, we can see how there was a huge monster, which had 4 faces. One was of a lion, another of a wolf, the other of a bear, and the back face was of a rhinoceros. The body of this monster was one of those famous minotaurs from the mythical stories of before. A great quantity of fire was expelled from its nostrils. Abomination, power 34,600. The path that was behind that beast split into 2, just like the body of the aforementioned one, splashing blood all over the place. In front of him was a person who had impressive muscles. A huge lion was tattooed on his back. On his right shoulder lay a beautiful and divine one-handed axe. This person would say, "Wow, but you didn't withstand a single blow. Well, I understand. After all, your rival is me." The 2 halves of that monster caught fire and were reduced to ashes in seconds. "Well, this was the last one," he said as he began to walk, leaving an epic view behind him, as there were several monsters that were on fire, being reduced to nothing. They had been unlucky enough to have encountered the one who carried the power of the sun. On the other hand, we can see Izumi, who had arrived at her destination. This was an enormous forest of immense magnitude. Such a forest was virgin, since there were no signs that any human had visited that place, not to mention that it was difficult for her to find it, since it was not in the address that was on that map that the president had shown them. She had arrived only through her psychic power, which had been highly attracted to that place, as if there were a great source of power there that was calling her. Izumi was floating, but upon entering that forest her powers had been reduced to nothing, as if you had extinguished the flame of her power. She didn't understand the reason for that, not to mention that as soon as she reached the forest she felt an enormous pressure on her body, a pressure that made her remember a certain green-haired man who had saved her from that demigod-level threat. Izumi, forced to walk, began to delve deeper into the place, seeing a lot of plants she had never seen before. They were unique and new spices. But the craziest thing was that in a certain part she could find an expanse of beautiful cherry trees characteristic of Japan. Looking back, Izumi saw with astonishment how that forest had completely disappeared. Behind her there were only endless cherry trees. Izumi was really surprised because she didn't know how to explain what she was seeing. It was as if from one moment to the next she had entered an alternate space to the reality she herself knew. Izumi could see how a person could be seen in the distance, and she began to head towards that person. And being closer to that person, he could see how he was sitting on a rock, under the largest cherry tree in the place. This person was turning his back on her, and Izumi could hear the following sentence. Oh my. Chapter 11, Apocalypse Part 01. Nosuke had a deep cut on his torso. About 2 meters away from him was a certain rabbit. His left arm was missing, as were both of his legs, abdomen, and right shoulder. His suit was stained with blood. She was kneeling, tears falling from Mirko's eyes, who in an almost hushed voice was able to say, "I'm sorry, kid. Get out of here." Several tears were coming out from beneath Inosuke's mask. "Inosuke, teacher, you should get up. Master will be sad if you die here. Remember you said we were gonna kick villain ass until we were old men, remember that?" Mirko gave a slight smile to say, "The bad thing about promises is they are almost never kept. Why, you are and will be the best disciple I could have." She extended her arm for Inosuke to approach her. He approached while her body trembled with helplessness. Mirko hugged him and whispered in his ear, "I'm as proud of you. I, Rumi Yasujiyama, came to love you like my little brother." Inosuke felt the rabbit's arms slide slightly until it was hanging. Mirko had closed his eyes with a slight smile. "Inosuke, teacher, wake up." "Teacher." 2 hours ago. We can see how Izuku and Yuzui were watching Class 1A train, as 7 days had passed since they had started their training. Yuzui watched as his students had managed to improve their sword handling in a short time. He could see how a certain rabbit was teaching Inosuke ways to improve his kicks, since the boar boy had approached him and asked him to train him especially. What Izuku had been able to notice was how the rabbit got along very well with Inosuke. They really did see each other as disciple and teacher. In his free time, the green-haired boy trained with Yuzui, Mirko, Lishti, Katsuma and his new partner Akaza, which had become quite popular among the girls who visited Lisha's restaurant. The one who visited the restaurant the most was Nijire with her 2 inseparable friends. The light blue-haired girl had become very close to Akaza in that short period of time. She really saw Akaza as her friend. She liked to talk about many things with him, since Akaza always paid a lot of attention to her while always having a nostalgic look. Nijire noticed those eyes with that hint of nostalgia without knowing the reason. Mirio along with Tamaki also talked to him a lot. Lisha could see how Nijire appreciated him very much as her friend. At that very moment, Akaza and Izuku felt how they had finally arrived on Earth. Akaza slightly opened his eyes and quickly changed into his demonic form, surprising Nijire and the others. He went outside the restaurant, seeing endless purple lights in the sky. Akaza, destructive death, void style. In a fraction of a second, this launched thousands of blows hitting the void, hitting most of those lights that were heading towards that area, causing a huge explosion in the sky. Such an explosion unleashed a massive air wave. Elsewhere we can see how Bakugo, Endeavor, Shoto, and Dabi launched their best attacks into the sky, destroying those lights. Izuku, without saying much, disappeared at high speed from the UA. Mirko had a big smile on his face, saying, "Finally, this one arrived." Behind all the students, something fell that broke the structure of that area in a huge way. Mirko and Yuzui at maximum speed carried the students and took them out of the area. A pressure of death shook Mirko and Yuzui's bodies. The curtain of dust that was there revealed a silhouette about 2.5 meters tall, with red eyes shining brightly. Top rank 4/power, 239,700. Mirko, so will be facing rank 4, huh? Yuzui had a serious look as he held Eri in his arms. "Eri, Yuzui-sensei what is that thing?" Yuzui carefully lowered Eri, saying, "Listen to me, I want you to get as far away from this place as possible now. This won't be just another training session, the only thing they can expect here is death." At that, Komosuke jumped out of Inosuke's head and began to grow in size, surprising Class A, since it was the first time they saw Komosuke transform. Aizawa and the other teachers were on the other side with the students from the other courses, since the entire UA had been completely destroyed. "But what a cute kitten, I always wanted one like that." Both Yuzui and Mirko slightly opened their eyes, seeing a girl with a peculiar appearance standing above Komosuke's head. This one had 2 horns coming out of her head, and her hair was light blue. Moon, upper rank 0/power 460,100. "You'll be my toy, kitty." After saying that, he placed both of his hands on Komosuke's forehead, his palms glowing a pink hue. Komosuke began to move to try to get her off of him, at which both Yuzui and the rabbit could see that he had remained still. Her eyes were shining a pink hue. "Luna, okay now." She looked at the students of Class A to say, "You can eat them all." Those words screamed everyone's blood. Yuzui moved at high speed, but Komosuke hit him with one of his legs, sending him flying at high speed until he crashed into a building in the city. Inosuke and the others took a step back. "Inosuke, hey, get off my partner, don't listen to her partner, she." They all saw how Komosuke had swallowed Inosuke in one gulp. Mirko brat. With his 3 tails, Komosuke caught the rest of the class and swallowed them one by one. Luna caresses him, saying, "You are a good kitty. Okay, now let's go with the others. Hey Van, he'll have fun killing her." After saying that, he and Komosuke disappeared from the place. Mirko, damn it. Mirko made a great leap backwards, dodging a blow from his opponent, whose right arm was longer than his left. The tip of his skull seemed to be engulfed in a purple flame. Mirko, although he knew that the difference in power was greater, gave a big smile, saying, "You will be my challenge to overcome." After saying that, she began to run at high speed towards her opponent. While Luna appeared in a completely destroyed place, alongside her were the number 1 commander and Boros. "Boros, I see you got a new pet," he said, looking at Komosuke. "Luna, that's right, Boros-sama. I was late as I also wanted another toy," he said, giving a slight smile. She raised her hand, firing a massive amount of pink orbs, which flew out at high speed, entering the bodies of several people and heroes. An immense ship could be seen in the entire sky. All Might was heading to the battlefield at high speed when he had to dodge a huge fist that almost hit him. He landed on the asphalt looking at Empty Lady, who had pink eyes. "All Might, Miss Empty Lady, why do I?" He made a great leap, dodging several fire attacks. "All Might, this attack is from..." Looking up into the sky, he could see Endeavor, who was similarly being controlled. On the other hand, Izuku was standing holding 2 twin katanas attached to a single chain. "Izuku, why did you attack me like that out of nowhere, Yuzui?" he asked, tilting his head. But Yuzui did not see Izuku, but his eyes saw the person who had killed the person he had loved so much. Likewise, those who were being controlled had a different reality before their eyes. Katsuma was dodging some black orbs that were heading towards him at high speed. This would also be said. Are they multiplying? But why did Daigoro-san start attacking me out of nowhere? Akaza held Lisha and Nijire in his arms, Tamaki held the rest of the employees and civilians who were in the restaurant with his tentacles. Mirio held Asumi in his arms. In front of the three was a person already familiar to Akaza. The restaurant had been completely destroyed. Akaza put both girls down, saying, "Please get as far away from this place as you can. And seek the master, only with him will we obtain victory." Mirio and Tamaki said, "Yeah. Lisha, please be careful." Akaza, "Don't worry about my boss. After all the time I was able to spend with all of you, it is more than enough for me to leave this world happy." Nijire, "Don't say that, I won't forgive you if you die, Akaza-san." Akaza gave a slight smile, saying, "Please get out of here, Nei-san." Nijire opened her eyes slightly. Akaza shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, get out of here, Nijire Hato. Vanhill, so you really show your true intentions. But you won't be able to defeat me since I know very well that this is not your real body. I assume you've split into several clones of yourself, right? Vanhill, I will enjoy killing you, you damn traitor." Akaza gave a slight smile, saying, "I'm sorry, but..." This reminded Izuku and his sister Nijire to say, "But this is my new life and I will do the right thing no matter what the price is." Returning to Mirko, she moved around the place at high speed, to appear in front of her opponent with her right leg raised to say, "Moon Arch." This one was taken by the face to be brutally impacted against the ground, to then be lifted and thrown at high speed, impacting with a small premises, collapsing it completely. His rival leapt to the ground in front of the devastated home team. Mirko came out from the rubble. A lot of blood was falling from his forehead. He had a big smile on his face to say, "This got interesting. Come here, you ugly damn thing, I want to kick your bucking ass. If I died that easily, I couldn't call myself a hero." Chapter 12. Inch-Apocalypse Part 2. Several minutes before the invasion. We can see how under a waterfall was a certain person. In his two hands he had his two characteristic katanas. Standing, he received the full weight of the large amount of water that fell on his body, with his eyes closed, immersed in complete and absolute concentration. Several animals were looking at Stain from one place, who had been standing in that place for about a week and a half without even moving. Stain opened his eyes, triggering an immense thirst for blood, but his vision was transparent. He had finally managed to enter that territory from that time. He was able to see the anatomy of living beings perfectly, their internal organs, every detail of their connected muscles were visible before his eyes. Stain closed his eyes, and when he opened them again he could see the animals again as normal. "Stain, I finally got it. This hard training was really worth it. Now it's time to go for it." He felt a great pressure throughout the place. His gaze fell on the sky, and in seconds he could see an immense ship in the sky. Stain put on a serious look, knowing that this was not a good sign, so he quickly headed at high speed towards the city. While thinking that the time had finally come to test the results of all his hard training. In a matter of 5 minutes he had reached the city. Along the way he had to dodge several pink lights that were scattered across the sky. While he was running, he saw a heroine standing in front of him. When he saw her standing still without moving, he stopped. "Stain, hey Brad, are you okay?" In a fraction of a second he received a powerful blow, but at high speed he managed to dodge it, even noticing its power. But he never expected a second attack that pinned him against a building, while he was still conscious. Down on the ground was a heroine who had long vines for hair. Ibra had her eyes a pink hue, as if her body was just a puppet. Stain would also say, "His second attack was twice as powerful as the first. That means that the person who is controlling her is giving her some of their power. TCH, how annoying is this? I can't hurt her after all. I'm not one of those people who hurt women. If I wound her with my katana and use my quirk, I might be able to slow her down a bit, but that would mean hurting her a little, and I don't want to have to do that." He opened his eyes slightly when he saw a black-haired girl standing next to him. She threw a small object which grew huge before hitting Stain. Stain, oh shit. The building he was in completely collapsed. Stain came out the other side at high speed, falling to the ground and rolling a little. He stood up quickly, seeing in front of him a gigantic girl. She, like Ibera, had pink eyes. Stain, react Giga Girl. This revived my lady's blow being sent to impact against another building. All Might saw it crash into the building. The number 1 hero had some injuries as there were several heroes in front of him, including Endeavor, Shoto, Tenya Ida, and several more. All Might didn't want to hurt them because he knew they were being controlled. All Might, things got out of hand. I have to do something and fast, he told himself while dodging Endeavor's blows. Stain spat out a large amount of blood from that damage, but quickly moved away from the spot as the giant had landed another blow which he had narrowly dodged. But what he couldn't dodge was a kick from the hero Ingenium which sent him flying quite far, rolling on the ground to jump and recover instantly. Stain, seeing the large number of heroes that were being controlled, knew that being in that place was going to be hell. Stain was about to commit a massacre, but the memory of a certain green-haired hero crossed his mind. Stain pointed his katanas to say, "That's the best you have, heroes. Come and get me, you bastards." He began to run to try to get them away from that area, since he could see that there were some civilians in places. Izuku was dodging Yuzui. The freckled man had a serious look and decided to hit him in the neck, knocking him unconscious. "Izuku, I have to measure my strength well or else I could seriously insult them," he said when he saw a certain celestial ball waving high up. "Izuku, I must find the person who is controlling them. At least the others will be safe with Komosuke." In one part of the city we can see how Mirko was running, jumping from side to side among the rubble that was lying in the air, since he was moving at a speed beyond his capacity. Mirko was remembering part of his life while jumping. He had a big smile to face his rival. Moon shot down. She gave him a tremendous kick with all her strength, making him hit the ground, raising a large amount of debris. "Mirko, my duty as a hero is to defeat evil at all costs." In a forest far from the place we can see how a small portal opened. From these all the boys from Class 1A came out. Since Chomsuk swallowed them, he teleported them as far away from the place as possible. They were all covered in his saliva. "Inosuke, I knew my partner wouldn't hurt us." "Eri, where are we?" "Kota, apparently we are very, very far from the city." Even though they were far away, they could feel the tremors of the fights that were taking place in the city. Inosuke in his thoughts would say, "The teacher and the others must be fighting. I must go help them. I, the great Inosuke, will return to the battlefield. I will not leave my teacher and my faithful companion alone," he said as he ran away from the place with his 2 katanas. The others tried to stop him, but it was impossible. Komosuke was next to Luna and he could feel Inosuke's presence approaching. He changed his fur into a white one and then charged a large amount of energy, aiming at Luna and the others and then firing without hesitation. This attack created a devastating explosion that wiped out much of the city, part in which there was not a single living being that could be harmed. After that attack, Chomsuk ran away from the place at high speed, because he knew he couldn't take them all together at the same time. Boros and the others had protected themselves from that colossal attack, even sustaining minor injuries. Boros, wow, that monster definitely has great potential. While Mirko was being dragged against the wall of a building, her face embedded against it while her opponent dragged her along the entire edge of it, then threw her into the air with great force. The rabbit's blood was in the air, everything was happening in slow motion for her, her smile was still present. Her opponent appeared just above her to give her a hammer blow in the pit of her stomach. The rabbit hit the ground brutally, spitting out a large amount of blood. Clearly, the difference in power was enormous. For his rival Mirko, it wasn't even enough for warm-up. The rabbit stood up, showing her wide smile to grab onto 2 bars that were embedded in the ground. Leaning forward with her smile, she asked, "Is this all your strength, you damn monster? So many blows and you still can't finish me. Vanhill, you can't fool me, girl. Even if you show your smile, I can smell your fear." Mirko let out a big laugh and said, "I'm not going to deny that I'm scared, but I want to make it clear that this fear isn't because of you, stupid. I know very well that this will be my last battle, and the fear I feel is because after this I will never see Darling again. That is my biggest fear, never being able to see the person I love again. The rabbit showed a smile and a melancholic look. But you. She looked at him with disgust and said, You just make me nauseous. You may have strength beyond mine, but you will still not make me fear you. Enough talk, get your ass over here so I can give it a couple of smacks. After saying that, the rabbit began to run at high speed on all fours, shortening the distance between the two of them. While in the air, she landed a brutal kick to the neck, and the rabbit received a blow to the ribs, as both had landed a blow on the other. Mirko flew out and crashed into a light pole. When he fell, he rolled around on the ground a few times. Vanhill had been dragged to the side by that colossal kick, he would say in his thoughts. Maybe it's my imagination, but his blows are becoming more and more. He opened his eyes slightly when he saw that the rabbit was already on top of him. His right leg was raised and a little blood was falling from his mouth. Double moon knockdown. She connected with a downward axe kick, making him hit the ground, then spun around again and connected with a second kick, sinking him further into the pavement. Powerful waves of air were dispersed by the force of both kicks, and the pavement cracked into several parts. Mirko's conviction was really starting to scare his opponent, as most of the guys he had defeated had been scared of him, but Mirko wasn't scared of him in the slightest. Vanhill, being on the ground, would say, I knew it. Your blows, the strength of your blows. With every passing second they are getting stronger, which means that it can't be her. This woman is. Mirko was breathing heavily as she had a few broken ribs from the previous blows she had received. Mirko, 32,000. Currently 77,900. During the battle, Mirko had already been on the brink of death twice, but they had managed to recover. Vanhill, he's starting to break his limit. Not even us upper ranks could break our limit. How is it possible that this simple human is achieving this? He stood up, determined to end the fight once and for all, because in his eyes Mirko could become a threat. Mirko was clutching his side while holding a big smile to say, Hey damn, what's wrong with those eyes? Perhaps are you afraid of me? He asked with a mocking smile. Vanhill, you're going to die for your damn words. This disappeared at high speed. Mirko hit the ground with a brutal axe kick, causing several fragments to break off with force, blocking his rival's vision. The rabbit took advantage of those few seconds to approach him and kick him in the stomach. Vanhill spat out a lot of saliva, but without being left behind, he grabbed Mirko by both hugs to headbutt him with all his strength, causing him a lot of damage. Mirko's eyes rolled back for a few seconds, but in his mind he flashed the memory of Inosuke and Izuku, the only two people who had won the rabbit's affection. Vanhill thought that with that blow he had finished off the rabbit, but he was greatly surprised to see how her legs grabbed him by the neck. Mirko leaned back to go up at high speed and give her a brutal headbutt while a lot of blood fell from his forehead. Mirko, I am Rumi Yasujiyama, better known as the hero Mirko. Remember that, you stupid bastard, because I will continue fighting even if my bones and body are completely destroyed. She leaned back, placing her hands on the ground, and with her legs she slammed him against the ground again. Mirko, 90,700. Without realizing it at that moment, the rabbit's power was growing, surpassing All Might in his base state. His limit was about to break. Vanhill grabbed her by the leg and lifted her into the air to brutally crash her against the ground. Mirko spat out a lot of blood, but at no time had he complained of the pain. Vanhill, let's see if you can fight like you say. He lifted her up, grabbing her right arm and then squeezing her left arm, destroying it, and with great force he tore off the shattered piece of her arm, which was from her elbow down. Mirko just gritted his teeth in pain, but with a kick to the chest he was able to break away from his rival's grip. A lot of blood was dripping from her arm. The rabbit tore her suit in the abdominal area to take a strip of it, and thus bandaged the wound on the top and bottom to stop the bleeding. Vanhill threw his arm away with a satisfied smile, but Mirko just adjusted his lock of hair, saying, Sorry for the delay, we can continue with the fight now. She kept a slight smile on her face. You know. I already know how to defeat you. Vanhill, I'm tired of listening to you, brat. Now. I won't hold back any longer. After saying this, the flame in his head grew exponentially. Mirko could feel the heat as if he were in hell himself. Van Hill top rank 4, maximum power 245,600 100%. He disappeared from the place. Mirko slightly opened his eyes when he saw his palm a few centimeters from his face. Van Hill held her tightly enough to brutally crash her into a building, then exited on the other side, throwing her to the very top. Mirko's body was suspended in the air. His body hurt unbearably. He didn't know if he was about to lose consciousness or die because at that moment he had a memory of his childhood. Flashback. We can see a little Mirko, only 7 years old. She was watching television, and right then they focused on a recent heroine called Nana Shimura. This was the debut of the brunette. Her personality, her smile, her muscles, and the confidence with which she spoke was what had captivated little Rumi. Since a veteran hero had questioned Nana's way of saving, and his words were what marked the rabbit. Nana, I didn't become a hero to be by others. If I can save people no matter the method, I will do it. I will end evil no matter how bad my body is. I will save people because that is my job. Speak badly of me if you want, but that won't stop me from continuing to do my thing. Mirko looked at his dad with great emotion and said, Dad, do you think that one day I can be as strong and great as her? His father scratched his head to answer. Listen to me, Rumi. Our quirk is not one suitable for being a hero. We do not have a quirk of super strength or something extraordinary. I don't want you to expose yourself to danger knowing that the gift you have will not help you. Better fight for another procession, princess, yes. Those words had not been of much encouragement to little Rumi, who even at school received ridicule from her classmates for her simple quirk. Since she was little, she had not had support from anyone, so she had decided to encourage herself and be her own support, her own shoulder on which she could cry. From that day on she began to train little by little, and as the years went by she had managed to become the hero she had loved so much. But on her graduation day not even her family had attended to congratulate her since they did not want her to. She was a hero like the others. Until one day she met Izuku, and when she asked him the next question and he gave her his answer, then she knew that her happiness and her family was with him. Mirko, any darling, what do you think of me? Do you think it could become number 1? Izuku put his hand on his chin to look at the ceiling and say, You don't need to prove to anyone that you can become number 1. Look at your quirk at first glance, it's a normal one, but you trained so much and fought so hard to become a hero. I think that since you graduated as a hero you were already number 1. Number 1 because you broke the expectations of others who expected to see you fail and be one of the crowd, but you did not go out, but in the middle of the darkness you illuminated the entire place with your light. I think someone like that is great and amazing. He stopped when he saw how several tears fell from the rabbit's cheeks at those words. Izuku, forgive me if I said something wrong. Mirko wiped away his tears, saying, Thank you, darling. She smiled at him even though he was still crying. And then the brat. Inosuke, teacher. Mirko, what's wrong, brat? Inosuke took off his boar mask to give it to Mirko, saying, Take, master. Mirko, hey, why are you giving it to me? She asked, somewhat confused. Inosuke, could you sign it? Mirko, do you want my autograph? Inosuke, yes, I want your autograph, teacher. You are number 1 for me. The teacher is unique and my goal to surpass. But your teacher is the number 1 hero, despite what others think. Your kicks, your jumps, you look great when you kick bad guys' butts. You are amazing, nothing more to say, teacher. He gave him a thumbs up, giving him a big smile. End of flashback. Mirko, being in the air, opened his eyes slightly. Coming to his senses, Van Hill stood above him to give him a brutal blow in the stomach, sending the rabbit against the ground, creating a large crater, raising a lot of dust. He fell to the ground, saying, It's over. The dust slowly dispersed, and he could see Mirko struggling to stand up while spitting out a large amount of blood. Van Hill, what the hell are you holding on to? Mirko, I don't want to disappoint either of them. The rabbit spat out more blood when she felt the tips of her rival's right arm's fingers having pierced her abdomen. Her right shoulder was being pierced by his other hand, and both of her legs were pierced by thorns that came out of her rival's abdomen, which could modify her body. Van Hill, It's useless for you to continue clinging to this life, you're already dying, rabbit. Mirko clenched his right fist and raised his gaze, revealing how his pupils had changed shape, and his body began to release purple rays. Mirko, 180,000 230,000. 260:000 limiter broken. The rabbit raised his right leg, breaking the thorn that was piercing it, and then gave his opponent an axe kick that sent his opponent crashing to the ground, causing him to suffer tremendous damage, causing him to spit out a lot of blood. But when he stood up, his body trembled from fear. Mirko, maybe I won't defeat you with this attack, but I will weaken you. She turned around to give him a brutal kick on the side of the abdomen in a specific area. Vanhill flew out at high speed until he crashed into a building. Mirko fell to his knees on the ground, unable to move, as his body was already internally destroyed by having abruptly broken his limiter. His body could not withstand the abrupt power of the blow, and even more so because of all the damage he had received during the battle. His vision was blurry as he could barely breathe. Vanhill emerged from the rubble and fell to his knees, spitting out an excessive amount of blood, revealing how the area where Mirko had hit him was now a blood-red hue as if something had exploded inside it. Vanhill, damn, she realized this. Its power had been reduced to 178,000. Mirko in his thoughts would say, I've already broken your heart, you only have one left. During our fight you move your two hearts throughout your body so as not to suffer harm, they are the source of your power. You couldn't fool my ears. I'm sorry, darling brat, I won't be able to keep my promise. The rabbit slowly closed her eyes. At that he could hear a voice that said, Teacher. And another voice that would say, Sound breathing. Mirko, I'll leave the rest in your hands? Chapter 13, Apocalypse Part 03. I will always love you, darling. 8 minutes before. Inusuke was running through the streets of the city, and out of the corner of his eye he could see Komosuke running at high speed on the other side. Inusuke jumped up and said, Come on, faithful companion. This one fell on Komosuke's back, who began to run in the direction where the rabbit was fighting. On the way I encountered several clones of Vanhill which barely had a power of 37,000. So Komosuke with his claws tore them all to pieces in seconds, making his way forward. In other parts of the city we can see how some of the heroes who were not being controlled were fighting against the Vanhill clones. Fat Gum, Sun Eater and Red Riot were fighting among several clones of this one, which were quite injured but still continued to resist. Lisbeth and the others from the association were watching through the drones flying over the city. They were all witnesses to its destruction. Lisbeth, tell the heroes in other cities to come support us. Things got out of hand, we lost contact with the Gemma team. We don't know if they were lucky enough to find the legendary rank heroes. At that a voice from his intercom would say, We're here, President. Lisbeth opened her eyes slightly upon recognizing that voice. High in the sky was a certain Esper floating with its characteristic green aura. Izumi, current power 93,400. Izumi, and now. He extended both hands, immobilizing all the heroes who were being controlled. Izumi, I'll wake these idiots from their control. The Esper's aura intensified, shining with a unique intensity. Izumi snapped her fingers, releasing all the heroes from that control. Izumi, now. She closed her eyes, saying, I already found you. Come to me. She waited and used all her strength to attract Luna to where she was. Luna was quite surprised to come face to face with the Esper. Izumi, I will be your rival. Luna just gave a slight smile, saying, It will only take me 5 minutes to finish you off, girl. All Might and Stain could see how the other heroes had come to. Stain, apparently they came to. Yuzui grabbed his head in severe pain. Yuzui, what the hell happened to me? Izuku, until you finally reacted. You started attacking me out of nowhere. Yuzui, excuse me, the last thing I remember was. I have remembered that they were facing 2 guys at the academy. I have to go help the rabbit and the boys. Damn, they will pay the price for having controlled me. Hang in there, I'm on my way. Yuzui ran out at high speed while his veins were visible on his arms, neck and head. He was angry. Izuku just stood there watching as he walked away. In a matter of seconds, he turned to look at Nijire, who was also holding her head, quite confused, not knowing what had happened. Akaza slightly opened his eyes when he saw a young man with yellow and orange hair in front of him. He had arrived wrapped in fire, and with his katana he had destroyed more than 15 Vanhill clones, reducing them to simple ashes. Kyajuro Rengoku, Hero Legend Rank / Power, 482,900. Rengoku looked at Akaza and with a slight smile would say, "Don't worry, buddy, help has arrived." Akaza in his thoughts would say, "This guy, his power. It's superior to mine. Rengoku, let's work together to defeat the rest. I'm counting on you, partner." He put on a serious look and said, "It's here now." In front of them fell someone who made the whole place tremble. Akaza could feel that presence. "Akaza, so you're my replacement, aren't you, Astreth?" The person who fell in front of them had 4 arms. This seemed to be some kind of robot, since his body was quite peculiar. On his retina he had the mark of superior rank 3. "Akaza, I already defeated you once, it won't cost me anything to do it again." "Rengoku, don't be overconfident, young man. I feel something strange coming from your being. I feel part of the power of God flowing through his being. Like you, I have received power from God, but I have received a little more. He's just hiding his power. I came to this reality to stop God from awakening." At that moment, a drone in the shape of a bird was flying over the area where the rabbit was and saw her kneeling. This analysis from above of their vital signs. The association members opened their eyes slightly upon seeing the scene. Drone, the hero Rumi Yasujiyama, better known as Mirko, has fallen. I repeat, the hero Mirko has fallen in battle. All the heroes in the city could hear those words. Inosuke was already arriving with the rabbit when he heard those words. Tears began to fall from beneath his mask. "Inosuke, teacher!" She screamed as she saw her teacher in the distance on her knees, covered in blood. Yuzui, who was only 2 minutes away from arriving at the place, heard those words, and upon hearing them, the memory of the rabbit telling him flashed through his mind. "I'm counting on you, my quirky companion." While he smiled at her in a mocking way, but this was part of his personality. Yuzui tightly gripped his katanas as he gritted his teeth in helplessness. Momo, Uraraka and Tsuyu, who were in the western part of the city, upon hearing those words, covered their mouths and their eyes filled with tears. "Momo, this can't be true, Mirko-san, no. Mirko-san couldn't have fallen." Tears fell from the raven's cheeks. Mirko in his thoughts would say, "I've already broken your heart, you only have one left. During our fight you move your 2 hearts throughout your body so as not to suffer harm, they are the source of your power. You couldn't fool my ears." "I'm sorry, darling brat, I won't be able to keep my promise." The rabbit slowly closed her eyes. At that he could hear a voice that said, "Teacher." And another voice that would say, "Sound breathing. Mirko, I'll leave the rest in your hands." Inosuke, Yuzui and Komosuke attacked Vanhill together, who in his current state was able to dodge the attacks of these two, managing to make a deep cut in Inosuke's chest with his claws, but he could not dodge a blow from Komosuke. Such a blow sent Vanhill flying quite far away. Inosuke fell to the ground, and without caring about his injury he went to see Mirko. Seeing her, his body began to tremble with helplessness at seeing his teacher in that state. "Inosuke, quick, buddy, pick her up and take her away from here so she can be cured, there's still time." Komosuke approached Mirko. The rabbit shook her head slightly, saying, "I only have a few seconds left to live, boy." Tears fell from Mirko's eyes, and in almost a hushed voice she was able to say, "I'm sorry, brat. Run away from here, please. I don't want you to die in this place." Several tears were coming out from beneath Inosuke's mask. "Inosuke, teacher, you should get up. Master will be sad if you die here. Remember you said we were gonna kick villain ass until we were old men, remember that?" Mirko gave a slight smile to say, "The bad thing about promises is they are almost never kept. Why, you are and will be the best disciple I could have. She extended her arm for Inosuke to approach her. He approached while her body trembled with helplessness. Mirko hugged him and whispered in his ear, I'm as proud of you. I, Rumi Yasujiyama, came to love you like my little brother. Inosuke felt the rabbit's arms slide slightly until it was hanging. Mirko had closed his eyes with a slight smile. Inosuke, teacher, wake up. Teacher. Izuku, upon hearing the words that Mirko had fallen, opened his eyes slightly. He clenched his fists tightly, and when he was about to head towards that place, for a moment he could feel like someone had hugged him from behind with a unique feeling of affection. Although Izuku couldn't see her, the spirit of the rabbit was hugging him from behind with a beautiful smile that would say, Thank you for all the beautiful moments you gave me, darling. Please never forget me. I love you and I will always love you. Forgive me for everything. After saying those words, she began to fade away. Izuku could hear those words. Nijire could see tears falling from his cheeks. The entire city was subjected to overwhelming pressure. Nijire could see how green rays came out of the freckled man's body, while several gusts of air were expelled from his body, destroying everything in their path. Rengoku, sensing this, would say, Oh no, already. I woke up. Chapter 14, Apocalypse Part 04. Creation, Gravity, Sound, Explosion, and Beast. A great tremor shook the entire city. Boros and the others opened their eyes wide as they felt that presence and power that overwhelmed every part of their being. The heroes were unable to move due to that pressure. Katsuma, who was with Daigoro, would feel that immense elevated energy on his radar. Katsuma, this pressure and power are undoubtedly from the sensei. Akaza, being with Rengoku, would say, The power of the master. The sky began to darken, the waters of the sea began to become turbulent. Nijire was sent flying by the gusts of air that were sweeping across the planet. Inosuke and Yuzui felt the entire city begin to tremble abruptly. Their bodies were subjected to a powerful pressure. Van Hill only took a step back, feeling fear of that immense amount of power. Van Hill, this power. I remember this power very well. He said with a stutter, as he felt scared, remembering a memory from his past. More exactly, eyes of a color that I could never forget. Yuzui, not caring about the situation, would say, Don't get distracted, Inosuke. Our mission is right in front of us. Let's not let Mirko's efforts go to waste. We have to finish him off, give him the final blow. Mirko vs. Van Hill. Fight duration 1 hour and 15 minutes. Inosuke grabbed his 2 katanas and stood next to Yuzui, saying, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces, damn it. I'll send you to hell, you bastard. If hell doesn't exist, I'll create it myself. Please take care of the teacher's body, mate. Komosuke acknowledged his head as he needed time to recover from the attack he had launched against Boros and the others, as he had expended a lot of energy. Yuzui, let's go. Both of them launched themselves towards their rival, taking advantage of the fact that he was weakened by his fight with Mirko. Yuzui, sound breathing, 4th form. Avicii's death sentence. He launched several cuts in fractions of a second while throwing bombs that detonated at the slightest contact. The drone from above could capture the explosions that were happening all over the place, since the 3 of them were moving at a speed beyond what their bodies allowed. Van Hill made one of his arms grow a little. Having enormous muscles, he was about to grab Inosuke by the face, but the boar was thrown back, since Yuzui managed to hold him. Yuzui, calm your mind, Inosuke. If you throw yourself like that, any wrong move you make will kill you. And if you die, Rumi's death would be in vain. Inosuke opened his eyes slightly at those words, remembering some words his teacher had told him before. Flashback. Mirko, listen to me, brat. In a battle, if you lose control of your emotions, a single false step could mean your own death. Fighting with a blinded mind is only walking towards death. Always keep control over your emotions. Make the most of the battlefield. Many heroes rely solely on their skills to fight, and sometimes waste the great potential of the battlefield. If you can use the walls, light poles, anything around you, then use them. I do that. I push myself off the walls, make the most of the place, If that can give me victory, then I won't hesitate to do it. You are very flexible, too much I would say. You can dislocate your limbs and put them back in place without feeling pain. You are crazy. But very few would dare to do that. Use all your skills without hesitation, boy. I believe in you, and above all, don't fear anyone, not even death itself. And if she comes for you, smile at her no matter what. The rabbit gave him a big smile as she took him by the neck in a loving gesture. End the flashback. Inosuke clenched his katanas tightly, breathing deeply as his muscles twitched slightly. A mark appeared on his face as well as on his torso. While this was happening, Komosuke's fur began to shine at the same time as the marks on the boar's body. Van Hill stopped, as did Yuzui, as he felt Inosuke's presence begin to grow stronger. Van Hill, but what are those marks on his body? Yuzui let out a small laugh, saying, That's my boy, show your extravagance like your master. For a moment behind Inosuke a huge creature could be seen. It looked like Komosuke but bigger. Yuzui, the beast, awakened. Inosuke opened his eyes, saying, My partner and I are one. Breath of the beast, 5th Fang. In seconds he was already above Van Hill, spinning in the air while moving his katanas. Inosuke, cutting madness. The arm that Van Hill had enlarged had been dismembered into many cuts. Yuzui had a big smile on his face as he saw how Inosuke was really improving. Van Hill in his thoughts would say, The speed of the brat. The same marks that Inosuke had were also on Komosuke's body, which had reduced its size. Komosuke had assimilated with Inosuke, choosing him as his master, being a worthy user to carry his power. Izuku knew, since he saw the relationship that Inosuke and Komosuke had formed, that sooner or later Komosuke would recognize Inosuke as worthy. Inosuke Hashibara, current power, 115,800 assimilation with Komosuke. Yuzui, let's finish him off, Inosuke. Van Hill stepped back, spitting a large amount of fire from his mouth. Yuzui made his way, moving his swords at high speed, sending the fire in another direction, while Inosuke propelled himself from wall to wall, moving at high speed. In seconds, both of them would be face to face with Van Hill, who cursed having underestimated the rabbit which had left him in his worst state. This one in his thoughts would say, I have no choice but to do that. As he approached, Yuzui could see something coming out of his rival's back. He watched in amazement as another version of him had emerged from his own body. Van Hill had split into two different bodies. Van Hill, I'll take care of the one with the chains. Words. You take care of the brat. After saying this, everyone went out to finish off their target. Inosuke moved around the place, jumping, demonstrating the great strength he had in his two legs. Van Hill threw his arm, trying to grab the boar's legs, but great was his surprise when he saw how this stayed in the air, gave a headbutt to his arm, spinning in a way impossible for any human. Inosuke grabbed his two katanas to say, Breath of the beast, 9th Fang. Divine wavy cut. One of Van Hill's eyes exploded, releasing a large amount of blood. He didn't understand how he could have cut it if he was sure he had dodged his attack. Inosuke fell to the ground, readjusting his two arms. Van Hill, so that's how you do it, he said while regenerating his injured eyes. Does it really not hurt to reposition yourself? You really are an interesting human. I'll have fun killing you. Just as I enjoyed killing that rabbit. He showed a big smile. Inosuke pointed at him with both of his katanas, saying, I can smell your fear, bastard. You are very weak and afraid of dying, aren't you? Death scares you. Those words made his rival clench his fists quite irritably. Inosuke was about to speak when in a fraction of a second he had his rival's palm on top of his face. Van Hill slammed him against the wall of a building. He would accept his skull and exerted more pressure, destroying the wall of the building. He dragged him to the other end of the building and then threw him with all his strength. Inosuke's body bounced several times against the asphalt. Just before his body hit the ground again, Van Hill stood at his side and kicked him in the pit of his stomach, sending Inosuke crashing brutally into a small store, destroying the entire place completely. Van Hill, I'll kill you, Ra. He fell to the ground, losing his balance. He immediately looked at his leg with which he had kicked Inosuke. His eyes opened wide as he saw how his leg was dismembered into 6 parts. Inusuke emerged from the rubble, breathing heavily, a lot of blood coming out of the snout of his mask. Van Hill was really surprised as he hadn't seen the moment when this one had cut him. Inusuke pointed at him with his katanas saying, "What happened? You're not gonna keep fighting trash." While Yuzui would fly out at high speed through several windows of a building, Van Hill would quickly follow him. Van Hill in his thoughts would say, "How is it possible that despite our power difference he can dodge most of my attacks?" A lot of blood was dripping from Yuzui's mouth, and his veins were clearly visible on his arms and neck. This one in his thoughts would say, "Seriously, Mirko is really amazing. How could he endure such brutal beatings from this guy? If in every blow he throws he does so with the intention of killing. If it weren't for one for all, my body would have been destroyed with just 2 or 3 hits. I can barely dodge his blows thanks to my quirk. If I wasn't enhancing it with 1 for all, I would have probably died a long time ago. The only option left to me is to push 1 for all beyond its limit, even if that means shortening my remaining lifespan. This fight is life or death. We have to kill him now or hold out until reinforcements arrive. But this guy is a bucking monster." Yuzui spun his swords, causing them to collide with Van Hill's fist. An explosion detonated inside the building, pieces of glass scattered at high speed. Yuzui was thrown out with great force, landing on the ground while spinning his twin swords. Looking up, he could see his rival in the air just a few meters away from touching him. Yuzui, sound breathing, 7th posture. Symphony of the Heart. Van Hill's 2 arms were shattered into thousands of cuts. Yuzui opened his eyes slightly as he saw how that beast held his 2 twin swords with its teeth, thus preventing him from cutting off his head. He quickly regenerated his 2 arms to grab him by the face, lift him up, and then give him a brutal blow to the stomach. Such a blow generated a small taste of wind. Yuzui spat out a large amount of blood which fell on his rival's face. He looked at Yuzui with a deranged smile and then began to give him a combo of punches to the stomach without stopping. Van Hill's face was covered in Yuzui's blood. He was barely breathing. His 2 swords fell to the ground stained with blood. Yuzui's arms and part of his neck were purple. This was because he was forcing 1 for all on his body, since he protected his entire body by hardening his muscles with 1 for all in order to withstand his rival's blows. But doing that involved a huge risk. Now his whole body was paying the consequences. His muscles were beginning to tear little by little. Van Hill grabbed the 2 swords to smile in a terrifying way. Positioning one of them on Yuzui's right pectoral, he began to sink the sword into him until it pierced him completely. Van Hill, and now the other one is missing. He grabbed the second sword that was hanging from the chain and placed it on the side of his abdomen. Without hesitation, he pierced his side, causing the sword to come out the other side. Yuzui's arms hung cleanly. His rival could no longer hear any breathing, not even the moans of agony. Van Hill won less. After saying that, he let go of Yuzui's face, which fell lifeless to the ground. In seconds a pool of blood began to form. Van Hill was about to go see if his other version had already finished off the brat, but he stopped dead when he saw a red feather in the air. Behind him was Hawks with his wings wide open. He carried Yuzui in his arms. Van Hill looked up, noticing how several pieces of debris were floating. Release. After hearing those words, all the rubble fell at high speed, hitting its target directly, and the entire place was covered in a large amount of dust. Hawks landed in an area far from the place, leaving Yuzui on the ground taking his pulse. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't feel his pulse. He turned to see how the beast emerged unharmed from the rubble, but it received a powerful shot from a cannon. A powerful explosion occurred. Momo was several meters to his side. There were 2 huge cannons. Uraraka was at his side. Uraraka, that guy scares me like crazy. Momo, we must buy time until the S-class heroes arrive. The 2 girls saw Mirko's lifeless body in the distance, and when they saw the rabbit, they undoubtedly covered their mouths since it was covered in blood. Hawks, I'll kill that guy. He opened his eyes slightly when he heard a voice behind him saying, "A piece of trash like you will never be able to kill me." Hawks flew away at high speed. Vanhill passed him at high speed to get on top of him, receiving him with a hammer blow that sent him to the ground at high speed. The red-winged hero quickly recovered, but fell to his knees when he felt the damage all over his body. Yuzui, where am I? What is this place? He asked as he looked around at the beautiful field full of flowers. Am I dead? At that voice behind him would say, I thought I would never see you again, Tengen-sama. Those words made a couple of tears fell from Yuzui's cheeks. He turned around and found a beautiful girl with black hair that reached a little below her shoulders. She had a few yellow strands, and her eyes were a beautiful bright blue. Her face expressed a calm look and a beautiful smile that soothed the pain Yuzui carried in his chest. Yuzui, am I? Sorry. He couldn't finish speaking because she hugged him, saying, You don't have to apologize, Tengen-sama. It's not your fault. Yuzui's body began to tremble and he responded to the hug as tears fell down his cheeks. In that moment, images of 3 beautiful girls who told him passed through his mind. We will always be with you, Tengen-sama. We will always love you. Yuzui, Suma, Makyo, Hinetsuru. Mai separated from him and showed him a slight smile. Yuzui could see in her the personality of the 3 he had named. Mai, I will always love you, Tengen-sama. But now you must return, your time has not come. You still have something to do, when everything is over then. I'll be waiting for you here so we can be together again. Yuzui, please wait for me, he said while wiping away his tears. Momo, we have to help Ha. She couldn't finish speaking as her rival fell in front of them, and in seconds he hit Uraraka in the stomach, causing her to fly and crash into a car that was several meters away. Momo, oh my god. The jet black girl was embedded in the asphalt, as Vanhill had grabbed her by the face. Vanhill looked at his side, seeing how a katana was embedded in his abdomen. He would say, You created that in just seconds, you are skilled at that, I congratulate you, girl. He took out his katana to lift it, and when he was about to stab the raven-haired girl he saw out of the corner of his eye a sword that was centimeters from his neck. Yuzui, sound breathing, 3rd form. Melody of the Angels. Vanhill took the full hit, and managed to cover himself with his forearm, and was sent flying at high speed due to the explosion that occurred. Before the explosion happened, Hawks got Momo out of the place. Yuzui, I'll fight him face to face, you guys attack from a distance. If that guy hits him a second time, they'll most likely die. Hawks nodded his head. Yuzui's torso was covered in blood from his wounds. Half of his face was purple, he could barely breathe. It was just a matter of his body collapsing either from his injuries or from the excessive use of one for all on his body. While Inosuke was jumping from rubble to rubble which his rival threw at him. The boar was gasping for air and the pressure of assimilation was overwhelming his body. Vanhill, I must admit, you are a difficult rat to kill. He launched himself towards Inosuke to hit him, but Inosuke, due to his flexibility, managed to dodge his attack, in the process cutting his neck, causing an excessive amount of blood to come out. But when he was about to give him another cut, Vanhill pierced his right pectoral with the tips of his fingers. He lifted him into the air with his hand still pierced through him, his arm covered in Inosuke's blood. Vanhill, now you will die, brat. He took off the mask and threw it away to try to see the fear in the mask's eyes, but all he could see was a slight smile. Inosuke, don't fail, you bastard. A palm was placed at Vanhill's side. Shiny. A powerful explosion was heard throughout the place. Bakugo had arrived at the battlefield. She carried Inosuke and took him away from the place. Bakugo, hey brat, you're really hurt. Take a break. Inosuke, you don't give me orders. That bastard took my teacher's life. Bakugo would quietly say. You're not the only one who wants to avenge the teacher. He looked at Inosuke, saying, I'll buy you time, find that bastard's weakness. And when you do, I'll make an opening for you to deliver the finishing blow. Inosuke, I like the idea. Let's do it. Bakugo looked at him out of the corner of his eye, seeing that smile on his face, and for a moment he could see his teacher Mirko smiling the same way. Flashback. 8 years ago. Aizawa, okay class, here I have the applications of the heroes who want to have them in their agency for their internship, given the performance they showed at the sports festival. If you do not have an application, we will give you a list of agencies so you can choose one and do your internship. He began to distribute the applications to all his students, until he finally arrived with the gray-haired one. Aizawa, congratulations Bakugo, you received many requests. Among them a request from someone who has never noticed these things, but apparently you caught their attention. Depending on who you choose, you will be able to start your internship starting the day after tomorrow. Bakugo saw the request of a certain rabbit, and with a mocking smile he would say, "Ha, as if I could learn anything from a woman who can only jump and kick." Aizawa lightly hit him on the head saying, "Well, that woman is in the top 10 heroes and can humiliate you in less than 10 seconds. Think about it, but if you think you can't keep up then I don't blame you." Bakugo couldn't help but feel like his pride had been hit by those words. "I'll go and harden your training as if nothing happened, you'll see." Aizawa just looked at Bakugo to say, "Then all I have left to tell you is to give it your best." At first I thought that going with her would be a waste of time, that I could endure her training as if nothing had happened, but she knocked me down again and again and again. I must have been beaten at least 300 times in less than 3 days. And not to mention her training, I thought it would be easy, but once again she proved me wrong. At the end of the day my muscles were screaming for a rest. As the days passed, my arrogance and pride were completely crushed by a simple woman, only to turn into admiration for her. I began to admire her with every part of my being. With such short stature anyone would think she was weak, but one of her kicks made me see how wrong I was. I learned many things from her. I would like to have to tell her so many things that I couldn't because I didn't have enough courage to do so. But I swear that you are and always will be the best teacher. That's why I will protect your disciple. End of flashback. Bakugo charged towards his target with a big smile and a pair of eyes full of determination. Vanhill, how much garbage will I have to continue dealing with? He moved at high speed, getting behind the blonde, but he was greatly surprised to see how the blonde moved with her explosions without giving him the chance to take any action. Inosuke planted his 2 katanas on the ground saying, "Breath of the Beast, 7th Fong. Enhanced Special Perception." He was able to see the entire battlefield with all his senses in a matter of seconds, but when he passed his perception over Vanhill he could see how he had what appeared to be half of his heart, which was constantly moving. Inosuke opened his eyes saying, "Now I know how to finish him off." Bakugo understood. "Vanhill, if you think you can handle me, come together, I'll kill you worthless trash." Inosuke and Bakugo launched themselves without hesitation for a second. While Yuzui continued to fight against the other copy of Vanhill, he barely fought since he had a wound on his forehead and the blood covered the visibility of his left eye. Vanhill tried to hit him, but he was stunned by a cannonball, hawks with his feathers through them at high speed hitting him in the eye to prevent his visibility even if it was for a few seconds. When Uraraka was hit, she had managed to touch her arm, managing to use a unique ability of her gift. This allowed her to remove the gravity of that blow, greatly reducing the impact. But if he hadn't done that, that blow would have hurt him quite a bit. He supported by throwing some debris, managing to gain a few seconds on Yuzui. Yuzui had already noticed that his heart moved when his swords were about to touch it, thus managing to avoid being damaged. He deduced that the other half of his heart was held by its other version, since the sound of the heartbeat was incomplete. This one in his thoughts would say, "I have to finish off his heart, we have to do it at the same time." I hope Inosuke realized it. Bakugo was grabbed by the right arm. Vanhill let Inosuke run his katanas through him only to retain them on his body. He kicked him in the stomach, which sent him flying. He quickly broke Bakugo's right arm, who gave a small moan in pain. The ashen-haired man, despite the pain, managed to deliver 3 explosions to his rival's face. A curtain of smoke covered the place. Bakugo was about to walk away when he spat out a lot of blood, since Vanhill had pierced his abdomen with both katanas. "Vanhill, how ironic, you look like a human skewer." his face completely regenerated as if Bakugo's explosions hadn't affected him. Vanhill pulled one of the katanas upwards, forming a curve with the trajectory, causing a serious wound to the blonde. The katana was filled with his blood, as the cut had mutilated the ligaments of his muscles. In a matter of seconds the blonde's torso was filled with blood. He was about to throw Bakugo to the side but was greatly surprised to see how the latter grabbed his arm quite firmly. Bakugo, I said I would create the gap to kill you, bastard. Unlike you, I am ready to die in this battle. And I'll tell you something else. I already have enough nitroglycerin to seriously injure your body. So now. He held on tight to Vanhill, and Vanhill could see in slow motion how around 7 grenades were in the air. Both of Bakugo's palms began to glow brightly. Bakugo, the rest is in your hands, brat. A bright light shielded the entire place, followed by a devastating explosion that destroyed everything in its path. Such an explosion could be seen even from afar. Momo, that explosion. Bakugo is fighting too? Inosuke recovered with difficulty. He no longer had the strength to take a step forward. His marks had disappeared since the assimilation time had ended. He could see how Bakugo fell to the ground. A large part of his body was charred by the explosion. Vanhill was standing. Half of his face was missing. His right arm had been completely destroyed. His left leg had pieces of his own flesh hanging off it. The only part that was not very damaged was his left side of his abdomen. Since Bakugo threw his grenades in a certain position so that they would damage certain parts, thus forcing Vanhill to send his heart to that area. And since his other parts were damaged, he couldn't move it until it regenerated. Inosuke in his thoughts would say, "That's the gap I need to move into now. Move, move." The marks once again appeared on his body. He quickly launched himself, grabbing his 2 katanas. Vanhill tried to regenerate, but he barely had the energy left to do so. Inosuke, this is for my teacher. This breath is for her. Breath of the beast, 10th fish. He jumped into the air, raising his right leg. Vanhill opened his left eye slightly as he could see the image of the rabbit behind Inosuke. She was imitating the same pose as the boar. Inosuke gave him a brutal kick to the head, sending Vanhill bouncing off the ground, who held on to his 2 katanas. Yuzui was already seeing blurry. Vanhill was about to hit him when his vision also became blurry. She staggered a little, saying, "What's happening to my body?" He recalled that since the first attack of the cannonballs he had noticed something strange about them. Vanhill, those bullets. When they detonate, they release a toxin that is deadly to the body. That brat. Yuzui took advantage of his carelessness to cut off one of his legs, causing him to lose his balance. Yuzui, while spinning his swords, remembered Mirko's saying. Sound breathing, new way. Half moon melody. After saying that, he threw his bombs, detonating them to stick his swords, one in the pit of the stomach and the other a little below it. Yuzui, ahhhhhhhh. Inosuke, moon ring cut. At the same time, their katanas and swords completely pierced the 2 halves of Vanhill's heart. Both Yuzui and Inosuke fell to the ground, unable to move. Bakugo, already dying, would give a slight smile, saying, "Well done, now the teacher can rest in peace." He opened his eyes slightly when he saw his teacher several meters away, smiling at him. "Bakugo, teacher, I want to thank you for everything you did for me. You are and always will be the best for me." "Did I do it right, teacher?" Mirko smiled kindly at him, saying, "That was the coolest explosion I've ever seen in my life." Bakugo slightly opened his eyes to give a slight smile, closing his eyes, saying, "I love you, teacher." Yuzui was kneeling and had already lost a lot of blood. "Momo, he did it. I have defeated him." Hawks gave a slight smile, saying, "Rest in peace, my friend, they avenged you." "Uraraka, we have to help him, he's already lost a lot of blood," the drone that was on site would say. "Hero Katsuki Bakugo, you have failed. I repeat, the hero Katsuki Bakugo has fallen. The top rank 4 threat was defeated. Former hero Tenjin Yuzui, you have failed. I repeat, it has fallen." Momo and Uraraka covered their mouths upon hearing those words, shedding several tears. Hawks looked down, saying, "So in the end you went with your teacher Bakugo." At that he saw how Vanhill's body began to move abruptly. Hawks, no way. The drone from above captured how the entire area where Momo and the others were was destroyed by an immense fire that came from Vanhill's two bodies, leaving the entire place on fire and covered in a large amount of black smoke. Chapter 15, Apocalypse Part 05. An extravagant farewell. Those from the association who had seen everything through the drone were simply speechless and horrified at seeing what had happened. All they could see was the curtain of black smoke and flames that covered the entire place. Lisbeth could simply say, "You Yuzi." The brown-haired girl ran out of the place. Some executives tried to stop her, but they couldn't. As she ran through the halls of the place, she had some tears falling from her face. In her thoughts she would say, "This is all my fault. If only I could understand my predictions better, these tragedies could have been avoided." Returning to the battlefield, we can see how Momo, Uraraka, Hawks, Inosuke, Mirko's lifeless body, Komosuke were away from the place. Yuzi was being carried in a person's arms. This would say, "I arrived too late. I'm pretty sure you put up an awesome fight, comrade." Yuzi, with his already blurred vision, would see the person, and by his voice he recognized him. He gave a slight smile, saying, "You're late as always, stupid fox." Ben the Immortal, Legend Rank Hero / Second Wider of 1 for all / Base Power, 390,100. That person gave a slight smile, saying, "Your body is very destroyed, comrade. You exceeded the limits of 1 for all on your body. You are 1 foot into death. Don't worry, in a moment Ben slightly opened his eyes as he saw how Yuzi simply smiled at him without saying a single word. He understood his comrade's wish. Momo and the others looked at Ben, wondering who he was. "Hawks, thanks for saving us. Are you a hero?" Ben looked at Hawks, saying, "Yes, you see, the legend ranks don't usually appear all the time." The rest were surprised by those words. "Momo, legend rank?" "Ben, that's right, little lady. For the simple reason that all of them are limited by the divine laws of this world, but..." He gave a slight smile, saying, "For someone who is immortal, those laws don't matter a damn, but I can walk freely. After all, God cannot enter my heart or my mind. Also, if we appeared too often, the legend rank would become useless. Don't you think so?" He said to pass by, grabbing the unconscious body of the boar. It made a wound in its hand, causing its blood to fall into Inosuke's mouth. Everyone saw how the wounds on his body regenerated at maximum speed. In a few seconds Inosuke opened his eyes, saying, "Inosuke-sama returns to the battlefield." He stood up, holding his 2 katanas and looking everywhere. "Inosuke, what the hell happened here?" Ben looked at him, saying, "Hey Yuzi, are you sure you didn't prefer him unconscious?" Inosuke, seeing Yuzi, quickly approached him, saying, "You are old." Yuzi just gave a slight smile to say, "I admit it, brat, you put up an extravagant fight. Well done, I know Mirko would be more than proud of you. You understood the basic principles of total harmony, and created your own breathing. Inosuke, don't keep talking, old man, we have to take you to get your wounds treated." He felt Ban's hand rest on his shoulder. Inosuke looked at him and understood his silence. "Inosuke, don't buck with me. Why do I have to lose 2 teachers in one day?" Inosuke's voice began to break with each word he said. "You have to stand up, old man. The other boys in the class are waiting for you. Please don't leave us." Yuzi managed to take off his headband to place it on Inosuke while saying, "I Tenjin Yuzi name you my successor. You proved to be my best, extravagant Tsukuko. You fought with honor until the end. Inosuke, continued to fight extravagantly like you did today." A red sphere emerged from Yuzui's body and entered Inosuke's chest. "I believe in you, my boy. Tell the other guys to forgive me." All the happy moments he had with Izuku and the others, his comrades whom he had loved as if they were his own family, began to pass through Yuzui's mind. Daigoro, old friend, we will no longer be able to go out drinking together, I'm sorry. Inosuke tell Izuku and the others to forgive me. Inosuke felt Yuzui's hands slowly begin to fall from his head until it was hanging from his own body. Momo and Uraraka just looked down with a couple of tears. 3 heroes had died that same day. Yuzui had closed his eyes, finally falling asleep in the arms of death, but a slight smile remained on his face, knowing that he could now be with his beloved who was waiting for him on the other side. A light drizzle began to fall throughout the city, and Komosuke approached Yuzui, revealing several tears on his small face. Inosuke, wake up old man, don't go away. Ben just turned his back looking at the sky to say, farewell, comrade, you left in the most extravagant way. I will never forget you. After saying that he began to walk away from the place with his hands in his pockets. Momo, Mr. Ban, where are you going? Ben stopped dead in his tracks to say, I just saw one of my best friends die at the hands of a higher-up. He turned around, revealing his eyes shining. I'll finish every single one of those bastards. I'll beat their heads in myself. After saying that, he continued on his way. Momo wanted to stop him, but Hawk stopped her by shaking his head. Yuzui and Inosuke vs. Vanhill. Fight duration 35 minutes. Several minutes before the fight starts completely. The green-haired boy's eyes shone brightly. Rengoku had a bright blue sphere in his hand, it would say. Stop Izuku immediately before it's too late. At that, a voice from across the sphere would say, the sensei has already arrived at the place. Rengoku opened his eyes slightly at those words. Behind Izuku a celestial portal formed, from which emerged the only hero who would be able to stop his awakening. A white cape fluttered in the wind, his yellow suit was striking along with his red boots and gloves. Saitama, God rank hero / unknown power. Saitama, hey, you better calm down a bit. Izuku looked at him sideways and with a cold voice would say, they killed someone who was very special to me, don't tell me what to do. They killed Rumi and now I want to break the planet. Saitama just had a serious look when he looked into the green-haired man's eyes. At that, the sky began to tear as if it were just glass. Saitama looked at this saying, I have to stop this at once, but if our fists collide, there will most likely be nothing left of this planet. At that, voice behind him would say, don't worry about it, Saitama. I would like to be the one to stop my son, but I have to control this whole situation. Saitama turned around seeing the number 0 hero. Hisashi Midoriya, hero rank 0. He had slightly less muscle than All Might in his prime, his hair was black and quite unruly, and on his face you could see a beard that gave him a pretty cool touch. His appearance really showed that he was quite respectable. His suit was quite peculiar for several reasons. Hisashi, seeing his son after 23 years, gave a slight smile saying, you've grown a lot, Izuku. Izuku, I don't even know who you are. Hisashi, I know. He bumped his 2 fists together saying, collision of celestial bodies. After saying that, Izuku and Saitama were swallowed by a portal of white light that sent them to another place. Hisashi fell to his knees saying, sending those 2 into that reality, and trying to keep them there won't be easy for me. Now. He looked at the sky and said, I must close God's door before he leaves and everything gets worse. At the moment, we can see how Akaza and Rengoku were about to face their rival. Akaza in his thoughts would say, Mirko and Yuzui have already failed, this is all my fault. Rengoku, buddy, let's go all out from the first attack, I won't be able to stay in this world for long. So let's finish him off as soon as possible. Akaza, yes, understood. Meanwhile, we can see Kirishima falling to the ground with his eyes closed and his body brutally wounded. In his mind, he could see Mina smiling at him. She was extending her hand to him while saying, take my hand, Kirishima, so you can get up again to fight. This way you can win, and you will become stronger. Kirishima reached out to take the pink-haired girl's hand. Chapter 16, Apocalypse Part 06. Everyone in Japan could see that huge crack in the sky, which seemed to branch out all over the sky. They couldn't help but feel watched in some way. Hisashi could see how in the distance two enormous psychic powers were clashing with each other, and the area in which the fight was taking place was being destroyed without any control. Hisashi, so my little Izumi has already started fighting. I don't doubt her mother, and I are very proud of you. After this, Izuku may no longer be able to return to this reality. Forgive me, they are. He could feel a pressure that began to take away his air. In his head he could hear a voice that said, "No matter what they do, you know they won't be able to prevent me from awakening. Several will die this day. I will cause a massacre much greater than you can imagine. Hisashi, that won't happen because we will all stop you." That voice just started laughing wildly and said, "I'll see you in a few minutes. I hope you're ready for your death, old man." After saying that last thing, Hisashi stopped feeling that pressure on his body. His body was trembling slightly, as he easily recognized that presence from a moment ago. "Hisashi, we must end this before our time in this reality runs out. At least I'll be a little more at ease knowing that Ban will be able to stay since the divine laws don't affect his body. But Rengoku and the others are not so lucky." Izuku and Saitama appeared in a place where everything was white, as if they were in the same nothingness. Saitama looked at the place which was already quite familiar to him. Izuku, already quite annoyed and angry, would say, "Step aside, I have to get out of here. I will kill the bastard who took Rumi from me." He clenched his fist and the ground in that place fragmented into 1,000 pieces. His eyes were clouded with anger. "Saitama, I'm sorry, but in your state you won't be able to control." He flew out at high speed as Izuku had hit him in the face. An immense ring of air was formed due to the force of that blow. Izuku disappeared in a trail of green lightning to pass over the bald man and give him a brutal blow to the stomach. Such a blow made him spit out some saliva. A flash could be seen that in seconds hit the ground, raising all the debris into the air. These looked as if they were pieces of glass, as if reality itself had been broken, and the entire space turned black. Outside, Hisashi fell to his knees as he spat out a large amount of blood, as restraining those two in that reality endangered his own life and existence, so to speak. "Hisashi, I knew those two. I can only handle 6 more collisions." At that he felt 6 people touch his shoulder, and one of them said, "We will help you, Hisashi." People looked the same way, the remnants of one for all look. Hisashi gave a big smile, saying, "Thank you, I'm counting on you, comrades." After saying that he clashed his fists again, saying, "Gate of the first heaven." Izuku and Saitama appeared in another place which seemed to be a world that neither of them had seen before. Saitama just moved his neck, saying, "Well, you're not doing too bad, I barely felt that blow. I'm sorry, but my duty as your master is to stop you, Izuku." He disappeared only to collide his fist with Izuku's. The entire planet trembled from the power of those two monsters. The sky itself seemed to want to open before the overwhelming force of their fists. A yellow and green flash moved at a speed that generated lightning fields that destroyed the entire Earth, which in seconds shook from the impact of a certain green-haired man who hit the tectonic plates of that place. Everything seemed to move in slow motion due to the speed of both. The debris seemed to be levitating in the air, but it was not. Saitama was leaning on one of the rubble with the glove of his right fist destroyed, his knuckles giving off a small steam. Izuku stood up in the deepest part of the place, spitting out some blood. He wiped the blood from his mouth only to disappear from the place. Saitama waited for him and stopped his serious blow with just his palm. The bald man wanted to end this quickly since he didn't want to have to face his own disciple, so now he was in his serious mode. He then hit him in the stomach. Due to the pressure of the blow, the upper part of his suit was completely torn to pieces, for rings formed by the pressure of the blow formed behind Izuku, shaking the whole place. At that blow, Izuku spat out a lot of blood while his eyes turned white. Saitama let go of him, letting him fall into the void. While he watched him fall, he could only say the following words: "You better stay locked up here, Izuku." He put on a melancholy look and said, "I can't let you go for anything in the world. I'm so sorry. I can't let you wake up completely. If I hadn't appeared, you would have surely destroyed the entire planet Earth. You were blinded by anger, and you wouldn't measure your blows. He looked up to the sky and said, "It's all yours. If you're going to signal his power, do it now while he's unconscious." This one in his thoughts would say, "They will surely erase your memories again, if being a god means being cold, without feelings and always feeling empty then. I feel sorry for their lives. I'm sorry Hisashi your son will forget you again. But this is our job, right? After all, we didn't stop him that time and our bad decision caused all this. Forgive me Izuku, but this is what it means to let the whole world be destroyed by your power." Izuku as he fell would say in a whisper, "Forgive me Rumii." The memories he had made with the rabbit began to pass through his mind, his eyes crystallizing in seconds. "I couldn't protect you, I'm sorry I want to see you one more time. I'm so sorry Sensei." Tears fell from the green-haired boy's cheeks, his eyes closed completely as he fell. Saitama only stopped dead in his tracks to whisper, "You finally remembered me, boy. It was nice to see you again, although I know that you won't remember any of this afterwards. You've become very strong, but you still have a long way to go to surpass me. I'm glad to know that you used the white cape I gave you. Hisashi certainly did well in putting Komosuke in your path. When all this is over, maybe you can have that life that has been deprived of you since you were born." Saitama walked away from the place while Izuku fell into that void to be sealed in that place. While outside that place we can see a blue and orange flash moving at high speed, while a red flash followed them. Akaza had a wound on his right shoulder from which a little blood was dripping. Rengoku for his part had a little blood coming out of his mouth. Rengoku's speed was a little superior to Akaza's, but his rival was still giving them a rather complicated fight, since due to the kind of armor he had on, physical blows did not have much effect on him. Rengoku breathed out a bit of fire between his teeth to say, "Flame breathing, ninth posture. Purgatory." This disappeared in a flash of fire that swept away everything in its path. His rival, upon seeing such an attack, covered himself by putting his arms in an X shape, displaying a kind of two blades that came out of his forearms, which were quite noticeable. Rengoku's fire took the form of a dragon that hit his opponent's head on. The shockwave from the impact formed 3 rings of air and fire that destroyed everything in their path, unleashing powerful bursts of intense fire. Akaza in his thoughts would say, "One wrong step we took could mean our defeat." Astrath flew at high speed until he hit a building which collapsed completely. Akaza looked on in astonishment at Rengoku's strength. Without a doubt the strength of a legendary rank hero was devastating. Rengoku was standing, maintaining his big smile, while an immense heat came out of his body. Some marks were on his face, these looked like the flames of the sun itself. "Let's keep attacking, comrade, let's not let him recover. Let's finish him quickly. I'm running out of time." A great tremor shook the entire place. Those rubble were melting as if they were lava. The silhouette of that subject became present. His armor glowed orange, with a cut right in the center of it. "Astrath, not a bad hero. You managed to damage my armor that was reinforced by God. For nothing you are considered a legend rank Kaijuro Rengoku. But if that's your best attack, then it's a shame because you'll die before you can destroy all of my armor. Now." He disappeared from the sight of those present. Rengoku slightly opened his eyes as the blades were near his neck. Akaza pushed him back, placing himself between the attack and covering himself with his forearms, the blade passing through them as if they were pieces of paper. Akaza gave him a brutal kick to the chin while using his regeneration to regain his arms. Such a kick had drawn blood from his rival. The ground beneath them cracked into 1,000 pieces. Akaza's face showed marked veins, a sign that he had used all his strength in that kick. Of all the upper ranks, Akaza and Vanhill were the only ones who could have this ability, not to mention Boros himself. In seconds, Rengoku got behind his rival to launch a cut at his neck, and when his katana was about to touch his neck, he could see how that subject put his forearm stopping the katana. His feet embedded themselves into the ground as he quickly turned around, grabbing Rengoku's face and pinning it into the ground. But his eyes moved to his side, seeing how Akaza's fist was grazing his face. He received the blow and flew out at high speed, crossing several buildings in the process. Akaza planted his feet on the ground, adopting a stance, unfolding his compass to say, "Deployment of techniques. Destructive death, compass needle." He disappeared at high speed to reach his rival, and before he could act and give him a flurry of blows, Akaza's entire body was marked by his sails, thus demonstrating that he was giving 100% in his blows. Astreth blocked the blows with his body, confident that his armor would be able to withstand the entire barrage of blows. With every blow Akaza's knuckles delivered, they shattered into 1,000 pieces, his own blood suspended in the air. Astreth opened his eyes slightly as he saw small cracks in his armor that began to create louder and louder. Akaza, while throwing each blow, several memories of his life passed through his mind, the image of his sister smiling at him and his green-haired teacher walking with his back turned. He was watching him from afar, but he could see how his teacher turned around waiting for him. Next to him were Yuzui, Daigoro, Mirko, Lisha, Lishti, Inosuke and Katsuma. They smiled slightly at him as they looked at him. "In this place I found a new family for which I would give my own life. Please look at me, teacher. I will make him proud of me." He finished off with 2 brutal kicks, destroying his armor completely. The farmers of this one were in the air. Akaza had a big smile on his face, saying, "I will go against God to defeat you." Marks appeared on Akaza's body. These began to branch out until they covered a large part of his body. Astreth without his armor revealed his true form, which was quite disgusting for Akaza. Half of its torso was covered by several eyes of different sizes, and 4 types of legs emerged from its back, but similar to those of a mantis. Both of its arms and legs had mouths with sharp teeth. "Akaza, seriously, receiving the power of God deformed your body even more." Rengoku had a serious look on his face as he felt an even greater power than before, which meant that the armor was holding back its power. Astreth was about to speak when all of Japan was subjected to overwhelming pressure. Akaza began to breathe heavily from lack of air. Minutes before. Meanwhile, we can see Kirishima falling to the ground with his eyes closed and his body brutally wounded. Fat Gum and Sun Eater were quite injured after their tough fight against Vanal's copies. Luckily for them, Yuzui and Inosuke managed to defeat him, causing his copies to be destroyed. They tried to move to catch their partner. The red-haired boy could see Mina in his mind, smiling at him. She was extending her hand to him while saying, "Take my hand, Kirishima, and you can get up again to fight. This way you can win, you will become stronger." The pink-haired girl smiled at him as always. Kirishima, with a slight smile, would say, "And Mina, I'm still weak, but I want to be as stronger to protect you," he said, extending his hand and managing to take the pink-haired girl's hand. Sun Eater was about to walk towards his friend and companion when something fell brutally in front of him, getting in his way. Fat Gum and Sun Eater felt their own bodies alert them that if they did anything they would immediately die. Higher rank 1. This was what they could see in the pupils of the person in front of them. Now, what a waste of time! I'll take care of this entire planet and its inhabitants in seconds. So weak that I won't even have fun killing them. He grabbed Kirishima to give him the coup de grace. Then the red-haired man said, "I give you 3 seconds to throw garbage at me." The upper rank 1 instinctively stepped back as his body trembled, but the arm he had been holding Kirishima with lay in Kirishima's right hand, having been turned off without him realizing it. Kirishima stood up and looked up to see some marks that were on both his face and body. The color of his eyes had changed completely. They were dull and opaque in tone. And in that second, everyone was subjected to an immense pressure that kept them unable to move. "Kirishima, the king has arrived from his long sleep to play a little with their lives. My murderous mind wants you to beg me for mercy. I go crazy and out of control. I make the sun go out." He closed his right fist, making everything go dark, extinguishing the sun itself with just a wave of his hand. Sun Eater spat out blood out of nowhere. Fat Gum was watching in horror as Kirishima had pierced his heart area like it was nothing. On his face there was a big crazy smile saying, "I'll rip out your heart without a problem. You fear my presence, don't you? It's because I am God himself." Welcome to your doom. After saying those words, he removed his arm from Sunniator's chest, who collapsed to the ground. A lot of blood was falling from his mouth. Kirishima looked at the top rank one, saying, "Like sickles to stand before my presence." Quickly his body fell brutally to the ground, being subjected by the pressure that God exerted on his body. Top rank one, excuse my insolence, Kirishima, did I give you permission to speak to me? This put more pressure on the body, causing him to spit out quite a bit of blood. It feels so good to go out and stretch my legs for a while. Feeling the rain on my body is such a nostalgic sensation. He looked at the whole city and said, I sent them on a mission, and even with the power they received from me, they have not been able to end the existence of this disgusting planet. How pathetic. I think it would be better to make them disappear. I thought they would be more useful. But I see that I was wrong. Now. He clapped lightly, causing the other higher ranks to appear before him, including Boros himself. They saw the red-haired man and quickly knelt down, trembling from the pressure that was imposed on them. Boros is about to speak when he felt Kirishima put his foot on his head, brutally slamming it into the ground. With a cold voice, he asked, "Why is the mission not accomplished yet? Did you not take my words seriously?" he asked, putting more pressure on him. Boros was being humiliated as if it were nothing. Kirishima, Vanhill is already defeated, pathetic. And Akaza. He broke free from my control somehow. It seems I was too soft on you. Fat Gum watched everything without being able to move. His eyes fell on Sunniator's lifeless body. Fat Gum could barely clench his fists, remembering all the moments he shared with Tamaki and how he had witnessed his evolution as a hero. Seeing his comrade killed in a cold-blooded manner was something he could forgive. Even if he lost his life in the process, he wouldn't just stand there doing nothing. Kirishima, I guess I should remind you where you stand. He raised his right arm to expel from his body a bunch of black and red rays, which came out at great speed, destroying everything in their path. The city was being consumed in seconds. Some people who were close to the area ran when they saw how the destruction was about to reach them. Maximum power. It was the only thing that could be heard, and an orange light went through the entire city in a fraction of a second, leaving people in a safe place. They looked at a blonde cyborg who seemed to be imposing. Demonic cyborg Genos, semi-legend rank hero. Genos, so God has already arrived at the battlefield. Elsewhere we can see how a ray moved at great speed, retaining all the rays that God emitted. A large cut appeared on God's body, taking him by surprise. Behind him was a blond man with a katana. God's speed. Zenitsu Agatsuma, legend rank hero. Next to Kirishima was Ban. He had a big smile. How long has it been since we last saw each other, God? In front of Fat Gum was a hero who was spinning his chains. This one had a rather peculiar outfit. The hero walked until he was face to face with God, saying, I will pray for your soul. Hero, Jiomi Himejima / first wiper of 1 for all / base power 293,000. The other higher ranks stood to one side of God, facing the heroes. The dust in the place slowly cleared, revealing other heroes. Akaza was face to face with Estreth. Rengoku was on par with Akaza. Hisashi stood in front of Boros. Izumi was levitating, looking at her rival since God had interrupted their fight. Empty Lady was in her giant form. At her side were All Myth, Stain, Shoto, Endeavor. Daigoro and Katsuma had also arrived at the place. Kirishima, oh, the heroes came to welcome me. So you all want to die at my hands? Okay, I will grant you that right. Meanwhile, in Kirishima's consciousness we can see 3 people standing, their soul being held by God. Kirishima was trying to free himself. God, so you guys are going to oppose my plans even after you're dead? Mirko, even after we're dead, we'll kick your ass. Yuzui, and in an extravagant way. Katsuki, don't worry, friend, we will save you, you have to go back to her. God, they know that I can destroy their souls and know. Yuzui, shut your mouth, you idiot. We are heroes, our duty is to protect those of our generation, no matter the cost to us. Mirko, We will continue to do our job. Katsuki, even after he died. The three of them shouted at the same time. We'll kick your bucking ass, deity or not. God, who manifested as a black energy, made his presence felt in his true form. Yuzui and Mirko's eyes widened at the sight. Mirko, it can't be. You. Chapter 17, Apocalypse Part 07. Katsuma, Izuku-sensei, you are the best hero in the world. I admire you very much, thank you for being my teacher. Lisha, I'll always be waiting for you, Izuku. Lishti, you are the best Izuku Onaikan. Daigoro, you are someone incredible and worthy of admiration and following, partner. Let's do our best. Akaza, master, I will make you proud of me, I promise. Asumi, any baka don't get hurt in every battle, try to come back safe and sound. But who will help me in the restaurant? Yuzui, you are an extravagant person, mate, haha. We're both quirky. Inosuke, what the hell? I also want to be as strong as you, master. All Might, you are an amazing shonen, even if people don't recognize you. You are the best symbol of peace the world has ever had. Mirko, darling, I love you and I always will. The rabbit showed a beautiful smile. Komosuke, meow. Memories of all his acquaintances and loved ones flashed through his mind. Wyo. I must protect all of them, because I am. Saitama, who was walking away, stopped dead when he saw a green flash that shot out to the top of that place and disappeared. He just gave a slight smile as several voices told him to stop it so they could finish sealing it. Saitama, right now his determination is much stronger than any signal you can put on him. He has a mission to fulfill, and that is to protect his people and face. And if you want to go stop him, then. He raised his fist and quite seriously said, they'll have to get past me first. And if the gods get in my way, I'm going to kill him. Empty lady, did he really turn off the sun? She said, quite surprised and scared to have Kirishima in front of her. God was certainly putting quite a lot of pressure on everyone. Some could barely breathe because their bodies could not react properly due to God's pressure. Kirishima started clapping sarcastically with a big smile on his face to say, haha, this is a welcome, but. His look became serious and he said, why aren't you on your knees before me, simple humans? He was about to raise his arm when an overwhelming heat became present throughout the place, while the sound of heavy footsteps was more than noticeable to everyone. Raphael, now that's a good joke. Why should I kneel before a mere human? But I will forgive your offense if you ask me for forgiveness. Besides, do you say you turned off the sun? And who decided it? A person of great muscle and height stood face to face with God without fearing him one bit. Everyone could see how the sky began to brighten, making all traces of darkness disappear, and the sun began to shine again. Raphael, you are nothing more than a cheap copy of God. Kirishima, so your grace has ended up again on a mere mortal. How pathetic. And I thought that when I killed the Izuku you chose as a carrier, you would disappear completely. Story, this lion's heart is all yours, go read it. But I see that goddess continues to bother me as always. In spite of all this, you will still die at my hands. And when I kill all of you, I'll kill the Izuku of this universe, like I did with the previous ones. And to think they even recruited legend rank heroes to stop me, she really is desperate to protect her creation. He looked at Shoto to say, I'll also kill you, Momo, Uraraka and everyone else. Those words infuriated the bicolor, who would say, I swear I'll kill you, you damn wretch. Raphael, you say you're going to kill Izuku? Haha, I've never heard a joke as good as that in my life. Izuku is my neighbor, and he is my friend. Do you think I would let you kill him, you simple scum? Ben, let's get this bucking thing started already, bastard. You will pay for Yuzi's death. Ban's voice was quite angry. Kirishima raised both his hands, saying, Strength of God. The whole place began to shake, the ground began to change its entire structure. Empty lady, what's going on? She opened her eyes slightly as she saw how the ground began to rise as if it were a catch. Everything around her was the same. In the sky, a huge dome began to form until it absorbed everything. Ben stood looking seriously as they were no longer in the same place as before, since that place seemed to have no end. God had divided everyone into different parts. That place was undoubtedly infinite, and had a luminous but dark tone at the same time. Hisashi was standing on a pillar that went up and up. He could see the different places that place had. It was undoubtedly a unique image to see. He climbed up until he appeared in a place where Boros was waiting for him. Hisashi only gave a slight smile as he walked up to Boros to stand face to face with him. Himejima looked around at everything with a rather calm gaze. There was no enemy in front of him. He quickly understood that God had separated them to gain time. Himejima, so this is where your real body is, isn't it, God? After finishing the whole battle, I will pray for your soul. He took a deep breath of air and quickly left the place, destroying the ground beneath him. Shoto and Endeavor were together. They looked at that place quite astonished. In a dark hallway a voice was heard saying, "So in this dimension I will also have the honor of killing you, Todoroki-kun." They could see how that subject came out of the darkness, revealing his true identity, letting them see how in his eyeball he said, "Higher rank 2." He had a big smile on his face, and his red wings opened wide, revealing how full of eyes they were. Endeavor, seeing the subject in front of him, opened his eyes slightly. That memory that he had carried something as blurry had finally become clear when he had him face to face again, and even more so when he heard his voice. "Oh, long time no see, Endeavor-san. How have you been?" he asked with a mocking smile. Endeavor clenched his fists in anger, and setting his flames to their maximum, he would say, "This time I swear that even if I die in the process I will take you with me, you miserable bastard. You will pay for killing my beloved Rei." Shoto, seeing the subject, could only say, "You, it can't be." On the other hand, we can see how Toya and Fuyumi were running through that immense place. "Fuyumi, this place seems to be infinite, brother." "Toya, curse, what will be happening?" Suddenly the whole place changed, and we were trapped in this place. "We must find Dad and Shoto quickly, sister." Elsewhere we can see how Stain and All Might were running around that place. Both were a little exhausted by their previous confrontation with the heroes who had been controlled. All Might in his thoughts would say, "What the hell is going on? This certainly doesn't look good at all. At least I can feel the presence of the other 6-1 for all wielders. Himejima is here, and that's good news. With their strength and quirk we can give them some battle. We must make sure he has one for all at 100%. Stain, this place seems to never end. I wonder if that monster is here too. Its strength that breaks all logic would be of great help to us," he thought as he continued running. A certain albino girl was walking through that place while thinking, "I hope Onaikin is here." This one was in his adult form as he calmly walked through that immense place, leaving the head of a monster that he held in his right hand. We can see how Inosuke's companions were also inside that dome, and like the rest they were scattered without knowing what was happening. Eri, a little scared, would say, "This place is very scary. I hope the others are well. I hope Inosuke is okay," she said while clutching her chest, worried about her friend. Several monsters were loose in that place, as if they were prisoners. Eri froze as she watched a creature with many eyes on its body emerges from an alley. Its appearance was quite disgusting. Seeing Eri, he stuck out his long tongue and licked his teeth, saying, "This brat will be good food to regain my strength." The albino took a step back in fear, as she had never seen an abomination like that. That thing had certainly never been human. Throughout the place the voice of God was heard. "Kill all the heroes." It was the order that he gave to each higher rank and to the monsters that were in the fortress subject to the will of the deity. All the heroes could hear that order, so they became quite serious since things were not to be taken lightly. That thing lunged at Eri, but then a loud bang coming from above caught both of their attention. Eri looked up and could see how in the distance at the top a person was falling. This person had made a huge hole in the dome from the outside. As the hole fell, it began to regenerate at high speed. Izuku, As he fell, saw Eri and the creature, the green-haired man had broken into God's fortress without any problem. This one turned and landed in an area far from Eri. When landing, it made the entire fortress tremble. Every corner shook excessively. Izuku raised his gaze, which was serious, and disappeared in a green flash, destroying the entire area in his path. Creature, who was that? He was unable to finish speaking as his remains were scattered everywhere. Eri could see how she was in the arms of that green-haired boy, her white cape waving slowly. Izuku looked at the albino to say, "Monsters are disgusting. Okay, now hold on tight, girl." The albino girl held on to him tightly and they disappeared from the place. We can see how Asumi was also in that place since she had been trapped when she was trying to get out of the battle zone. She was quite scared. The image of a certain green-haired man passed through her mind. She would say to herself, "I want to see that idiot again and tell him that." At that she closed her eyes and felt a warm breeze. When she opened her eyes again she could see that she was in the arms of a certain green-haired man. Izuku carefully lowered her down, placing her next to Eri. "Asumi, fool." Izuku put his hand on her head to ruffle her hair and gave a slight smile, saying, "Hello, Roast." Asumi just hugged him tightly, saying, "Where have you been, idiot?" Izuku, I don't want to lose anyone else. That's why I'm going to get you out of this place." He separated from Asumi to punch the air and destroy part of that dome, revealing the outside. "Izuku, Asumi, take this girl with you. Get out of this place before this hole regenerates again. The last thing I want is to lose you too." Asumi opened her eyes slightly as she saw a mixture of sadness and guilt in the green-haired man's eyes. "Izuku, I don't want to lose my coworker. If you're not here, then the boss will be sad and so will I, so Asumi, please promise me that you will come back alive, please." There were some tears in Asumi's eyes. Izuku just let out a small laugh, saying, "Don't worry, no one could hurt me. Outside are Komosuk and Inosuke, please go with them. Komosuk will protect them from any danger that appears. Asumi, I'll wait for you. And I won't forgive you if you don't come back with me, you heard me." Izuku looked at her to say, "You know, right now you look a lot like Rumi. She also told me similar words when her soul said goodbye to me. I know I'm not the best hero. I couldn't protect her. I couldn't protect my partner." At that the image of Yuzui passed through the green-haired man's mind. Izuku, no, better said, I couldn't protect my friend Yuzui. And if I can't protect my friends, then will I be able to protect others? What kind of hero am I? If he hadn't appeared in their lives, they might still be alive, so after this. Asumi, after this what? Izuku didn't answer anything and Asumi understood his silence and angrily said, "If you do that, I swear I will never forgive you. Neither me nor the boss, and you know it." Izuku walked past saying, "Please leave now." The hole began to regenerate. "Things are going to get very ugly here." He was turning his back to them to say in a low voice, "Forgive me and thank you for everything, Komosuk. Take care of them all." The green-haired man disappeared from the place, leaving Asumi and Eri. Asumi was shedding several tears. Kirishima, feeling everything shake, gave a slight smile, saying, "You finally arrived, hero. Come to me, Izuku Midoriya." Himejima, Hisashi, Ben, Katsuma and everyone else could feel an overwhelming pressure. "Katsuma, this feeling is definitely the same one I felt when I faced the sensei. So sensei has finally arrived at the battlefield. This is good. With sensei on our side, victory is more than certain." Izumi, who was in a part of that place, also felt that pressure, and the image of that green-haired man was the one that came to mind. Her hands rested on his chest as she knew that if he was there then they could win. That feeling of joy knowing that he had arrived at the battlefield made her quite happy. Meanwhile, outside that dome we can see how two people and a monster, so to speak, arrived at the place. "Ethan, we're finally here, Alice." "Alice, that's right, Dr. Ethan." "Agent Mantis, today is a great day to die." "Ethan, we have to help the heroes. We will help Izuku in the battle." In his hand he had 2 large briefcases that were quite striking. Chapter 18, Apocalypse Part 08. Origins Part 1. If I accept this power, then will I never be able to see my son again? Voice: Yes, unfortunately it is part of this process, but… Hisashi: If I don't do it, then my entire world will be destroyed by that person they call God. Voice: That's right, God has been traveling through several universes, alternate timelines, destroying everything in his path, gaining more power. But you won't be alone, Hisashi. There will be other heroes with you who will be fighting to stop God, or at least to seal him. Hisashi: Pointed. Is there no way to completely eliminate it? Voice: If it were within our reach we would have done it, but God's situation has gotten out of hand, and so we called upon heroes from different dimensions to put an end to it. As much as possible I am trying to restore the worlds that God destroyed. Do you know how many innocent lives he took? There are more than you could count. You would even need more lives to reach that number. That's why I want to entrust this power to you, Hisashi. I want you to be one of the protectors of this world. I don't want this world to be destroyed too. Many years ago I lost my daughter. She gave everything to keep all of you alive. She loved you with all her heart until the end. That's why I want to protect everything she loves. After all, you are her creations. Your world was born thanks to her blessing. But I have seen the future, and don't worry, your son will be fine and will be the strongest in this world. But… Hisashi: But? Voice: Life will not always smile at you, but with all my heart I can tell you that he will be the greatest hero of all, I assure you. Hisashi looked at his hands to make a decision. I accept. If it is to protect this world and the future of my little Izuku, I will do it without hesitation. Voice: Hisashi, in order to keep your son safe, there is something I will have to do. I regret to tell you, but I'll have to erase his memories of you and his mother. You can be with him until he is 5 years old, and then I will look for you again to begin your mission. Hisashi: It's okay. Anything for my son Izuku. I would give my life for him without hesitation. From that day on, I valued every day I spent with my little son. I saw him laugh, cry, he told me his dreams. Every day I hugged him as if there was no tomorrow. I knew the day would come when all the memory of me would disappear from his mind. The years passed and I visited, alongside legend and demigod rank heroes, each planet that was destroyed by God. I could feel so much evil. I had never seen such a massacre and unleashed anger. I always wondered what led him to commit such actions. On more than one occasion I tried to find an answer, but no matter how hard I tried I never found it. My wife and I also had a daughter. Unfortunately we had to leave her with my wife's sister. Our little girl Izumi was never able to meet us. To protect her from God we had to distance ourselves from our own children. It was painful, but if we lost them then we would have no reason to continue living. My little Izumi inherited an immense psychic power even greater than that of her mother. In the future she would be a very strong hero, we both knew that. On one occasion in one of the many worlds consumed by God we faced him. It was not his real body, and yet I almost lost my life in that fight. I remember very well that in that alternative timeline he took control of the number 1 hero All Might. After that vessel became useless to him, he completely destroyed it before our own eyes. Some time later I was able to save the last survivor of a species called Infernal. They were creatures that protected people, in other words guardians. The culprit of its near extinction was none other than God. The Infernal had a cat-like appearance. Upon finding out more about them after completing a quest I traveled back to my world and… Hisashi: Well, in a few seconds he will pass through this place and find you, he said while he had in his hands a small box with that small animal. It was in a small square. Hisashi knelt down and left the box behind a small bush. After doing so he gave a slight smile and said, "Take care of my little Izuku." He disappeared from the place without a trace. At that moment our green-haired boy was returning from a run. He was passing through a small square. As he was walking he heard a meow coming from behind a bush. Without thinking twice he approached the place and found a box, where there was a small black kitten. Apparently it had been abandoned. That kitten, upon seeing the freckled boy, became aggressive. thinking that he was going to hurt him. Izuku tried to carry him, but that kitten scratched him countless times. Izuku, wow, he's aggressive. He looked around to see if he could find the owner, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find anyone. Without thinking twice, he loaded the box with the kitten, giving a slight smile and saying, "So they abandoned you too? Well, there are two of us now, and as long as I'm here I won't allow you to be alone," he said as he began to walk away from the place with that kitten. Hisashi from a distance looked at his son saying, "You've grown a lot, my boy. I would like to give you a hug but I can't." He had a sad look on his face as he turned around and crossed a portal, disappearing completely. Years back. We can see how the ground shook suddenly as if it were going to split. A little brown-haired girl and her grandfather fell to the ground, seeing how several meters away from them a large crack had appeared, as if the ground was dividing into two parts. From that crack a great noise came out. Such a sound caused a unique fear to the two of them. From that crack emerged a creature of colossal size. Its shape was that of a giant centipede with an extremely horrible appearance. The brown-haired girl was paralyzed with fear when that creature set its gaze on her, then showed her a smile that revealed its horrible teeth. The creature moved in seconds to approach her. Her grandfather stood in front of her protecting her. Little Lisbeth just closed her eyes in fear. But then she felt a breeze of warm and comforting air. The sound of a loud crash was heard, plus a voice would say, "Wow, that thing was really ugly. Don't you think so, little one?" The hero asked with a slight smile. The remains of that creature lay scattered everywhere. "Grandpa, thank you so much for saving us, young man." "Hisashi, you have nothing to thank me for. After all, it is my duty as a hero. Also, I have a little daughter for whom I would give my life if necessary." The brown-haired girl could notice how that hero walked away from them after saying the following phrase. "There is nothing to fear. As long as creatures like these exist, there will be people who will appear to put an end to them. And if no one shows up to save us, then I'll have to show off a little more. No matter if they are an infinite number of beasts, I will appear to protect the humans. Well, that's the duty of a true hero, to protect others no matter the situation." Lisbeth reached out her hand trying to reach him while saying, "Wait, please tell me your name." That hero stopped dead in his tracks to turn around, and with a smile he would say, "My friends call me Deku, but I'm Hisashi Midoriya." His hair moved slightly in the breeze that blew through the place. The hero slowly walked away as a portal began to open in front of him. Hisashi crossed that portal with a slight smile for having been able to arrive in time to save them. "I have crossed so many worlds, I have seen so many alternate lines, sometimes I feel tired. I'm tired, yes, I'm exhausted. Have I done enough? No, I still have to do many things and then I can rest. All I want is hug my children and my wife? Will I be alive to do that? Maybe yes, maybe not. Maybe my life ended up in the hands of God. Izuku Izumi Inko, I love you with all my heart, with all my being. I still remember that time." Flashback story world of, without realizing it, you changed my life. We can see how Stain was pierced by his own katanas. In front of him was a person wearing a haggard and dirty suit flooding in absolute darkness. Behind Stain was Shota holding his son Sora. Little Sora had tears in his eyes. Stain, spitting blood and taking out his last meal, would say, "You get out of here. Please run away from here, don't let Izuku's death be in vain." Shota, with tears in his eyes, grabbed his son and escaped, creating an ice path at maximum speed. God, they won't be able to escape from me. He was about to release Stain when his words resonated throughout his being. "I couldn't save them all. Forgive me, Hanabi." God stepped back, dropping Stain. Stain grabbed his head as that phrase played over and over in his head. "I couldn't save them all." Several memories passed through his mind as he screamed from the pain he was feeling while repeating over and over again, "I couldn't save them all. I couldn't." At that, a portal opened behind him, and Hisashi came out of the portal along with Inko and Rei Todoroki. These two heroes were also part of Hisashi's group. God turned around to look at them but received a blow to the face from Hisashi, who sent him flying several meters. hitting some buildings that were in ruins. Inko approached Stain, and unfortunately he no longer had a press. Ray, apparently we arrived late, another world that we could not save from the hands of God. Hisashi was quite angry knowing that several people had died again, and he couldn't do anything to help them. In the distance he saw a body and walked towards it, seeing what his eyes had already witnessed many times, but despite that, it still hurt. Before his eyes was his dead son in a pool of blood. Hisashi had seen his dead son's body in every alternate line. They had all died at the hands of God. Several tears fell from Hisashi's cheeks. He knelt down, taking his son's body and letting out a heart-rending scream. God emerged from the buildings only to fall to the ground, being crushed by Inko's psychic power. Inko, we won't let you go this time. You will pay for the deaths you caused. God slowly began to stand up. He raised his gaze and several thorns came out of the ground that headed at a surprising speed towards Inko. He dodged them with great difficulty. Ray launched a powerful breeze of extremely cold air that froze everything in its path. That attack hit God squarely, knocking off the mask he was wearing. He had his gaze lowered and his body was frozen. Taking a step forward, he broke the ice on his body. I have repeated. Just one more try and I can save them all. He looked up, shocking everyone. Hisashi, and no way. Inko, as they are. And my Izuku no. Izuku had a dull, cold look. Several green rays came out of his body in a threatening manner. He disappeared from the place, being centimeters away from grabbing Inko's neck. His body stopped. Standing face to face, Inko could see a lot of pain and suffering in those dull, lifeless eyes. Izuku, I can't do it. Forgive me, Mom. This one rose into the sky while having rays coming out of its body. Izuku, just one more try and I can save them all. The gods didn't help me, so I became one. He disappeared into a black portal slowly as he looked at Hisashi. Chapter 19, Apocalypse Part 09. Origins Part 02. Thank you for everything, Master. Goodbye, comrades. Hisashi only had tears falling from his cheeks as he saw how the person they called God was none other than his own son. What happened to you, are you? What led you to become this way? Inko fell to her knees, feeling great pain in her heart knowing that her own son was the cause of so much destruction and death. Her tears did not stop falling down her cheeks. Ray approached her and hugged her, saying, Don't worry, Inko, we'll bring your son back, he said, trying to comfort the green-haired girl. Hisashi only remembered the look his son had given him before leaving. The gods didn't help me, so I became one. Those words left their mark on the three people present. From that day everything changed. God was able to track our energies and reach our line. His power affected the balance of the entire universe. His presence created the monsters that gradually appeared in my world. I was recognized as an S-class hero rank 0, this was reported to me recently. The most painful thing I had to see was the death of my partner Ray. Endeavor barely survived that fight. God began to recruit allies by giving them part of his power. This complicated things even more for us. Hawks, but from another line, was one of those chosen by God. He received part of his power and caused an unimaginable disaster. Hisashi remembered everything while he was running through that place that seemed to have no end. As he was running, he could feel how all that fortress moved abruptly, and instantly an overwhelming pressure paralyzed him. He opened his eyes slightly to say, This presence is. Couldn't they seal it completely? What happened to Saitama? On the other hand, we can see how Akaza had blood falling from his mouth while he looked at a beautiful light blue-haired girl who was in front of him. Tears began to fall from Nijire's cheeks. Akaza had a slight smile on his face. After so much fighting, I can't raise my voice. Please don't cry. Those words were the ones that echoed throughout the place. Several minutes ago, we can see how Akaza and Rengoku were being slammed into the ground while their rival dragged them at high speed, holding their faces. He threw them with great force, sending them crashing against the walls of that place. The place was constantly moving, which made the fight very difficult. Rengoku quickly recovered while breathing heavily. Akaza stood up and the wounds on his body regenerated in a matter of seconds, but on his body it was noticeable some black veins that now covered a large part of his body. Rengoku noticed this and knew that the time left for both of them was short. They had to end the battle as soon as possible. Akaza in his thoughts would say, "Damn, his paralysis technique is totally annoying, not to mention that he received direct power from God, which further strengthened his abilities. Estreth, what happened? Didn't you think it would be easy to beat me this time? Even having a legendary rank hero, they can't keep up with me. Then I'll finish them off as quickly as possible, after which I'll go after the other heroes." At that, the eyes on his body glowed red, emitting a wave of red light that covered the entire place in seconds. Akaza and Rengoku could feel their bodies paralyze faster than the previous times. Estreth, well, now I will give them the final blow. Before he could finish speaking, the ground beneath him cracked and a phrase was heard. Detroit smash. Several pieces of debris were in the air. Estreth felt great pain in his torso, noticing how several of his eyes were cut out. In the air was a certain assassin with 2 swords in his hand. His left eye was full of blood since he had not managed to dodge a blow that his rival had thrown before cutting him. All Might and the hero killer Stain had arrived at the battlefield. Akaza quickly recognized Stain as he had seen him on more than one occasion talking to his green-haired master. Estreth, tch, more trash arrived on the battlefield. No matter how many I have. He could not finish speaking as his body felt paralyzed. Stain landed on the ground saying, "HMP, you think you're the only one who can paralyze others? Don't be so cocky." All Might had a big smile on his face saying, "We will buy him enough time, boys, and you, Stain, join your forces in a single attack. Akaza, but he is much stronger than you." He could see how All Might and Stain had a slight smile, knowing that this would be their last fight. Rengoku, okay, we're counting on you. All Might disappeared in a blue flash as he charged a powerful fist with all his strength. Estreth was quickly able to free himself from Stain's paralysis. He was about to counterattack, but then a pair of ribbons held him by his right arm. He quickly turned his gaze and found himself several meters away with a blue-haired man who had a mask covering his mouth. "Shinso, we won't make it that easy for you, bastard." Estreth, enough. He received a powerful blow to the face. Coming out at high speed, green rays came out of All Might's arm. He had launched that blow exceeding his limit. Stain could notice how the blonde's arm quickly turned a purple hue. Stain quickly launched himself at Estreth, but the latter quickly recovered and grabbed him by the neck, slamming him into the ground with all his strength. The assassin's body hit brutally, causing him to spit out a lot of blood. But to everyone's surprise, Estreth had both katanas piercing one of his hearts. Estreth stepped back, spitting out a lot of blood. Stain barely got to his feet, as he could feel some of his bones breaking in the impact. He felt quite dizzy and an unbearable pain ran through every part of his body. And unfortunately for him, he had not been able to remove the katanas from his opponent's body. Estreth, but how did you know in? He looked at Stain and for a second he could see him in a larger size, imposing a unique fear on him. Stain, what happened? Are you afraid of this simple garbage that is in front of you? She asked as she began to walk towards him with a unique bloodlust. For some reason my eyes allow me to see a totally different world, that's why I can know where your hearts were. And get ready because... He spat out a little blood while wiping his mouth and saying, "Even if it costs me my life, I'll take you to hell with me, you bastard." Estreth pointed at Stain with his finger and said angrily, "You'll be the first to die, you little trash." The veins of irritation were visible in his tracks. All Might being on pair with Stain would say, "This will be our last battle, you know that, right?" Stain just looked up saying, "Like I told that brat. If a murderer dies, no one will care." Estreth clenched his fists and launched himself at high speed towards them. All Might and Stain did the same. Rengoku for his part began to breathe deeply and then began to expel a large amount of fire. An overwhelming heat hit the place. A mark in the shape of a flame appeared on Rengoku's face. "Rengoku, comrade, I will concentrate all my strength in a single attack, help the other heroes, and above all try to do enough damage to delay his regeneration as much as possible. Akaza nodded, looking at his two hands, saying, "It's time to show why I was considered rank 3. All Might brutally hit the ground, spitting out a lot of blood. Stain ran all over the place, holding only one of his katana that he had managed to recover by pure luck. The assassin's eyes were filled with blood. He was barely dodging the blows of that monster, but in a second his rival's fist was centimeters from his face. He would not have time to dodge it. The only thing he could do was block it. At that, Shinso's voice would say, "Stop." Astretha's body vibrated for a few seconds, and then stopped against his will. Stain took advantage of the opportunity to quickly get away from him. Shinso, for his part, lightly grabbed his throat to spit out a little blood. This one, in his thoughts, would say, "If it weren't for the fact that I forced my quirk to evolve, I'm sure I would be completely useless in this battle. I don't need you to answer me to control you, bastard. It's enough that you hear my voice. No matter what damage my body suffers, and even if my vocal cords are destroyed, we will defeat you here and now." Stain would say in his thoughts, "If it weren't for that boy, I would have died from that attack. Thanks for buying me some more time, kid." Grabbing his katana with all his strength, he propelled himself at great speed to pierce his heart, but he did not count on his rival being able to move his arm and managed to hold the katana centimeters from his chest. "Astreth, you think I'm going to let you trash kill me so easily? It'll only take me a minute to free myself from that brat's control." Akaza appeared at his side with his eyes shining brightly, giving off an imposing aura. "That minute will be more than enough to destroy you." Akaza Stain pushed back to clench his fists, which became covered in a bright blue energy. Without wasting a second, he began to hit him so hard that each blow he gave generated powerful gusts of wind that sent Stain and Shinso flying quite far away. The whole place shook abruptly. Akaza's fists were covered in blood, with each blowing the muscles in his arms as well as his bones were destroyed in a brutal way due to the great force that Akaza was using. But despite that, he managed to regenerate in a matter of 0.2 seconds, taking his regeneration to the limit. In Akaza's mind, a voice was constantly repeating itself. "You are rebelling against God, stop immediately." Through Akaza's mind passed the memories he had made with his sister, with Nijire, and finally with his new comrades, which were Mirko, Yuzui, Daigoro, Lishti, Katsuma, Inosuke, and finally his teacher Izuku. Akaza in his thoughts would say, "I want to be able to walk alongside them without having to depend on the power of God, and for that I." All Might stood watching as he held his right arm, from which a lot of blood was dripping. A loud bang was heard, revealing how Akaza had sent his rival crashing to the ground with a powerful kick. The eyes that he had on his body were totally destroyed. His skin was quite massacred by that rain of blows from Akaza. Akaza was standing. His arms had no longer regenerated. A pool of blood was beneath him. His entire body was covered in black veins that barely left a trace of the color of his skin. All Might opened his eyes wide as he watched the young man with a broken voice saying, "I'm sorry, comrades. This is as far as I go." He fell to his knees, spitting out a lot of blood. His eyes were covered in blood. Astreth stood up in his final moments, as Stain had destroyed one of his hearts and his regeneration was not working properly. This one regenerated very, very slowly. Standing in front of Akaza, he raised his left arm, deforming it, thus turning it into a kind of blade. "Astreth, you were always the favorite of Lord Boros and our Lord God. And look at you now. Don't worry, I'll end your life and then kill the others. But first." This one appeared in front of Shinso, piercing his knife through his entire torso. "Astreth, your mind control is a hindrance. So I'd better take you out first, brat." After saying that, he increased his strength, making a diagonal cut, thus dividing the hero's body. In a matter of seconds, All Might was at his side. All Might, destroy smash at 150%. In a single movement, the blonde's arm was separated from his body, plus another short one that ran along his entire torso in an X shape was felt, and with a kick the blonde was slammed against the walls of that place, spitting out a lot of blood. Estret dodged a katana that almost hit his face. He turned his gaze to feel someone behind him. Stain grabbed him from behind, holding on with all his might. Stain, make him a bucking hero. Estret could see how several meters away Rengoku was covered in flames, his eyes shining like the sun itself. Rengoku, thank you for everything, comrades. This victory is thanks to all of you. This disappeared at great speed, forming a fire dragon in its wake. Estret desperately tried to move from the spot but couldn't. Stain had embedded his feet in the ground in a way that would make it impossible for him to move from there. The heat from Rengoku's attack was beginning to burn the skin of both of them. Rengoku, Purgatory. The attack hit full force, generating a tornado of fire that then expanded in the form of a powerful wave of fire that consumed everything in its path. Such a collision was felt throughout the fortress. A curtain of dust covered the entire place. After the curtain disappeared, Rengoku could be seen with his suit completely destroyed. There was a lot of blood in his mouth, and one of his arms was destroyed since Estret had attacked desperately at the last moment. But finally his body had been reduced to nothing by the attack. Rengoku looked as Stain's body was still standing several meters away, his entire body completely burned. He opened his eyes slightly upon hearing the following words. Are you proud of my mom? Several tears fell from Stain's cheeks, and then fell to the ground and turned to ash as his body had been consumed by the heat of that fire. Rengoku gave a slight smile to say, You did very well, comrade. With those words Rengoku fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Two people had arrived at the place guided by a drone in a peculiar way. These were Cementos and Nijire-chan. Nijire opened her eyes in horror at the amount of blood that had been spilled. Cementos saw Shinso's lifeless body, but his gaze went towards All Might, who was embedded in the wall covered in blood. He quickly went towards him. Nijire, seeing Akaza, couldn't help but shed several tears. With all her strength she ran to reach him. Akaza was still conscious and could feel the blue-haired girl's warm hands caressing her cheeks. He looked up, and even with his eyes full of blood he could recognize her, so he gave a slight smile to barely say, After so much fighting I can't raise my voice. Please don't cry. Nijire couldn't hold back her tears any longer and hugged him with all her might, bursting into tears. Akaza was slowly starting to see everything blurry. Nijire could hear her friend's faint words. Akaza, please tell my master that. Forgive me for not being able to be strong like him. I'm happy. Having seen the fireworks next to you. Why you have a big heart. Goodbye to friend. Thank you, comrades, for loving a good for nothing, was the last thing he said in his thoughts. Nijire could see how his body had turned white as if he had become a statue. The sky blue-haired girl had her eyes crystallized. Upon arriving with All Might, Cementos could see that he was still conscious, but his eyes could notice that the hero was already in his final moments. Cementos, with a look of compassion and sadness, would say, The fight was complicated, right? All Might, with a slight smile, would say, Yes, and I would say a lot. I asked Miss Airy to rewind my body, but it still wasn't enough. Opponents that are too strong appear more and more. But we won this fight, comrade. I'm sorry I couldn't protect young Shinso. Cements, we can't always protect everyone, my friend. All Might, I know, old friend. An orb of blue light emerged from the blonde's body. This light represented the part of one for all that he had. All Might returns to Jyoumei one for all. That light left the place at high speed. Tell the others I'm very sorry. Goodbye, old friend. Some tears fell from Cemento's cheeks as he saw how his friend and companion had already closed his eyes, leaving that world to fall asleep in the arms of death. The only thing Cementos could do was hit the wall with a lot of pain and frustration. That drone scanned the entire place and transmitted the following message through other drones. The battle against top rank 3 has ended. The heroes won. The number 1 hero All Might has died. The hero Shinso has died. The young Akaza comrade of former hero Yuzui has died. Legend rank hero Rengoku survived. And finally the hero Stain has died. Yes, Stain's dream of becoming a hero had finally come true. The other heroes clenched their fists upon hearing that message. Empty Lady, who was running through one of those endless corridors, upon hearing the last part stopped dead and hit the wall while shedding several tears. Empty Lady, so you left, huh? At least you should have said goodbye, you idiot. The beautiful heroine could no longer hold back her tears and began to cry. A Stret vs. Akaza All Might Shinso Stain and Rengoku / fight duration 54 minutes. We can see how Stain's soul was in a space where everything was dark and cold. Stain could see that in front of him there was a path that was barely illuminated by a small light, but an overwhelming heat came out of it. The killer could only give a slight smile to say, I never had the illusion of going to heaven, but I would have liked to see my mother at least one last time. He was about to enter that path when a voice stopped him dead. My little hero, your place is not there. Stain's eyes filled with tears and he slowly turned around to see his mother, who looked as beautiful as ever. She had a beautiful smile and her eyes looked at him with so much love. The assassin fell to his knees as he held back the urge to cry. But then someone touched his shoulder. Stain looked to his side, seeing All Might's young version with a smile on his face. All Might, aren't you going to hug her? Stain stood up and ran to give his mother a big hug while shouting how much he had missed her. His mother hugged him so tightly as she said, I'm so proud of you, my little Stain. In your own way you were a hero. Forgive me for leaving you alone in life. In front of All Might appeared a beautiful woman, his beloved that he had not been able to save in his past. The hero couldn't help but shed several tears as he felt his beloved hug him warmly while saying, You fought very well, dear. Keep your smile until the end. Now it's time to rest, darling. All Might hugged her with all his strength to say, I'm here, my dear Christine. On the other hand, we can see how Inosuke was riding on Komosuke's back while they ran through that place. Both stopped when they heard the message from the drones. Inosuke under his mask released tears several, while in a low voice he said, See you never, demon boy. That's what he said to Akaza? That old man with the katanas was crazy, but he had the heart of a hero. He clenched his fist saying, Because all my friends are dying. It's not fair to me. I don't want to lose my family. Inosuke remembered how he lost his teacher Mirko, his eccentric teacher Yuzui, his friend Akaza, and his partner Stain. The psychological and emotional damage he was going through was too much for his age, but he was still coping as best he could. Inosuke, I swear I'll send all those bastards to hell. Chapter 20, Apocalypse Part 10. Izuku listened to the drone's words and lowered his gaze, saying, See you later, comrade. Everyone in that place felt an overwhelming pressure falling on their bodies. Several parts of that place were destroyed in seconds and in a brutal way, leaving thousands of fragments floating in the air. Something had happened at a totally destructive speed. We can see how Izuku arrived at a place where he stopped. Behind this there was only a lot of destruction that he had left in his wake. For the first time he was completely serious. In front of him at the top lay an enclosed body in a sphere. The person who was inside slowly opened his eyes, revealing his emerald eyes. He was wearing a haggard and completely dirty suit. The green-haired man had arrived where the true body of that self-proclaimed god was. Izuku, I'm not in a good mood right now. He clenched his fists to say, You will pay for the deaths of Mirko, Yuzui, and Akaza. That sphere broke, finally releasing the true body of God. The moment that happened, everyone in the place stood still because of a fear that ran through every part of their being. The thirst for blood that could be felt was overwhelming. He went down to where the green-haired man was, to say, I've finally found you, Izuku Midoriya. If I absorb your power, then I will be able to save them all. Izuku looked at God, and in his eyes he could see something that he instantly recognized, something that only he knew and could know. God, I have traveled so many universes looking for what I have longed for, and finally I found what I have been looking for these 3,700 years. All these years I was trapped in some kind of time loop, doomed to relive every memory of my life when I was a human. Izuku, are you a god? Well, I'm sorry, I don't believe in gods. And once I defeated one who also called himself God. So far I have not met anyone who is stronger than me. God, without showing any emotion, extended his hand, creating an energy bar in front of him. Since in milliseconds Izuku was in front of him to hit him. Izuku, serious blow. That blow completely destroyed that energy barrier, hitting God head-on, who flew out at high speed, destroying several walls of his own fortress in his wake. Suspended in the air at the highest point, God smiled slightly to say, "With your power I will be able to achieve what I have longed for." He opened his eyes slightly when he saw that green-haired man standing above him, his emerald eyes shining brightly. His aura imposed a lot of pressure. His fist hit the pit of his stomach, generating a ring of air that broke the whole place, sending God to the ground. Izuku pushed himself against the walls and disappeared in a flash. Upon hitting the ground, a large part of the fortress broke into 1,000 pieces. That dome that made up the fortress trembled in such a way that several people lost their balance. God continued to descend even until almost reaching the center of the earth. A green ray struck several meters in front of him. Izuku, as he walked, continued to surpass the limits of his broken marker. God had hardened his body seconds before receiving that blow. He stood up, revealing how his skin was made of metal. God, I barely felt that hit. This expelled a taste of wind that made the foundations of the planet Earth tremble. With a movement of his hand, he turned the ground into thorns that attacked the green-haired boy. Izuku destroyed those thorns with a single blow, but received a blow to the face that sent him back to the surface. God launched himself into a great leap, leaving a trail of lightning in his wake. He enveloped himself in flames as he spoke the following words. Prominence burn. The sky lit up with an orange flash that shielded everything for a moment, and then generated a huge explosion, unleashing a heat wave that destroyed several buildings in its path. God could see how the green-haired man came out unharmed. His torso was completely uncovered, revealing his physique. Izuku, that was my favorite outfit. Both launched themselves at high speed to impact at high speed. God, one for all 1,000,000%. Izuku, serious consecutive hits. The two collided their fists, making everything in their path tremble. The city was being destroyed by the shock waves that were being produced by the force of those two titans. Geno stood looking at that to say, "The final battle has begun. They are both bucking monsters, no doubt. If Izuku were to lose, then it will all depend on the sensei." He could see how in the sky two powers of energy collided their fists. A green light and another of black and red color moved at great speed, colliding with each other. These lights descended to earth. Izuku spat out some blood. God did the same despite having his skin hardened. Izuku, so you have more than one gift. God just burst out laughing, saying, "Being a god gives you unimaginable power. I've gotten all sorts of skills and quirks. I became a perfect being. In heaven and on earth I am the only one who deserves praise," he said while several rays came out of his body that destroyed everything in their path. "Izuku, even though we are the same person, I see that your life is empty. If being a god leads to having an empty life, I can only say that it is a rather sad existence." God clenched his fist, saying, "I'll kill you just like I did to our other versions." He disappeared, standing next to Izuku to extend his hand, which transformed into a kind of cannon, saying, "Gring flood 1,000,000%. A light enveloped the entire place and a strong explosion detonated on a large scale, wiping out half the city and leaving a long path of destruction. Izuku was suspended several meters above the ocean, his body covered in smoke. This one in his thoughts would say, "This is bad. I left the TV on." God slid at great speed over the surface of the sea, freezing it completely. This shone, expelling several rays to disappear, breaking the sound barrier and beginning to hit the green-haired man's body, impacting brutal amounts of rays that could pulverize a human's body in seconds. God, 100 flashes. He fell onto the frozen sea with a big smile. Izuku fell to the ground, enveloped in pure steam caused by the amount of voltage his body had received. He stood up, revealing that he had only suffered minor burns. God opened his eyes slightly as he thought that he would have done more harm to him. Izuku, you only absorbed the quirks of the people you killed, and only because of that you became strong. You did not train or break your limits. The power you have is not yours but of the people you killed, that is why. You are not a god, you are just a simple human believing yourself to be one. But don't worry, right now I will show you the power of a god. He appeared in front of his rival and gave him a powerful blow that even shook and split the tectonic plates of the earth. God flew out at great speed, hitting the moon itself. God spat out a large amount of blood and knelt down on the spot, a rumble that made the entire moon rumble. Izuku stood in front of God looking at him with a serious face. Now that we are no longer on earth, I have no need to contain myself. With my own fists I made God kneel before me. He grabbed him by the hair and lifted him up to give him a powerful blow to the stomach that destroyed his suit, and in turn the entire moon. Once again God brutally impacted the ground, but now they were on the planet Jupiter. God, as best he could, stood up with his body trembling. His torso was exposed, revealing a huge scar on his torso. His arms were covered in scars as if they were burns that were barely healing. His back was the same way. He raised his head, watching as Izuku came walking slowly in his direction. God in his thoughts would say, "This guy puts pressure like a mountain." Izuku noticed the scars on God's body, noticing how the one on his torso had a reddish tone. "Hey, you said you killed all our versions, right? But from what I see and know, you were hidden for many years. Perhaps. Were you hiding from someone? Or maybe did you hide to recover from the damage you received and then fight again?" God, at those words, remembered two versions of himself that had almost killed him, and seeing himself outnumbered, he had to flee the battlefield. "Izuku, the scar on your chest looks like you've been burned by the very flames of purgatory. Luckily I met my other versions some time ago, and there was one that could use those flames." The memory of that Izuku who in his assault mode had humiliated him came to God's mind. This Izuku was the one from the story of Izuku abandoned by his family. "Izuku, the marks on your arms are like if something stronger than the flames of purgatory had destroyed them. You recovered thanks to one of your gifts, right? Even your body trembles at the memory of it." He said this last thing while pointing to how God's arms trembled before that trauma. God grabbed his head, remembering the Izuku who had caused him such harm, and who was the closest to killing him. Izuku, the one of a demon who just wanted to be heard. "God, enough, enough, enough. When I acquire your power, I will kill those bastards." He created several portals around Izuku to enter one of them, crossing everyone at a faster speed than before. Izuku in his thoughts would say, "Has it become faster than before? Use all the gifts you want against me. I don't care because I will surpass them all." He dodged the blows that God was throwing at him at high speed as if it were nothing. In a moment a shadow emerged from God's back, revealing a colossal monster, surpassing the size of Gigantomachia and Empty Lady combined. God, Mega Dark Shadow. Crush it. Dark Shadow lunged at Izuku, but he just slapped him, knocking him to the ground. He quickly returned to God's body to stop fighting. "Izuku, drop those tricks and fight for your life." God began to grow giant using Empty Lady's gift, and then using Kirishima's unbreakable form. He clenched his fist, saying, "Star Collision." After saying that, he launched a flurry of punches that made the entire planet tremble. Izuku countered the blows with his fists. The freckled man managed to get face to face with God by kicking him, sending him crashing into the ground and returning him to his normal size. God stood up a little stunned by the blow he had received. A little more cornered, he began to clone himself en masse using twice ability. "God, each of my copies has the same power as me. Let's see if you can beat us all." Izuku launched himself at all of them, beginning to exchange blows without hesitation, each copy of God attacking using a different gift. At one point, when the freckled boy was dodging, some dust fell on his nose, causing him to sneeze, thus destroying half of Jupiter and instantly erasing all of God's clans. God had his eyes wide open, looking perplexed as with a simple sneeze he destroyed half of Jupiter. Izuku wiped his nose, saying, "I hate dust." God would also say, "This monster should not be roaming free." Izuku, "Okay, now I'll be serious. This one hit him on the chin, sending him into Jupiter's stratosphere. God's eyes were blank, Izuku would quietly say. That was because of Yuzui. The freckled man took a great leap over God to give him a downward kick in the pit of his stomach, returning him to the center of the planet. Izuku, that was because of my Rumi. He fell, destroying what little remained of the planet, and then clenched his right fist, saying, "Deadly serious blow." God received the full blow and was sent crashing into another planet that was close to them. Izuku, and that was because of Akaza. It pushed itself against Jupiter's floating debris to emerge at high speed. God could barely breathe, his regeneration was taking so long. How was it possible that he was losing and being humiliated against that simple human? That was what he was wondering himself. He stood up, but his body weakened and he fell to his knees, vomiting a lot of blood. My body is slowly adapting to its power. Izuku landed on the planet saying, Your worst mistake was coming to my dimension just to die at my hands. But that's what you want, isn't it? You did all that because all your heart wants is for someone to end your sad life. Your eyes give you away. He knelt down, looking into the eyes of God, who, at those words, only clenched his fists to give him a blow that sent the green-haired boy crashing into a volcano. God, do I want to die? Don't buck with me. He launched himself at great speed, saying, I'm already used to your power now. Izuku emerged from the volcano as if nothing had happened, clenching his fists to collide against the power of God. God, I will fight your way. Serious hits in a row. Both collided their blows. In space, only a great light could be seen that put an end to the existence of another planet. Chapter 21, Apocalypse Part 11, Final First Part. Meanwhile on Earth we can see how the seas are brutally whipped, as if a great storm were going to shake every foundation of the Earth itself. Genos was quite impressed as the entire Earth was being shaken by powerful waves of air. Most people believed that what many theories had said for years was happening. Finally, the end of the world was beginning. In the sky you could see a beautiful sight as if it were a fireworks show, but the truth of this beautiful phenomenon was that in space several planets were being destroyed as two monsters were fighting, doing something that could not have been told even in all of history. Even if people knew about such a story, it would only remain a legend and would slowly be forgotten over the years. Genos, the existence of this planet, and all humans depends on you, Izuku-san. And now I wonder, where will the sensei be? Perhaps. Is he holding back the gods themselves to prevent them from sealing Izuku? If so, then I can't imagine the battle that will be taking place. Without a doubt, both Izuku and the sensei are a pair of monsters. No, the most accurate word would be gods. God spat out more and more blood as he took Izuku's blows, his opponent's eyes shining brightly in an emerald color. That self-proclaimed god opened his eyes slightly upon seeing that glow, and in his mind he said, That glow it is so full of life. Without a doubt, if he had been in my place, everyone would have been saved, they would still be alive. But now I must steal his power so I can go back in time and change everything. And once I get it, then I will be able to see their smiles again. By the mind of God, two people were present, a beautiful little albino, and at his side a beautiful. Because my memories are becoming more and more blurred, perhaps. Is he really taking more and more of my life? Am I still alive? This hurts. All I want is. Izuku gave him a brutal blow, making him hit Mercury. God barely stood up, looking at him in his eyes. He puts as much pressure as a mountain. God's eyes were surprised to see how above Izuku there was a symbol of infinity itself. God, don't buck with me, your power must have a limit. Izuku, why did you kill Akaza's sister? God, all humans in this system are just pawns. But I needed him, and she was an impediment, so I just eliminated her. His life was not going to end. He received a powerful blow to his stomach and fell to his feet, spitting out a large amount of blood. His entire body trembled abruptly. The pain he was experiencing was an order for his flesh. Izuku knelt down to God to look at him in his eyes, saying, All the people you killed had value and their lives are worth more than yours. You stole his powers to make yourself stronger? How pathetic you are. So many powers and yet you are still no match for me. God in his thoughts would say. If I used the new order now it would be of no use against him. I tried to match his power but with every blow I landed my muscles were torn. I thought it would be easy to match him but I was wrong. Do I use Fa Gene? Endeavor's quirk Tamaki's? Which one should I use? Izuku, well now I'd better finish what I started. This series of blows will be the end of your life. God jumped back and with his last strength he shouted. If one gift is of no use then, I will use all the gifts against you. God's body deformed, becoming gigantic, his arms were now deformed by the mutations of all the quirks together. He charged a lot of energy into his now deformed right arm, and his other arm began to glow brightly with a powerful red light. Thanks to one for all the power of these attacks will be more than enough to reduce this planet to nothing. I'll take you to the grave with me, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku just had a sad look saying, your despair has arrived. Then I will fulfill your wish. He clenched his right fist causing the entire planet to crack from the pressure of his power. God removed a bit of fire before unleashing his two powerful attacks. Izuku before receiving those attacks said a few words in a low voice. Saitama being in that dimension gave a slight smile to say, finally the battle is over. Well done, Izuku. The space was covered in a beautiful light as if it were the Big Bang explosion itself. Even from the ground everyone managed to see that beautiful phenomenon. Izuku just walked away slowly completely naked as his clothes had been destroyed, leaving behind the lifeless body of God. Before dying, with tears in his eyes, he told her, thank you for freeing me from this infinite loop. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks to look at his fist wondering. There will be someone that this fist cannot defeat. Well now the question is how am I going to get back? On Earth, that dimension of gods slowly began to collapse and disappear. In Kirishima's mind Yuzui was helping Mirko to stand up, but Kuho watched as the person in front of them was fading away and a soft whisper was heard. Very sorry. Yuzui, I've definitely finished off God. Mirko, na darling you are definitely still as amazing. She looked at Bakugo and gave him a slight smile, saying, you did well my best student. Bakugo with slight tears would say, teacher forgive me for everything. Why oh. Mirko hit him on the head and said, if you get sentimental now then, I won't give you a hug. The rabbit hugged her disciple saying, you fought well Kaken. I'm proud of you. Thank you for coming to protect Inosuke, I appreciate it with all my heart. Yuzui, you fought in an extravagant manner boy. Even though you knew your life would end there, you still fought in the end. Just like your teacher feels proud. Outside his mind Kirishima fell unconscious, quite injured, before falling Himejima caught him and carefully laid him on the ground. He had blood dripping from his lips, one of his arms was mangled and covered in blood. The presence of God has disappeared. So this is the end of the battle. Himejima could see how that fortress slowly began to collapse. Himejima had only faced the body that God was controlling and as promised he began to pray some prayers for all the heroes who fell in that bloody war. 1 hour ago before God's defeat. It's been so long since I saw you, Endeavor. That top rank 2 finally revealed his appearance, revealing huge and imposing red wings, and a mocking smile on his face. Shoto H. Hawks? Hawks, you got it right kid. Now let's start our fight. At the moment, Shoto slid at high speed creating a path of ice while several Hawks clones chased him. The bicolor had a fairly serious wound on his left shoulder, and a little blood was dripping from his mouth. Endeavor, for his part, was flying around the place at high speed while dodging several arrows made with the same feathers as Hawk's wings. Hawks just had a slight smile as he looked at everything standing from the center of the place. He had a fan in his hand. Endeavor was getting tired as he began to exhale a cold air that chilled his lungs. This one in his thoughts would say, at this rate we're going to die without even being able to do any harm to him. As the two heroes escaped they could hear the drone's announcement. The battle against top rank 3 has ended. The heroes won. The number 1 hero All Might has died. The hero Shinso has died. The young Akaza comrade of former hero Yuzui has died. Legend rank hero Rengoku survived. And finally the hero Stain has died. Shoto and Endeavor's eyes widened at those words. Shoto in his thoughts would say, "You left too, Shiso." All Might Sensei also fell. The bicolor had some tears falling from his face. Hawks, so Astreth died? What a pity, he was a good friend. But I must say that at least in this dimension the heroes are a bit stronger. At least they can put up more of a fight. But at this rate, they will all die at our hands. Hawks spread his wings to release a kind of cold air that shook the entire place. Endeavor, don't inhale that air, Shoto. Hold your breath. Hawks, if you keep escaping like that, you'll never be able to defeat me. Shoto was hit by one of Hawk's copies, and as he was about to be cut off, a shout was heard echoing throughout the place. Hawk's copy fell lifeless to the ground with a large hole in its head, and seconds later the other copies fell in the same way. And a strong wave of wind shook the entire place, dispersing the freezing air emitted by Hawks. Hawks looked into the distance, noticing how a certain hero was aiming his rifle. Welcome to the Nagant Superior Battlefield. Lady Nagant was on one of those floating floors that were in the fortress. She was breathing heavily. Beside her was a certain hero that Shoto recognized. Inasa Yorashi had his arms crossed with a big smile. He would say, "It seems we arrived a little late to the fight. Hawks, this is getting more fun." He jumped back as he dodged a blow that came from the ground. Power. It was the only thing that could be heard, since a certain blonde had also arrived at the battlefield. Shoto, Mirio-senpai. Mirio, sorry for the delay, Shoto. Hawks, suspended in the air, was about to speak but quickly cut at high speed several vines that attacked him from above. He looked up as the hero Ibara Shiozaki and the hero Kento Monoma descended from the floor above, which was floating on a large nut. Hawks, more trash is appearing. Several bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking the hero. Shoto, those rays are. Kaminari fell from the sky wrapped in several bolts of lightning. On his back was a certain old lady who was an elderly hero. Kaminari, we finally arrived at the battlefield. Is Recovery sure about this? He asked, looking at the old lady who was getting off with a slight smile. Recovery, my gift is healing. And I know I can be useful. I will try not to be a hindrance. Kaminari understood. He looked at the others and said, The others are already on their way, so we have to hold on until they arrive. Recovery quickly went to Shoto to heal him by taking only a little bit of energy from him, since if he took too much energy it would be detrimental in battle. Monoma had the veins on his neck and face prominent as a sign of anger. You bucking bastards, I won't forgive you for killing Shinso. Hawks with a big smile would say. What a wonderful feast I will have with all of you. Come and get me, heroes. Chapter 22, Apocalypse Part 12 and Second Part. Hawks, perish for being frozen, you bastards. It hit the ground to begin freezing the entire place, unleashing an icy blast at the same time. Endeavor and Shoto countered with a powerful flame of fire, thus colliding both attacks. Ibara and the others were thrown back by the force of the collision of both attacks. Kaminari took advantage of this to launch 3 discs at Hawks and then unleashed a powerful electric attack while shouting, Protect them all, Ibara. Without wasting time, she wrapped them all in her vines as the blonde's powerful attack would wipe out a large part of the place. The attack hit Hawks squarely, who received a powerful electric shock. Kaminari opened his eyes in horror as he saw how that guy used Kirishima's quirk to harden his body, and in his thoughts he would say, WEC can beat this monster? How many gifts can I use? Hawks had a big smile on his face as he watched the desperation reflect on Kaminari's face. Hawks, I've already finished you all off before. Do you think I can't do it this time? Don't underestimate this damn monster. Hawks at high speed grabbed Kaminari's face to brutally slam him against the ground, the blonde spat out a large amount of blood, but still did not stop holding Hawk's hand to get him off of him. Hawks tilted his head back, dodging a kick from Monoma, who had lunged to help his friend. Hawks was about to hit him but got hit in the stomach as Mirio came out from under the ground. "Mirio, quickly carry Kaminari on your shoulder and get him away from this place." Monoma obeyed the order without hesitation and moved at high speed. Hawks covered his body with several muscle fibers to show a huge smile, saying, "Come attack me with your best blows." Nagant without hesitation fired several bullets which hit him in the arm and chest, but these barely left any scratches. Nagant, that monster. Inasa created a powerful taste of wind around him. The wind spun at such a high speed that it cut everything in its path. But even so, they barely managed to cut small pieces of their rival's skin. Mirio just backed away, knowing that her blows to him wouldn't do anything. "Endeavor, we must destroy that excessive fibers with a very powerful attack, but if we do so we will waste a great amount of energy. And if we fail, then that guy will end our lives." Hawks looked at Ibra, causing her to freeze on the spot. Fear did not let her move to finish her off first. The others were surprised to see the speed he now possessed, even with the muscle mass his bodies had. Time seemed to stop for Ibra when that giant fist was close to her face. Memories of her life flashed through her mind, and several tears began to fall down her cheeks as she did not want to die. Ibra just closed her eyes, saying, "I'm sorry for all of you guys." At that, a large arm shattered the ground, grabbing Hawks and throwing him with all his strength very far away, destroying several walls in the process. Everyone watched in amazement as Mega Twice arrived on the battlefield, with the real Twice on his shoulders, along with Daigoro, Present Mike, Mina, Gang Orca, and Cementos. "Twice, the reinforcements have arrived, boys." A lot of blood was falling from his mouth, as he had faced several monsters along the way. "Endeavor, now there are more chances to win." Hawks spat out a little saliva after so many impacts, but his smile remained still. The excitement he felt knowing that he could kill them all excited him to no end. In a matter of seconds, Daigoro went into his black form, unleashing an immense amount of black lightning. "Daigoro, well, I'll definitely have to go all out with you from the start." Daigoro's eyes were covered in complete darkness, leaving his pupils red. The veins in his body were overflowing in sight. An absurd amount of purple smoke began to come out from between his teeth. Everyone could feel the pressure coming off of this. "Todoroki, what is this form?" "Endeavor, Shoto, there are heroes who are in the S-class with a rank that is not really in line with their level, since if they demonstrated their power while in their serious mode, then we could say that we would be simple ants before them. I once faced him using that form and I remember the beating he gave me well this day. Daigoro Banjo/current power, 427,000/possession of 1 for all 4 parts of 8. Remaining bearers of the 1 for all granted by their predecessors. Yuzui passed his part of 1 for all to Inosuke Hashibara. Nana Shimura awarded his share to Katsuma. Jyomi Hinajima carries 2 fragments of 1 for all. Daigoro disappeared from the place, destroying the entire ground. Hawks launched himself at high speed towards him, colliding his fists, unleashing a powerful blast of air that devastated the entire place. "Endeavor, now the real battle for our lives has begun." Hawks began to move around the place, flying at high speed, reducing his muscle mass to a little, but he had to dodge several cement pillars that came out of the ground at an enormous speed. At one point he could see how on top of one of the pillars was a certain pink-haired girl. Mina threw a huge layer of acid that almost caught Hawks since he narrowly dodged it. "Hawks, that little girl." He was hit by a strong sound wave coming out of Present Mix's mouth. A lot of blood began to come out of Hawks' ears, and in his thoughts he would say, "My earrums are seriously damaged." In that his feet and hands were caught with black whips, Gang Orca ran at high speed, launching himself towards Hawks, giving him a powerful blow that made him spit out some saliva. To Gang Orca's surprise, he could see how part of Hawks' stomach was covered with the hardness of Kirishima's quirk. "Daigoro, move away, Gang." He quickly pulled him towards him to give him a brutal headbutt. Hawks' eyes rolled back for a few seconds, but he recovered and returned the headbutt with overwhelming force. Daigoro had blood dripping from his forehead as he fell to his knees. Hawks gave him a brutal kick, sending him flying quite far. Endeavor caught him, but they were still slammed into a wall. He spread his wings, which grew a little more, and from his back came out a kind of whip with a curved tip. Hawks deployed those whips at great speed, attacking the others. Cementos was about to react, and then the eyes on Hawks' wings opened and blinked, causing those looking at them to become paralyzed with their eyes blank. Kaminari was cut in half by one of those whips. Daigoro quickly took out several black whips, holding those he could by making them move back. Nagant lost an arm. Present Mike received a large cut on his mouth, splashing his face with his own blood. Mega twice protected twice, and Ibra. Cementos was decapitated when he was hit by one of those whips. All of this was happening in slow motion since the speed at which Hawks was attacking was brutal. Monoma lost a leg. Mirio received a large cut on his face, losing his left eye. Gang Orca received a deep cut on his abdomen. Inasa and Recovery Girl were torn into 3 pieces as they were hit by more than one tentacle. Mina, Endeavor, and Shoto escaped unharmed thanks to Daigoro having acted at great speed, being the only one who could see Hawks' attacks since the others could not even see said attacks as they were paralyzed, and even if they were not, they would have died in seconds. All that had happened in just 8 seconds. Hawks had a big smile on his face as he saw the expression of terror on the faces of the others who couldn't understand how from 1 second to the next several of their companions had died. Hawks high rank 2/current power 895,000. Hawks, I already killed the only person who could heal them, now I definitely want them to keep showing me that desperate face. This one had a big smile as his whips moved slowly behind his back. His wings spread out with that many eyes open certainly gave off a feeling of death. Among all the higher ranks, God was most proud of Hawks since that version of him was the most ruthless he had ever encountered in all the multiverses he had been to. Being God's favorite, he had received direct power from God himself, having the ability to assimilate the gift of the people he killed. That was the reason he had more than one gift. Most of the time Hawks just played with his victims, that was his feast. Mirio clutched his blood-covered face. Ibra covered her mouth from the horror she was witnessing before her eyes. Present Mike collapsed to the ground, leaving a pool of blood in the process. Gang Orca held on to the estimate using force with his abdomen, otherwise his organs would come out of his body. Monoma screamed in pain. Nagant couldn't get out of the shock he was in. Endeavor, finished them all in seconds. The hero's legs were shaking with terror after so long. Hawks, there's no one among you who can stop me. Shoto heard the roar of a beast in the distance. Hawks looked up, noticing how one of the upper parts of that fortress broke into 1,000 pieces. A huge black cat with its paws was descending. On it came a young man with a boar mask. On Inosuke's mask he laid the headbands of his master Yuzui. On his sword were his flashy swords. Inosuke held his 2 katanas in both hands. A loud scream was clearly heard echoing throughout the place. Inosuke-sama descends from the sky to the battlefield. Chapter 23, Apocalypse Part 13, Final Third Part. Inherited Will. Hawks in his thoughts would say, "Who the hell is that brat? It doesn't matter, I just have to cut it into pieces." He launched all his whips at Inosuke, who continued to fall on Komosuke's back. Inosuke began to inhale a little air, seeing how those whips were centimeters away from touching both of them. Inosuke, beast assimilation. Komosuke's size shrank to that of a normal kitten, and the same marks appeared on Inosuke's body as when he fought alongside Yuzui. Inosuke, breath of the beast sound. First stance, 100 roars. This cut those whips as if they were paper, creating in their wake some powerful explosions that were quite striking and had a rather beautiful sound. Hawks. He cut through my whips like it was nothing. Inosuke changed his 2 katanas to now use his master Tenguin's swords. He began to use them by spinning them in a very showy way. For a brief second Daigoro could see how behind Inosuke was Yuzui with a huge smile. Inosuke, second stance. Orchestra of the Infini. This breath was created in honor of his battle partner Komosuke of the Infini race. He attacked Hawks, managing to make 350 cuts per second. Hawks dodged them all with quite a noticeable difficulty since each cut generated powerful explosions. Not to mention that Inosuke made cuts with angles that were quite impossible to make even for the most experienced swordsman that had ever existed. The others could only see flashes of the explosions as they were moving at a tremendous speed. Daigoro in his thoughts would say, "This guy is definitely as strong and striking as Yuzui. Now I understand why you chose him as your successor, comrade. I wish you could see him fight now, you would surely be very proud of him." Inosuke laughed as he attacked because he was excited. This was the first time he fought in a place as crazy as that. That fortress was undoubtedly endless, but thanks to Komosuke's help he was able to find the other heroes who were fighting. Inosuke in his thoughts would say, "Despite the teacher's warning to stay outside, I'm sorry, Master Izuku, but this is something I have to do to honor your memories," he thought as he remembered Yuzui and Mirko. Hawks quickly moved away from Inosuke's attacks, breathing a little heavily as he thought, "Who the hell is this kid? And how is it possible that it is moving at the same speed as me? I had never seen him in the other universes. I don't even know anything about this brat, but that's not the only thing that's weird about this world. Why does Daigoro still live in this universe? He should be dead along with the other bearers of One for All. Wait a minute, and what if the rest of the carriers here changed and are others? Why are there so many changes in this timeline? Who was the cause of such a change in history?" Several rays of the same color as his eyes were coming out of Inosuke's body. One for All was assimilating into his body at a speed that was abnormal even for any other user. He could feel a great power running through every part of his being. "Inosuke, I'm unstoppable. The second lackey, I see, then I'll be legend rank if I chop you up," he pointed at Hawks with his swords. Inosuke looked back, seeing those who survived quite injured, so he said, "Why are they so hurt? At this rate, that old lady is going to get very angry," he said, remembering Recovery Girl. Ibara, with a broken voice, would say, "Our recovery, and it's gone now." She pointed at the old lady's severed body, and Inosuke felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him when he saw her. At that moment, the moments where Recovery had healed him and scolded him at the academy, and how she always cared for him, he passed. Inosuke clenched his swords with quite a bit of pain in his chest. "I swear that even if I have to leave my life on the battlefield, I will kill you, you damn bastard." "Daigoro," Inosuke, calm down, don't be blinded by your anger." Inosuke started running towards Hawks again, who spread his wings to blink his eyes in an attempt to paralyze him, but he was surprised to see how Hawks continued running towards him. "Hawks, why doesn't it work? That mask? With that mask on, I can't know where he's looking," he has exclaimed in his mind. He quickly took out two of his feathers, lengthening them and turning them into two swords to launch himself at Inosuke. Both began to clash their katanas at high speed, destroying everything around them. For his part, Komosuke approached Ibara and the others, and using his healing ability he cured them all immediately. After doing so, he fell to the ground quite exhausted by the energy drain that the assimilation implied. "Mirio, this cat is amazing, I want one. Monoma, we have to help the boy no matter what." Nagant, even without an arm, managed to create more bullets with his hair and prepared to start firing his bullets with Daigoro's instructions. Both were to predict the exact moment where they would try to appear so that their bullets would not fail. While Inosuke and Hawks were fighting, he could feel someone slowly shooting at his back, slowly destroying the eyes that were on his wings. Hawks, without stopping his attack, looked sideways at Nagant and took out another whip, sending it towards her, but a huge pillar of ice blocked the way. Shoto exhaled quite coldly, saying, "I realize that you can't use your cold breath anymore, damn monster. You can only use several gifts at a time in a period of time, then you have to wait a few minutes to be able to use them all at the same time. We will take advantage of that gap to win." Hawks was distracted by looking at Shoto, and Inosuke managed to make a cut on his face, taking away the visibility of his left eye and leaving a deep wound. "Inosuke, the next thing I cut off will be your head." Hawks, already quite annoyed, shot out the feathers of his wings that came out at high speed as if they were bullets towards the others, while he took the opportunity to launch himself against Inosuke, who began to use the place to move at high speed. Shoto and Endeavor began to unleash powerful flames of fire, burning most of the feathers. Daigoro jumped in to help Inosuke in the battle. Ibara protected the rest with her vines. Now Hawks had to block the attacks of two opponents at once, the only ones who were most capable of keeping up with him. Little by little that place began to slowly spin, making it gradually more difficult to keep up with the pace of the fight. Hawks noticed this, and thought something was happening, since for a long time he had not felt the presence of God inside the fortress. There was only his essence in the body of the hero Eijiro Kirishima. Hawks, the fortress is losing power. Already quite annoyed, he destroyed the ground, raising several rubbles, and Inosuke got into a running position similar to that of a hero who did it all the time. Hawks opened his eyes slightly upon seeing him, as behind him he could see the hero Mirko in the same position as him. He threw one of his whips, managing to cut Inosuke's mask in half, seeing how his eyes shone with a glow that made his skin crawl. Inosuke disappeared at a speed that Hawks could barely see. Inosuke moved using the rubble, leaving a trail of rays that were becoming more and more intense. Hawks, that brat. Damn you. No, I won't let you break your limiter. Inosuke stopped at one of the rubble, looking at Hawks to say, Stop me then. Inosuke Hashibara / current power 345,000. 420,000. As he moved, his power rose at a rate that caused deep terror to the upper rank 2. Hawks was about to lunge to stop him, but Daigoro's whip stopped him. Daigoro, cut off your head, boy. I'll hold him off for as long as it takes. Inosuke launched himself at high speed to deliver the finishing blow. Hawks, you won't decapitate me that easily. Already quite annoyed, he took out several whips from his back again and sent them towards Inosuke, who launched himself towards him, but a wall of ice and several vines stopped him. But one of those whips managed to hit Inosuke, sending him flying against one of the walls, in the process causing a large cut on his chest. Inosuke fell far away from everyone, covered in his own blood. Hawks, damn trash. I've already finished one, now only you are missing. Daigoro, I am Endeavor. Hawks looked in the direction where Endeavor was burning with such an intense fire. In Endeavor's eyes there was a determination that made his soul burn. Little by little its flames began to turn into a blue fire. Endeavor, the evolution of my flames will burn your damn face. I'll take you with me, you bucking bastard. Prominence burn. That powerful attack was deployed with overwhelming power. Hawks with a slight smile would say, They are as crazy as I am. That attack will consume you too. Daigoro with a slight smile replied, Our duty is to protect the future of our students, and no matter what it takes, we will do everything possible to ensure that future. Plus ultra. The attack hit both of them, unleashing a powerful flame. Daigoro's skin began to melt in a matter of seconds due to the high temperature. Hawks had half his face burned in the process, he would say. It's a great attack, but... He looked at Endeavor, who already had half of his arm charred, and said, Unlike your son, you cannot counteract the intense heat in your body. It will be a matter of seconds before your body is reduced to ashes. My body will last longer than yours, and once you die I will slaughter you all. Todoroki could see how slowly he began to cover his body with Kirishima's quirk. Shoto also unleashed a powerful attack, and his flames also turned a bluish hue. Shoto, Dad, stop, I'll keep going. The two-colored boy noticed how several tears were falling down his father's cheeks. Endeavor already had half of his face burned by his own fire, and gathering his strength he would say, I love you so much, son. You and your brothers are my greatest happiness. I'm sure your mother would be very, very proud of you. Forgive me for not being able to be present at your wedding, son, but I want you to be happy with your wife and to love her with all your heart. The hero gave a slight smile to be enveloped by his flames, increasing the intensity of it. Hawks began to walk on his back, since Daigoro did not let go of him despite the fact that he already had almost his entire body burned, and the hero was still hugging him to slow him down. Endeavor's flames completely engulfed them, burning everything in their path. Shoto with tears in his eyes would say, Thanks for everything, Dad. The hero's flames slowly went out, leaving behind ash that slowly dissolved. Shoto fell to his knees, exhausted from expending so much energy on that attack. His eyes were on the mass of blue fire that enveloped Hawks. That fire slowly went out, covering the entire place with smoke. The others looked at the silhouette that could be seen through the smoke. Hawks walked out with 80% of his body burning. He dropped Daigoro's body, which turned to ash when it hit the ground. The smell of burning flesh permeated the place. Half of his face was hardened with Kirishima's quirk. Mina just covered her mouth when she saw that monster following her foot. Hawks, what bad luck, heroes, I'm still alive. Luckily I managed to use my cold breath inside my body, otherwise my organs would be burned. Now I've killed the 2 heroes who could stand up to me. Daigoro is already dead. And the brat has a big cut on his chest, he'll bleed to death, not to mention he's unconscious. He started laughing madly. Monoma, leaning on Mirio's shoulder, would say, "Damn, we will definitely die, but still we have to try. That damn monster must be very weakened. We have to give it the final blow." Mirio looked at Shoto, who was about to lose consciousness due to exhaustion. Nagant was without an arm. Mina and Ibara did not have powerful attacks, so they were at a total disadvantage. Hawks was about to walk towards Shoto when several copies of Twice launched themselves at him. "Twice, get out of here, guys. My copies and I will be cannon fodder. Please take advantage of this to escape. Load up the boy and get out of here." This one in his thoughts would say, "I don't have enough energy left to use Mega Twice. This is the only thing I can do." Monoma, seeing this, clenched his fists in helplessness and said, "Mirio." He said a few words in his ear and the blonde agreed. "Mirio, everybody get ready." Hawks sent all of Twice flying in seconds to say, "This is your end." Mirio came out from under the ground and held both of his arms. Hawks, but what a surprise. He felt something stab into the right side of his abdomen. His gaze fell on the cause of that pain and found Monoma. In his hands he had Inusug's katana, holding it with all his strength. "Monoma, your body has become much weaker. I will impale you like a skewer." He sank the katana deeper, causing Hawks to spit out blood. Hawks wanted to grab him, but Mirio stopped his hands. Several shots hit his body, causing him to kneel. Nagant was leaning against Mina, who was holding her so that she would not collapse. Hawks in his thoughts would say, "I underestimated them too much. That's what I get for being overconfident. I have to kill him and stop the bleeding in my body. If God gives me more of his power, I will be able to regenerate my body and my appearance." Hawks began to exhale a lot of cold air that began to freeze Mirio and Monoma. Both in their thoughts would say, "Don't breathe, don't breathe." They both knew that if they breathed in that cold wind it would freeze their lungs in seconds. Hawks was so weak that he couldn't draw any whips from his body, to the point that he could only use his icy breeze. Shoto wanted to stand up, but he had no strength. But little by little the cold breeze reached the others, who were trying to hold their breath. Meanwhile Inusu could hear 2 voices in the distance telling him to get up, that the battle was not over yet. He opened his eyes slightly and could see the soul of his teacher Mirko, who was telling him, "Come on, stand up, brat, you still have to kick that idiot's ass. You inherited my will, show him that you won't give up so easily. Yuzui, come on, my best Tsukuko, you have to cut off his head in a showy way. It's not yet your time to leave. Stand up and show them that you are the king of the beasts," he exclaimed with a big smile. Inusuk, teachers. Hawks, let's see how much longer you can hold your breath. It's only a matter of minutes and victory will be mine. He opened his eyes in terror as he saw Inusuk standing up in the distance with his torso covered in blood. Inusuk began to move his katanas to take a stance by contracting all his muscles, and with a lot of blood falling from his mouth, he showed a slight smile, and everyone at the same time would say, "Even if my life is at stake, we will make your head roll." Inusuk, breath of the beast. Ibara, do it, boy. Inusuk disappeared in a streak of lightning. Monoma and Mirio stepped aside. Hawks wanted to attack, but in a matter of milliseconds he could see how Inusuk's katanas were brushing his neck. 10th Form Moonring Cut. Inusuk walked past, making the cuts in a showy manner. Hawk's head was in the air and all he could say was, "So this is the end for me? I guess I don't care if I die. His body was about to collapse, but Inosuke at high speed cut it into thousands of fragments to ensure his victory. He raised Yuzui's katanas and with a big smile he would say, "We finally won, Teacher's Wile. I am the king of beasts Inosuke Hashibara. Inosuke Hashibara power marker 1,400,590. Duration of the fight against the upper rank 2, approximately 53 minutes. Chapter 24, Apocalypse Part 14 Final Part 4. Lishti was running at high speed through that infinite fortress, mercilessly destroying the monsters she found along the way. There was blood on her face from the monsters she killed. She released the head of a monster she was holding in her hand. Lishti had a cold look being in her adult version. Damn, it feels like I'm running in circles. Besides, I no longer feel the presence of Onaikin inside this place, but there are quite a few presences here with overwhelming power. I can't just sit back and do nothing. The others are fighting relentlessly. At that point she saw some rather peculiar drones above, and through a loudspeaker they told her to follow them and that they would take her to where the fights were taking place. Lishti followed them without hesitation. All this was happening while Endeavor and the others were fighting the upper rank 2. Lishti stopped dead in her tracks as the drones announced the deaths of Akaza, All Might, and Stain. She lightly clenched her fists, making them bleed, and in a low voice she would say, "First Yuzui left, and now it's your Akaza. Why is my whole family dying? It's not fair." Meanwhile Izumi was flying at high speed, dodging several sharp debris that were being thrown towards her. The green-haired girl had blood falling from her mouth. She also had blood falling from her forehead, largely obstructing her vision. This in his thoughts would say, "Damn, what's going on in this fucking place? If it weren't for my telekinetic powers, the whole place would have collapsed 30 minutes ago. Everyone would be crushed if it weren't for me." Freeing them all from their mind control was difficult, but I was able to lessen the burden on the others. If this continues, my energy will surely run out quickly. The green-haired girl was hit by a huge hand that sent her flying, crashing into the floating pillars of that place. Izumi spat out a little blood from the impact, but without wasting time she moved to prevent that huge hand from crushing her. Izumi, TCH, that chick is definitely a bucking pain in the ass. I thought his power was just telekinesis. I made a mistake again. Luna, wow, I see that you were just pure words. You have not been able to cause me significant damage. While I certainly applauded the fact that you were able to free everyone from my mind control, it was a shame I couldn't control that infinity, and the attack it launched at us was certainly quite powerful. But the way things are going, it's just a matter of time before your energy runs out. Unlike me, who has thousands of years of life and experience, I know how to control my energy perfectly. On the other hand, with your insignificant lifespan, you would never reach the level I am at now. Izumi, it's easy to be powerful when you receive power from someone else. So anyone is powerful, don't you think? He asked with a mocking smile that annoyed his rival quite a bit. Luna, I will end your life right now. She made 4 enormous portals from which 4 gigantic hands emerged, which tried to crush her. At that, Gyomei came out from beneath the ground. He quickly realized the situation and began to move his chains at an inhuman speed, tearing his hands into 1,000 pieces. He had a serious look, and his arms were marked by all his veins. From his body came several rays that made the place rumble. Gyomei disappeared at great speed. His axe was centimeters from Luna's neck. At that, Kirishima, being controlled by God, stopped the axe with his hand. A powerful taste of air destroyed the entire place. Izumi was surprised by the power of that blow. Without a doubt, Gyomei was a real beast. Kirishima had a big smile, saying, Hey, my punch definitely sent you flying pretty far, huh? But why are you interfering in another battle? He looked at Luna out of the corner of his eye and replied with a cold voice. If you don't finish off that brat, I'll rip your head off myself. Did you hear me right, Luna? If it weren't for my interference, this hero would have smashed your head in without hesitation. Plus you don't have regeneration like Boros, Akaza, or Astray, don't forget that. Luna's body shook with fear at those words. She could barely nod her head. Kirishima turned his gaze to Gyomei, saying, Well, let's continue our fight somewhere else. He put a palm in front of his face and sent him flying quite far, destroying several parts of the fortress. Kirishima looked into Izumi's eyes, who froze in fear, and said, "I love the look of fear on your face, Izumi." After saying that, he disappeared from the place, going after Gyomai. Luna looked at Izumi to say, "I won't play with you anymore. I don't want God to kill me." It began to deform its body, becoming larger, even surpassing the height that empty lady could reach. From her torso down she was like the tail of a snake, the upper part of which was totally naked. A pair of extra eyes had appeared on his face, giving him 6 eyes in total. On his arms were some kind of scales. His appearance was undoubtedly quite intimidating. In a fraction of a second, her fist was centimeters away from Izumi's face. The green-haired girl created a shield with her psychic powers, but the impact was still too much for her, and she was slammed against the walls of that place. As he fell into the void with his eyes blank, the only thing he could think was, "I'm sorry for everything, I failed you all. I couldn't even meet him again. There are so many things I want to tell my brother, but I guess I won't be able to." Several tears fell from her cheeks. Luna put her hands together to squash it as if it were a mosquito, but then she could hear a voice that would say, "Target located. Incineration cannon at maximum power." A powerful flame of fire covered the entire place. Izumi was suspended in the air in the arms of a girl. Lishti held her quite firmly. She would look at Katsuma saying, "We arrived on time." Katsuma was suspended in the air watching how his fire had not done any damage to his opponent. "Katsuma, we arrived on time, but that thing is colossal in size." Lishti landed on the ground, taking the green-haired girl down. "Katsuma, we can't stay behind. Inosuke is already giving his best on the battlefield." "Lishti, that brat didn't invite me to the party, but now." She looked at Luna with quite a bit of displeasure, saying, "That trash needs to be beaten. Onaikin is taking care of the strongest one." "Katsuma, without a doubt Izuku-sensei will win the battle, there is no doubt about that. It is up to us to eliminate it." "Luna, wow, more garbage keeps appearing. I'll crush you all along with that little bugger." She raised her hands, tearing off parts of the place, creating a gigantic spear. Katsuma and Lishti looked at that, knowing that it would be difficult to dodge such an attack. "Luna, die altogether." She launched that attack, but the spear was cut, being reduced to ashes by the cut. She could see that behind them was a man of considerable height and muscles that commanded respect. His gaze was calm without any disturbance. Katsuma and Lishti turned to see the person meeting someone they had seen some time ago. "Raphael, I'll join the battle too. Your name is Luna, right? I'm sorry to tell you that you are standing in front of the hottest star of all. Right now you are facing the sun itself." He extended his hand, creating a sun of a fairly considerable size. Katsuma carried Izumi, and they moved away as far as possible. Lishti also moved away. "Raphael, I won't let you hurt my friend Izuku's friends. Even in the middle of the night I will continue to shine and burn with all my heat." Chapter 25, Apocalypse Part 15, Final Part 5. A strong explosion shook the entire place, destroying everything in its path. An immense steam came out from all over the place. Raphael had blood dripping from his forehead and mouth, but he still continued walking calmly. He looked forward, noticing Luna emerging from the smoke screen with some slight burns on her body. Giant hands came out from behind him but were stopped by the green-haired girl's psychic power. Katsuma and Lishti were running at high speed, dodging several spear-shaped debris that their rival was throwing at them. Luna moved at high speed, saying, "These trash are certainly a nuisance. If it weren't for them I would have surely finished off the brat already, but..." She looked at Raphael and said to herself, "Who the hell is this man? I'm even using my psychic power to restrict his movements, but it doesn't seem to affect him at all. Since when were there such strong humans on this planet? Lord Boros really messed up this time." She grabbed Katsuma by the face and slammed her into the ground. Lishti tried to hit her in the face but was hit by her rival's tail and sent flying far away until she hit the walls of the place, spitting out a lot of blood. Luna ripped off both of Katsuma's arms and legs while laughing and saying, "I'll finish you off first, you useless piece of junk." Katsuma just looked at Luna to remember the times he had to admit that he was still weak in order to defeat his enemies. He always ended up being a punching bag for his opponents, always ending up broken. Even David had told him to try not to get involved with guys who were stronger than him, since it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to repair it. If they broke him again, then there would come a time when not even he would be able to repair it. Katsuma looked at Izumi saying, "Take cover, everyone." Katsuma's body began to glow brightly, saying, "This time I'll leave, but I'll hurt you as much as I can." The cyborg's core shone so brightly that it blinded everyone. "Katsuma, thank you for everything, sensei, and please forgive me for not being able to say goodbye to you in person. Luna, I'll crush you before you can explode into useless scrap." He raised his fist and brought it down at high speed. Katsuma self. Luna's fist was centimeters away from hitting him, but Katsuma slightly opened his eyes when he saw a briefcase in the air. Agent Mantis was on top of some rubble and had a slight smile on his face, saying, "I arrived on time." The briefcase suddenly opened, releasing several pieces. Luna's fist hit Katsuma, generating a large air wave that raised a lot of dust. Luna noticed how her fist was shaking. The dust cleared, revealing Katsuma standing with a totally different appearance, with his right hand holding his rival's fist. Katsuma raised his gaze, revealing his eyes shining a bright emerald. A pressure and fear ran through Luna's body, who tried to back away, but he didn't let go of his fist. He was even exerting more pressure with his grip, making her fist bleed. Izumi, but what happened to him? New updated combat system. A bunch of data and movements began to pass before Katsuma's eyes, adding to his combat arsenal. The suit he had was made of a material he had never seen before. He could even feel how its pieces were overflowing with immense power. Search system expanded to 10,000%. 1,000,000% destruction capacity. Speed increased to. Katsuma moved his hand and with consummate ease tore off Luna's arm, who screamed in pain. The cyborg threw his arm to the side. Izumi could feel a pressure on her body, and so could the others. Raphael and Lishti could see how Izuku was behind Katsuma for a slight second. Katsuma began to walk slowly while small emerald rays came out of his body. "Katsuma, now I understand everything. This suit is adapted to the sensei's strength and speed." In seconds, Katsuma was in front of Luna's face, who tried to react, but Katsuma gave her a powerful blow to the face that sent her flying quite far, further destroying the fortress. Katsuma last update, Demon of the Apocalypse / current power, 1,950,000. Outside the fortress were Ethan and Alice. "Alice, do you think Agent Mantis has reached his objective?" she asked, looking at that large dome. "Ethan, most likely yes. After all, he is one of our best agents. The important thing is that we were able to finish Katsuma-san's costume on time. Without a doubt, the material that Izuku brought us was quite impressive. Alice, even though he doesn't show it, he cares a lot about his disciple. To the point where it helped us strengthen the suit and increase its durability. Ethan, right now Katsuma-san is below Izuku's power. To defeat him, you would have to have the same power as Izuku. Alice, the rest is in your hands, Katsuma-san Gamber. Several months ago. We can see how Ethan was in a small apartment that was in terrible condition. He was sitting on the floor with a cup of tea in his hands. In front of him was Alice, who was looking at him seriously. Alice, well, Dr. Ethan, why did you call me? What do you want to talk to me about? If you remember correctly, I resigned, as did Agent Mantis. Ethan, I know, don't remind me. I called you to apologize for all the things I did. I'm a new man, I swear. After meeting that guy, I understood that there are people and things that not even science can explain. You know, I would like to start over, but this time make inventions to help others. Alice listened to him attentively and closed her eyes, saying, I hope my salary this time is better than last time. Ethan looked at her and let out a small laugh, saying, Okay, but this time, as you can see, I'm a little broken, so if you have patience with me then. Alice with a slight smile would say. So when do we start? Ethan was about to speak when the front door was smashed in with a small bang. Alice opened her eyes slightly as she saw who the person standing at the fort was. Izuku with a drop of sweat would say. Ah, I didn't mean to break the door. I barely touched it, I'm sorry. Ethan, shaking with fear, would say. Don't do anything to me, I swear I haven't done anything wrong in this time. Izuku looked at him, and with his poker face would say. Oh, okay. Alice stood up looking at the freckled boy to ask. What have you come here for? Izuku, well, the truth is I want to ask you please. Alice and Ethan looked at each other in the eyes, somewhat confused, and then returned their gaze to the green-haired boy. Izuku, you better see it with your own eyes, he said, turning around to leave that apartment. Alice and Ethan followed the freckled man only to see with great astonishment a pile of material that was not from this world clearly stacked in front of his apartment. Ethan, quite amazed by what he was seeing, approached the material saying, This material is definitely not from this planet. Its texture and composition is totally different, he replied while examining it from top to bottom. Alice looked at the freckled boy to say, I won't ask how he got it. Izuku, I appreciate that. Ethan turned to look at him saying, Do you want to ask us to build something with this material? Izuku, yes, that's right. More exactly, a suit. Alice, a suit? Ethan, is it for the cyborg boy who was accompanying you that time we met? Izuku, that's right, you see, he is my disciple and I want to do something for him. Also look at this. The freckled man approached the material and gave a light blow that broke a piece into 1,000 fragments. Both Alice and Ethan watched in amazement as the material rebuilt itself at an extraordinary speed. Ethan touched him again, saying, It seems to be much tougher and more durable now than before. Izuku, do you think you can make armor with this? Ethan gave her a slight smile, saying, This is our chance, Alice, to make a change. We will make the most powerful suit that humanity has ever seen, hero, he replied, pointing at Izuku. Izuku, okay. Since Izuku had helped them build the suit as it was destroyed over and over again to improve its strength until they finally managed to finish it an hour before Boros arrived on Earth. End of flashback. Katsuma, it's time to end this battle so we can go help the others. I swear by my master that I will not lose this time. Raphael, Izumi and Lishti stood to one side of him looking forward, watching as Luna stood up once again. She had stopped the bleeding from her arm. Lishti spat out some blood, saying, I swear I'll hit him back for the blow he gave me. Luna looked at Mantis to say to herself, If it weren't for that guy, I would have already finished off that piece of junk. With her psychic powers she squeezed Mantis's body, who had a slight smile, saying, With honor to the end. After saying that, his body was completely destroyed by Luna. Outside the dome, Alice looked at the sky, noticing how the sun was almost at its peak. Ethan, it's almost noon. Raphael ran at high speed, cutting several spears with his axe while his muscles increased. Katsuma gave her a brutal kick, causing Luna to crash to the ground, spitting out a large amount of blood. She tried to get up, but Lishti didn't waste time and kicked her in the stomach. Izumi, with her psychic powers, made her bounce again and again against the walls of the place. Luna created several holes from which several giant hands emerged that were about to crush them all. But those hands began to disintegrate, and Raphael fell in front of Luna, who noticed how he was now taller and more muscular, not to mention that he looked at her as if she was inferior to him. He raised his palm, creating what appeared to be an immense sun. Izumi protected Lishti from the heat. Katsuma stood as if nothing had happened, since his suit easily resisted it. Raphael, at this moment, it is difficult to contain myself. After saying that, he launched that attack, generating a huge explosion that made the entire fortress tremble, even making a huge hole in the dome from the outside. Alice looked at all this in amazement. Ethan, things are definitely brutal inside. A large curtain of smoke covered the entire place. Katsuma was looking seriously since he knew that she was still alive. Luna's body was seen, noticing how several of her scales that protected her skin were completely destroyed and she had serious burns, despite the fact that she had protected herself quite a bit with her psychic powers. Luna, if it weren't for my powers, I would have ended up seriously injured. But who the hell is that guy? A few minutes ago I couldn't even get a scratch, but now his aura and power are different. Lishti stepped forward, creating a bow and arrow with her energy. Her energy was a deep red hue. Waves of air came out from Lishti's body, who had a serious look. Katsuma with his radar was able to detect the power that was emanating. Lishti launched the arrow, which shot out at high speed and hit Luna in the chest. Luna thought something would happen to her, but nothing happened, so she started laughing, saying, "What the hell kind of attack was that?" She couldn't finish speaking as she began to spit out a large amount of blood. Her vision became blurry. Her sense of balance went out of control, so she fell to the ground quite dizzy without knowing what was happening to her. Lishti walked up to her, placing his foot on her head while wearing a sinister smile. "Lishti, what happened, you piece of shit? Didn't you say a moment ago that we were just trash to you? My attack had no effect on you." "Well, I don't see it that way. I can smell your fear and despair. You're afraid of dying, right?" Luna screamed and tried to hit him but fell to the ground, losing her balance. Izumi lifted her up with her powers, embedding a huge spear in her stomach. Luna gave a cry of despair, saying, Please help me, I don't want to die." "Izuku-sama." Katsuma stood in front of her, saying, "It's over. In honor of my teacher." Severe death series. Serious hits in a row. A bunch of fists appeared in front of Luna's eyes. Her body was torn apart by a shower of blows. Raphael, Izumi, and Lishti had been sent flying by the power of the blows. Alice and Ethan looked on in amazement as the banner had been destroyed by almost 50%. The dust cleared, revealing Katsuma with his fist raised. Raphael and Lishti looked at him with a slight smile. "Raphael, I expected nothing less from my friend Izuku's disciple." Izumi just looked on in amazement as she watched him destroy Luna's body with a shower of blows. Izumi in her thoughts would say, "The people surrounding my own icon are definitely amazing people." Meanwhile, within the spiritual battle that was taking place inside Kirishima's body, we can see how Mirko ran at high speed, releasing purple rays from his body. "Mirko, I won't forgive you for taking the appearance of my darling." Izuku stopped her kick with his forearms to show her a slight smile, saying, "Take his appearance, you say?" He took her by the neck, saying, "I'm Izuku, but from another rabbit timeline. This is my true essence." After saying that, he brutally hit her in the stomach to throw her away, dodging Yuzui's swords. Kaken stood to the side with his palms to give him an explosion. Izuku grabbed him by the face and pinned him to the ground, saying, "No matter what universe it is, you are always weaker than me, Katsuki. You are barely my shadow, you never managed to surpass me. Yuzui, be careful and state if you destroy our souls, then we will not be able to reincarnate, much less rest in peace." Mirko stood up, saying, "We will get you out of this boy's body no matter if our souls are destroyed." The three of them would say at the same time, "We will finish you off right now, you damned wretch." Izuku showed a big smile, saying, "Come on, all three of you, you bucking trash. I've killed them before and I'll do it again." Meanwhile, outside the body, Kirishima looked on in amazement as Himejima released a large amount of purple smoke. In seconds he had the warrior's axe centimeters from his neck. "Kirishima, you're amazing hero Himejima. If I take your body, I will be able to achieve my plans faster." Chapter 26, Apocalypse Part 16, Final Part 6. Hisashi clashed his fists against Boros at high speed as they moved throughout the fortress. They could feel the fortress shaking sharply. Every time their fists collided, they unleashed powerful air waves that destroyed much of the place. Hisashi was giving Boros quite a fight even with half his power, since the latter had used a lot of energy and power to send his son and Saitama to another dimension. That technique involved a physical wear and tear that was quite harmful to his body. He received a blow to the stomach, spitting out a little blood and being brutally hit against the ground, but he quickly stood up, dodging a powerful energy attack from Boros. Boros fell to the ground as he began to slowly walk towards him, saying, "You don't fight badly, hero, you certainly have me amazed. But well, we're done with the warm-up. It's time for our real battle to begin." Hisashi wiped the blood from his mouth, staring at Boros, who already had his fist inches away from his face. Time seemed to move slower than before. Hisashi's two fists were surrounded by a purple and black energy. He blocked Boros' blow, and with his other hand he connected a brutal blow to the pit of his stomach. Boros spat out a large amount of blood and flew upwards at high speed, creating several black holes in the area. Hisashi, multidimensional black holes. He crossed through the holes at high speed, hitting Boros' body in the air, massacring his body with each blow, finishing with a strong kick to the back that hit him against the ground, descending to the depths of the fortress. Hisashi's eyes glowed purple as he looked at the huge crater that had formed after the impact. Boros was deep under the rubble. He stood up and fell to his knees, beginning to spit blood non-stop. His body was experiencing unimaginable pain. He was breathing heavily as his arms trembled. Despite the pain he was feeling on his face, a big smile appeared, saying, "I certainly can't help but feel happy to have found someone as strong as you, Hisashi Midoriya. You definitely deserve to see my final form." He stood up and his body began to shine. The armor he had broken into 1,000 pieces. His body underwent a quite noticeable change. His muscles had increased a little. A piece of debris broke off from the ceiling and began to fall, but it stopped in midair. Boros was suspended in the air in front of Hisashi, who had his arms in an X shape to block the attack. Boros connected his attack, breaking the space and time of the place, fragmenting it into 1,000 pieces like broken glass. Hisashi was expelled at high speed. Boros put his hand on the ground, expelling pink rays from his body and running at high speed, repeatedly hitting Hisashi's body. The hero blocked the blows and couldn't help but think that with each passing second, Boros' strength and speed increased. Hisashi collided his fists, creating the black holes again. "Boros, I already learned that technique," he exclaimed as he wrapped his fists in the same energy that Hisashi created. Boros entered the black holes, moving at great speed, appearing behind Hisashi. The hero turned around, barely managing to block the blow and being sent flying quite far away. His body was completely numb from that blow. He managed to compose himself by doing a flip in the air to move his hands, blocking the rain of blows that Boros was throwing at him. Hisashi was forced to step back by the pressure of those blows, but he did not expect to receive a blow to the chest that made him hit a floating pillar. The hero knew as they fell that he had to fight using all his skills, but he ran the risk that Boros would learn them and use them against him. Hisashi moved his hands, wrapping them with 2 orbs of black energy. He would say, "Fists of the Void." After saying that, he hit him in the face, creating a ring of energy behind Boros, which flew quite far away while his body vibrated slightly. He could see how there were several clones of Hisashi around him, who extended their hands, creating a small sphere of red energy. Hisashi disappears. He fell to his knees, spitting out a lot of blood, and his clones disappeared. Boros was able to recover by regenerating his wounds thanks to the ability that his kind had. Hisashi covered his mouth, as these were the repercussions of using so much of his power to try and restrain 2 people who vastly outnumbered him. He had demanded a lot from his body and soul. He had to stop or else he would collapse to the ground. "Boros, if I had received that attack you were about to launch at me, I'm more than sure it would have been the end of me. My body was screaming at me to kill you immediately. Survival instincts will always prevail no matter what species you are. From what I see, you won't be able to continue fighting with me. It's a shame, and I mean it. I'll tell you a secret, hero. My kind actually had a pretty absurd amount of potential to rule the universe if they wanted to. But they wasted it on absurd things. But I thought totally different from them, until one day I eliminated them. They did not deserve to continue existing. They did not want to become strong. They did not deserve to live. Thank you for showing me such amazing techniques. As a gesture of gratitude, I will eliminate you using your own technique." Boros extended his hand and Hisashi's eyes widened as he saw what Boros was about to do. "Boros, It took me a few minutes to fully understand this technique. A small red sphere formed at the tip of his fingers. And to think that this little sphere of energy can be so devastating. Goodbye, heroes. A red light enveloped the entire place, consuming Hisashi completely. A powerful explosion shook the foundations of that place. The place was covered in quite a bit of dust. Boros had a serious look as he felt a rather strong presence. Boros, who are you? The dust slowly cleared, revealing Ban standing in front of Hisashi with a slight smile. His torso was exposed and both of his hands were in his pants pocket. Ban, you almost died, old man. Hisashi, you're right, Ban. Ban, leave the rest to me. He replied, standing face to face with Boros, staring into his eyes. Boros wanted to say something, but he felt a terrible pain in his stomach that made him spit out a lot of blood. His gaze fell on his stomach, noticing how Ban's fist was embedded in the pit of his stomach. Ban, don't tell me that this simple blow hurts you? After saying that, he gave him a powerful knee strike that lifted him off the ground and then grabbed him by the face and slammed him into the ground with overwhelming force. They both fell down after breaking the upper floor of the place. While they fell, Ban looked at him in their eyes with a slight smile. They disappeared from the place, moving at great speed. Hisashi stood up, trying to recover from the wear and tear that had been exerted on his body. He looked down at the bottom of the place, seeing only fragments of energy moving at high speed. With a slight smile he would say, Ban, you're just playing with him, right? He quietly asked himself. Ban dodged Boros' blows with a slight smile as if it was no big deal to him. Ban, come on, fight seriously. Don't tell me this is all you can do? Boros spread his hands, creating several black holes. Ban looked at them sideways, quite bored. Boros began to move through them. The fox was only standing in the same place. He sent his fist back, hitting his rival in the jaw, sending him flying. Ban, I know that technique like the back of my hand, idiot. Boros stood up, staggering a little, as Ban was undoubtedly above Hisashi's power. Boros, I'll use my entire repertoire of techniques against you then. He disappeared in a flash of red, enveloping his fists in purple flames. Ban watched as there were now several copies of Boros. The fox was greeted by a shower of blows, his body being mercilessly slaughtered. Boros just laughed as he hit him, watching his blood splash across his face. Boros stopped hitting him when he saw how his face was completely disfigured, but what he could notice was how he was still standing. Boros, you were very arrogant and that's why you lost. He could notice how a lot of smoke began to come out of Ban's body. Ban, those hits weren't bad. Boros took a step back as he saw his body regenerating as if nothing had happened. Ban twisted his neck, saying, Well, I'll show you how it's done. He extended his hand, saying, Hunter's Feast. Boros could feel a lot of his power drain away. Ban's muscles had increased a little. Boros, who are you? This was received by a shower of blows from Ban. Each blow he delivered unleashed powerful tastes of air that destroyed everything in its path. Hisashi could feel the whole place shaking even though they were quite far from where he was. Ban's eyes glowed brightly as he took the blows. Boros understood that at no point he had a chance to win. With the last of his strength he said, Humans are amazing. You are an amazing human. Ban delivered the final blow, completely destroying Boros' body. Lightning bolts came out of his fists, as he was a wielder of one for all. Ban, they deserve to pay for the deaths of my comrades. He turned around, saying, Well, I'd better head to where Himejima is. The fox stopped dead to say, Nah, I'm sure he can take on his rival alone. A white orb shot out from his chest at high speed towards where Gyomei was. Ban, only mine was missing and the one for all will be complete. I can feel Nana, Yuzui and the others' parts heading towards him. At that point, both he and Hisashi could hear the voice of the drones saying, Hero Izumi together with Demonic Cyborg and 2 other people defeated the top rank 0. I repeat, top rank 0 has been defeated. Hisashi, so they made it in the end, huh? I knew my daughter could endure this battle. End chapter. Gyomei spun his chains at high speed while destroying everything in his path. Kirishima dodged the attacks with great difficulty while thinking. Is this guy getting stronger? Gyomei exhaled a large amount of air from his mouth while the veins on his arms were quite noticeable. A sphere of energy crossed the place at high speed, entering his body, as did another purple sphere. Gyomei, this will be more than enough. I now have one for all at 90%. The reason for this fact was quite simple since the other carriers had sent their parts of one for all to Himejima except Inusuke. Since being a rookie he did not know how to do this process. Let us remember that Yuzui inherited his part of the OFA before dying, thus making him another bearer. A large amount of lightning began to emerge from Himejima's body, putting great pressure on the entire place. Kirishima looked quite seriously, noticing how that man was becoming stronger and stronger. Gyomei lowered his chains and began to jump slightly in place. Kirishima, are you getting little? He received a powerful kick to the stomach that sent him crashing against the top of the fortress. His eyes turned white for a brief second as he spat out a large amount of blood. Gyomei appeared at his side, deploying several rays from his body. The redhead received a blow to the face, sending him down only to be received by another blow, and so on repeatedly. The force with which Gyomei hit him made his head throb non-stop, numbing every part of his body. Gyomei, I'll get you out of this poor boy's body. Your soul deserves no mercy. Kirishima, upon hearing those words, only clenched his fists full of rage to compose himself and stop Gyomei's blow. With his gaze downcast he would say, Piety? What do you know about mercy, hero? Nobody had mercy on her or my daughter, that's why I was born. Humans don't know what mercy is, that's why I eradicated them all in my universe. I am the one who decides whether I have mercy or not. After saying that, he threw a punch at Gyomei, who quickly threw his fist, colliding both attacks, but Himejima's entire arm was destroyed by the impact. Kirishima, now that all the upper ranks have died, my power is returning to me again. Whatever it takes, I'll kill them all. He launched himself at high speed towards Gyomei, who was just calm, and with his other arm he began to counterattack while defending himself from the blows. Both of them moved at high speed. Returning to Katsuma, Lishti, Raphael and Izumi, they were running at high speed through the fortress, Katsuma carrying Izumi on his back. Behind them, several walls and debris fell, while the place spun and changed places as if nothing had happened. Katsuma, this place. Lishti, it's slowly collapsing. Izumi was unconscious on the cyborg's back. Elsewhere, riding on Komosuke's back were Inusuke and those who had survived his battle. Inusuke, this place is falling apart, he exclaimed, letting out air through his boar mask. While this was happening, the places where the battles had taken place were shown, revealing the lifeless bodies of the heroes who had perished in that fierce and bloody battle. The lifeless bodies of All Might, Shinso and Stain were being buried by the rubble falling from the fortress. Shoto, while riding on Komosuke's back, only let tears fall down his cheeks. Outside the dome, Yuzui and Mirko's bodies were together. Lisha was standing looking at them with tears falling from her eyes. She fell to her knees and took both of their hands as she cried. At his side were the assistants of his restaurant who just watched the scene in silence with quite sadness. Lisbeth had arrived at the place, and seeing the scene of Yuzui lifeless, she remembered the times he had tried to ask her out. She couldn't help but shed several tears when she saw him lifeless. Lisbeth, why you fool why did you leave? Her voice began to break little by little, since even though she did not have a romantic feeling for him, she considered him a great friend and colleague. Gyomei and Kirishima clashed their fists as the fortress slowly collapsed, their fists unleashing large waves of energy. Ben helped Hisashi walk as they tried to get out of that place. Ben, this battle is coming to an end. Hisashi, you're right, my friend, he replied with a slight smile, having blood in his mouth. Those outside the dome could see a beautiful flash in the sky of a beautiful color. That moment was when Izuku had defeated God. In Kirishima Yuzui's mind, Mirko and Kaken could see how God began to slowly disintegrate, while saying, "Do not let your guard down, humans, because they are always watching you." They don't want you to reach them even though they made us in their image and likeness. If they continue to overstep their boundaries, then they will receive the wrath of the gods. Before leaving, he looked at Mirko, and the rabbit could see a great deal of sadness and pain shining in his eyes. Forgive me for not being able to protect you, Rumi. Forgive me. Mirko's eyes opened slightly, and without knowing why, he shed a few tears. Yuzui fell to his knees on the floor, looking at the ashen-haired boy who had a slight smile on his face, knowing that he had been able to help his red-haired friend. Gyomei stopped his fist centimeters from Kirishima's face as he watched him collapse and the god marks on his body disappear. Before he fell to the ground, Gyomei caught him with his arm. Gyomei, it's all finally over. I can't feel God's presence anymore. He had a slight smile on his face. At that, the entire fortress trembled as it began to collapse. Outside, everyone could see how that dome began to crumble little by little. Alice and Ethan looked at each other with a slight smile to say, "It seems the heroes won the fight." A loud bang shook the entire place, and a large curtain of dust covered the entire place. Several figures could be seen. Little by little the dust cleared, revealing Katsuma and the others walking out from the rubble. Katsuma looked back as Komosuke left with the others, carrying them on his back. Their eyes met. The boar, still with wounds on its body, took off its mask and showed him its thumb. Katsuma smiled slightly, making the same gesture. Lisha met up with the others and quickly ran to give them a big hug while crying. Inosuke only reciprocated the albino's hug despite the fact that his body hurt. Lishti joined the hug with a slight smile. Nana approached Kazuma rather hurt, and gave him a small punch on the shoulder with a slight smile. Empty Lady had her gaze on the ground, seeing how next to the rubble there was a katana with blood. She knew who it belonged to, so she took it in her hands, while tears fell from her cheeks knowing that he had died. His words repeated themselves in her mind. "And if a murderer dies, nobody will care." "Empty Lady, I did care about you, you fool." Stain's soul was behind her, and with a slight smile he would say, "Don't cry, I'm fine now." Shoto got off Komosuke's back to be hugged by his sister Fuyumi and brother Natsuo. All three of them were shedding tears. Ben emerged from the rubble with Hisashi leaning on his shoulders, both of them covered in dust. Nijire also came out of the rubble, and was hugged by Mirio, who was happy that his friend had survived. Nijire couldn't hold back her tears, breaking down emotionally since she had lost Tamaki and her friend Akaza on the same day. Monoma was reunited with his classmates, and hugged by his classmates. Hisashi could see Katsuma carrying his daughter on his back. "Ben, go see her, mate. After all, now you can be with your daughter." Izumi slowly began to open her eyes, noticing how they were already outside. Her eyes opened slightly as she saw a person walking towards them with tears falling down her cheeks. Hisashi stood face to face with Katsuma, looking at Izumi to say, "You have grown a lot, my little Izumi." A small, blurry memory passed through the green-haired girl's mind, where a man held her in his arms and said to her, "You've grown so much, my little Izumi." "Izumi Pada." Her voice broke as tears fell from her cheeks. Hisashi smiled lightly at her. Izumi launched herself at him, giving him a big hug as if there was no tomorrow. Hisashi, after many years, was finally able to hug his little daughter again. Katsuma looked at the sky, saying, "Where is Izuku-sensei?" Mina could see how a person came out from among the rubble carrying a red-haired man on his shoulder. The pink-haired girl's eyes watered and she quickly went to see her partner. "Gyomei, he's unconscious, but he'll be fine, don't worry," he responded with a slight smile, leaving the redhead on the ground. Mina, thank you so much for saving him, sniff sniff. Nana, seeing Gyomei, went and gave him a big hug since she hadn't seen her comrade for a long time. Ben approached him saying, "You are certainly a monster to fight him alone and without help. It's not for nothing that you are the strongest of all the bearers." "Gyomei, glad to see you again, Ben." Gyomei could feel for a brief moment how three people touched his shoulders and their voices told him, "Take care of yourself, my friend, and thank you for everything." He turned around as tears fell from his eyes. "I will pray for their souls." Even though he couldn't see them, he knew they were Yuzui, Daigoro, and All Might who had come to say goodbye to him. Aizawa, seeing Eri and the other girls safe, hugged them tightly. Momo and Uraraka had reunited with their companions, and hugged each other crying for the loss of their friends and comrades. Jaira cried as she clung to the lifeless body of a certain ashen-haired boy. Twice, still quite hurt, could see Toga who was on the back of a certain dragon. Twice ran and hugged his friend because he thought he wouldn't get out of that place alive. Izuku slowly walked away from God's lifeless body. God, thank you? Izuku stopped dead at those words, turning around noticing how God's body was slowly disintegrating. The green-haired boy looked at his fist and then looked at the immense space that surrounded him, then an immense and brilliant light appeared in front of him. Time stopped. Enormous white wings appeared and the silhouette of a woman whose face was covered by her wings. Izuku before her in size was just an ant, a sweet and tender voice would say. It's certainly a pleasure to see you again, hero. Izuku, have we met before? He asked while grabbing his chin. That woman just let out a little laugh saying, I see your memories are still a bit hazy after all. I'm sorry that your universe was affected by that human who proclaimed himself God. Izuku, I have killed many innocent people. Before he died, he thanked me. The goddess would say nothing. Is there something you want to ask me? He asked calmly. Izuku, I want you to fix all the damage that guy caused. Goddess, I can do that, but for every action there is a reaction. To have something you have to give something. Izuku, no matter the price, please I ask you. The goddess looked at him for a few seconds and smiled slightly, saying, Now I understand why my daughter gave her life to save them. The goddess spread her two hands covering the entire universe with a brilliant light. Universe of, without realizing it, you changed my life. Izuku was carrying his little son Sora while Shota was carrying his other little daughter while they were eating ice cream. Universe of, can someone like me really be a hero? Kendo with a big smile took the hand of his beloved green-haired boy and said, Come on Izuku, we have to catch up with the others or they will leave us behind. That beautiful orange-haired girl smiled tenderly. Universe of, this lion's heart is yours. Momo walked holding her beloved green-haired boy by the arm while they looked at a wedding dress. Izuku was blushing while Momo had a big smile as she looked at the outfit along with little Mahoro. Universe of, is loving you wrong? Izuku and Mina were getting things ready for the arrival of their first child. The freckled man hugged his pink-haired wife while watching his little son kicking slightly inside his mother's womb. They were both excited to be parents. Universe of, when time stopped. Nana held Izuku by the arm while they tied cotton candy. They took a photo showing how a certain blonde-haired boy appeared in the photo hugging the two present with a big smile. Several other universes that God had destroyed had been rebuilt to normal and none of their inhabitants remembered that event. Goddess, ready, what you asked of me is done. Izuku, I see. Can I say goodbye to my friends? The goddess nodded slightly and with a slight movement made him appear in front of Katsuma and the others. It is worth mentioning that she had dressed him before sending him since the freckled man was naked. Katsuma and the others, upon seeing him, ran to give him a big hug so much so that they knocked him to the ground from the emotion. Izuku reciprocated everyone's hug and then stood up. He looked at Inosuke, who walked up to him and took off his mask, noticing how his eyes were crystallized, about to cry. Inosuke, Master, I did my best and fought to the end for the honor of my teachers. Izuku put a hand on his head saying, Inosuke, I'm proud of you, you grew a lot in such a short time. I'm sure Yuzi and Mirko would be proud of you. I know you will be a great hero in the future. Inosuke, yes, Master. Izuku with a slight nostalgic smile would say, Please take care of Komosuke, okay? He looked at Komosuke who licked his face while purring and tears came out of the animal's eyes. Izuku hugged his faithful lifelong companion to whisper, Thanks for everything, my friend, take care of them all, especially Lishti and Lisha. Katsuma, Sensei Daigoro-san, Yuzui-san, Akaza and Miss Mirko, they Izuku looked at his disciple, who could see how Izuku had a slight sad smile as if he was saying goodbye to them for the last time. He walked up to Lishti and hugged her tightly, saying, "You were the best little sister I could have had." Lishti just started crying at those words, knowing what was happening, so with a broken voice she would say, "Dee, don't leave me, please, Onaikan. Izuku, take care of them all, yes, and take care of yourself, please." Even though she didn't want to let go of him, she had to do it. He could see how Asumi ran towards him and gave him a big hug, saying, "Fool, thank goodness you came back safe and sound, sniff sniff." Izuku hugged her, saying, "Asumi, please don't cry, I told you I would come back. I have something to ask you, so listen to me carefully. I'll ask you to take care of the boss, keep helping her in everything. Even though we don't get along, I consider you a great friend and companion." "Asumi, why are you telling me this? Dee, don't tell me that you..." Izuku motioned with his finger for him not to say anything. She couldn't help but shed more tears, so she hugged him tightly, saying, "Please don't go." Izuku slowly pulled away from her, ruffling her hair. Hisashi approached Shizumi to him, and Izuku looked at them and could only give a slight smile, saying, "You certainly fought with everything you had, girl." "Izumi, I'm not a child, Izuku ruffled his hair with a slight smile, saying, "You look so much like me. You are a strong person." "Izumi, I am." Hisashi stopped his dead in his tracks, knowing what was happening. Izuku looked at him, saying, "Thanks for showing up to help me when I got out of control. I don't know what would have happened if I had let myself get carried away by my anger at that moment." Hisashi put a hand on his shoulder, saying, "The one who should thank you is me, boy. Thank you for defeating that great evil that endangered everyone's lives. Izuku, after all, this is what a hero does, right? We are heroes and we have to save others." This one came to Katsuma, saying, "I'm glad I was your sensei, Katsuma. In a couple of years you will have surpassed me, I am more than sure of that." Katsuma stood firm, saying, "Sensei, I owe my life to you and I am happy to have been your disciple. I will always carry your teachings in my memories. You will always be the greatest hero of all time." Izuku just let out a small laugh, saying, "Please never change, Katsuma. I leave the rest in your hands. Now protecting the earth is your duty. I count on you, my best disciple. Katsuma, I won't let you down, sensei." Tears of oil fell from the cyborg's cheeks. "Lishti, Izuku, what's going on? Why are you acting?" She was silent when she felt him hug her tightly, saying, "Thank you for everything you've done for my boss. You are a great person, you will always have a place in my heart." Lishti didn't understand why, but she couldn't stop crying at those words. The albino just clung to her neck, stealing a kiss from her, a kiss that was reciprocated by the green-haired boy. When separated, it would say, "I'll close my eyes and I know I'll wake up and see you next to me, and we'll all be okay. Together we will return to the restaurant, and we will serve customers as before. That will happen, right? We will be happy, everything will be like before, right?" he asked with a broken voice. Izuku gave her a short kiss on the forehead, saying, "I promise you it will be like that." Slowly he separated from her, looking at the others. The freckled man only raised his right fist towards the sky, while a white light blinded everyone in the place. Such light enveloped the entire planet. 5 years later, we can see how a little girl had a bouquet of flowers in her hands while she placed it in front of a small statue of a person who had his fists raised towards the sky. She was on a small hill far from the city. The little girl did not know who the person in the statue was, but she always saw that the hero she admired went to that place to clean the statue and leave flowers even on rainy days. The girl admired the hero class S/rank 1/Katsuma, or better known as Cyborg of the Apocalypse. The girl spoke to the statue, saying, "I don't know who you were, but you must have been someone important for the cyborg hero of the apocalypse to admire you so much. You know, when I grow up I want to be a hero as big as him." At that, a voice behind her would say, "I'm sure you'll make it, little one." The girl turned around to find the S-class/rank 2 hero Inosuke Hashibara. Inosuke was already an adult. On his back he had the katanas of his master Yuzui, and above his head was his faithful companion, a little kitten Komosuke. Inosuke had a bouquet of flowers and placed it in front of the statue, saying, "I also came to see you today, teacher." "Girl, teacher?" she asked, quite confused. At that moment another voice at his side answered, "That's right, little one, this statue belongs to our teacher. He was the greatest and strongest hero that ever lived." The girl looked to her side and found Katsuma, who smiled slightly at her. She was surprised since she had never seen him so close, she had always seen him from far away. "Katsuma, so you also left flowers for my teacher, thank you, little one." The girl looked at the statue, saying, "So that person was your teacher?" "Katsuma, that's right. The greatest hero that ever existed in all of history." At that the little girl turned to see other people coming behind her. "Lishti, oh, I see you two beat me to it." "Inosuke, ah, big sister, I'm so sorry for not waiting for you." Lishti pulled his cheeks, saying, "I'll only forgive you if you buy me some cotton candy when we get home." "Inosuke, it will be like that, big sister, I promise." A beautiful albina along with a purple-haired girl had also arrived. "Katsuma, boss, you came too." "Lishti, you always come to this place and stay for several hours. That person must be very important to you if you come to clean his statue every day. But even if you don't believe it, every time I see his statue, I feel my heart get excited and filled with nostalgia, as if I had seen him before. Asumi, the same thing happens to me. I feel as if that person had been someone important in my life." Katsuma looked at the sky and said to himself, "From that day on, everyone forgot what happened to God in that fierce battle. Their memories were completely erased and altered by false memories. Everyone forgot about Sensei, even those close to him. Well, except Inosuke, Komosuke, Lishti, and me. But the rest don't remember him at all, but I think it's better that way. Otherwise they would have had to deal with the fact of his departure, and that would have been very painful for Lisha and the others." "Lishti, what was her name?" "Katsuma, his name was Izuku. Izuku-sensei was the greatest hero in history, but before the world he was an unsung hero."
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.